A story we've been accustomed to for quite some time in Detroit, no draft lottery fortune for the Red Wings. Detroit dropping down a spot to land the 13th pick in this year's NHL draft. However, moving up 10 spots, the New York Islanders, with only a 3.5% chance. The improbable happened as they moved up from 10th place in the standings to receiving the first overall pick. Pistons head coach J.B. Bickerstaff also not getting a favorable result last night as he finishes second for Coach of the Year. This following a 44-win season where the Pistons became the first team in NBA history to triple their win total from the previous season. Cleveland's Kenny Atkinson took home the honors after leading the Cavs to an Eastern Conference best 64-18 record. Riley Green of the Tigers, however, receiving some honors. He's named the American League's Player of the Week. He finishes the week with 13 hits, 4 homers, 8 RBIs, and a .464 batting average. He also became the first player in Major League history to homer twice within the same ninth inning. Tonight, the Tigers taking on the Rockies, pregame beginning at 8:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And announced yesterday in 2027, Washington, D.C., that will be the site of that year's NFL Draft. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned, or you can head to 971theticket.com.
Good morning on a Tuesday, on a rainy Tuesday. Stay dry out there.
Oh, man, it is.
Drive safe out there is more like, I mean, you're going to get wet when you walk to your car, so drive safe.
And stay dry.
Yeah, but it's almost impossible unless you have an umbrella.
Which don't exist
Or
in your world.
But who's
raincoat and a
To me,
hat.
it's, you can't put a hat if you're doing your hair, John. But to me, it's
Yeah,
like,
John, if you're doing your hair.
you want to put a hat on?
Yeah. Not my concern. And, okay,
Well,
you
a
could
lot of
put one of
people's
those old
concern
lady
is there-
bonnets on.
Yeah, but,
Like my
it's
grandma
raining.
did, yeah, every time
I
she
need to
got her
grab
hair
my
done.
old lady bonnet. Like, nobody has that laying around. Like, even today, I opened the garage, didn't know it was raining, and I was like, do I take the time to go get an umbrella, or do I just book it? And I was like, who's not going to
book
get Yeah, you just run.
You don't
So
have
you're going to get wet.
You don't have a spare bonnet in your
if
car?
you don't want to
don't.
take the time to get your umbrella, which would take all of 10 seconds.
No. Depending on where you store your
Wow,
umbrella.
I had no idea this was going to be the start to the show. Heather was so passionate about, hey, don't stay dry. No, she doesn't care if anybody gets wet.
No, it's more about driving safe because it was a
is.
long drive in today and people were driving like it was snowing.
Yes,
if you can't
make sure
handle
you-
it, get into the right lane. That's all I'm saying.
Somebody got in front of Heather with the emergency blinkers on.
The blinkers, I saw them today. I saw
Wow.
the blinkers.
Somebody's fired up this morning. Yes, and when you're driving, please don't drive with your windows down right now.
So you can
You'll
stay
get
dry.
wet. Yes, you'll stay dry. Yes.
Tick, 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 tick. That's the blinker, but it's also Heather, the ticking time bomb this
Yes.
morning. Tick, tick,
My
tick, tick, tick,
goodness.
tick, tick. We're off to a great start. 2 Grand Slam coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. A chance to win $2,000. John, you are giving us a treat today. It'll be the off-season power surge. I'm very curious to see where the Lions stack up with the rest of the league. That's at 6:35.
I know, I can't wait for the sounder for that one. It's my favorite. Yeah, it's
pretty good.
Whatever Greg came up with on that one, that's.
We all like our own special intros.
So I like the cookie jar.
I like
I
the
like
cookie
Greg
jar.
Bomb.
Yeah. Greg Palm's pretty good.
Yeah, I like. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's not the, the audio of the power surge. It's the, like, the
Staticky,
arcing
yeah.
electric current that I like. Anyway, yes.
Yeah, because everything after the electric current is
Yeah.
just whatever.
And just imagine
get that wet.
Just imagine if we were wet, and had the electric current.
You'd be dead.
Yeah, bonnet's not going to do you any good in that
Not
case.
necessarily dead, but
Electrocuted.
Okay, before we get into all of this on the show today, Dustin said some things in the update that we wanted to start the show with. The
Okay.
first of which I'm not that upset about. The Wings fell in the lottery.
Shocker.
Not a surprise. They've never moved up in the lottery.
But how about the Islanders? Like, okay, insert conspiracy theory. New York has to have the number 1 pick. They move up 10 spots
Yep.
to
Which
get
is
the number 1.
The most you can move up.
Right, and he said they had a 3.8% chance. Okay, this is the point of the lottery, right? So
Yes.
you have, but I mean, come on.
The Wings were at 12. They will pick at 13. They moved back a spot. Here's why I'm not really that upset about it. One, I actually think Yzerman's done a pretty good job drafting, despite the fact they haven't landed a big lottery win. And more importantly, the player they draft at 13.
See you in 4 years.
Yeah, I was going to say they're either making the playoffs with him or without him the next couple seasons here. So it's not something I'm really all that worked up about. I am worked up for JB Bickerstaff, but a bigger picture for the city of Detroit. I don't really understand the criteria to win Coach of the Year. Bickerstaff had this great turnaround that he helped author. 30 wins, tripling of the win total. But he didn't win it. Well, if it's just going to go to the coach with the best record, then someone's got to explain to me why Dan Campbell didn't win Coach of the Year in the NFL. And if it comes down to adversity and dealing with adversity, why didn't A.J. Hinch win Manager of the Year? By any criteria, we should have had our city rewarded with a Coach of the Year, and it just feels like it's a moving target. When JB does the best with the least, it goes to the guy with the most wins in the Eastern Conference. It's annoying.
It's an annoyance, and that's where it all ends with me, because who won Coach of the Year in the NFL?
Kevin O'Connell.
Okay. Ask almost any fan who's not doing this like we're doing, and I guarantee they probably can't tell you.
But you want to see your guys
right?
rewarded.
Who won it for baseball last year?
Was it Cleveland's manager?
Right. And so, again, don't know his name. And, yes, I know it's Cleveland's manager, but, again, ask any Major League Baseball fan, and they probably will go, I don't remember. This could be, it's an annoyance that Cade is, not getting as much love. Malik Beasley not getting love. Okay, fine. You want to get love? The only love that matters is winning a championship.
Sure.
And so I'm not going to sit here and say that I really even care who wins these awards, because in a year's time, no one's going to even remember.
But there's nothing wrong with people wanting their people to be recognized for the work they did.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying I could care less, because you ask any of these coaches, you ask JB if he cares, and maybe he does. Maybe there's a bonus in his contract, or same with Dan Campbell. And, yeah, we all like the pat on the back. But fans, Detroit Lions fans, do they love JB any less? No.
No, if anything, I feel like people get more defensive because of it.
Sure.
They rally around the idea.
And Dan Campbell, does a vast majority of people love Dan Campbell, A.J. Hinch?
No, I think it's just more of a mistake by the award, because if the award is going to mean something...
But that's my point. I don't think it does.
Like the idea... Well, okay, but these leagues hand
they
out
still
hardware.
Do it, because they feel like they have to.
Sure, but there's no consistency in it. I understand each league may do it differently, but we're going to look back someday and go, Dan Campbell was never the Coach of the Year. You know what I mean? Like silly things like that. Like at this point, Dan Campbell turned around the Detroit Lions from an awful franchise to back-to-back division winners and 15 wins in the face of injuries, and he is still not one Coach of the Year. And next year, John, what if they're good, they're expected. If they're bad, he's not going to win it. You end up becoming a victim of your own expectations. But it's supposed to work in your favor when you inherit a 14-win team in basketball,
right,
and you do something historic and you still don't get it. Then you look to baseball, where I got a manager doing something that hasn't happened in 50-plus years, and even that's not recognized. And I just wonder, maybe it is just an annoyance to people, but it is annoying.
Yeah, so I think maybe the better question for me is, of the three, and it's kind of apples to oranges, but who was most deserving?
Who was our best coach?
Yeah, A.J. Hinch was, what he did with pitching chaos, and it was historic. It happened once in 100 years, now twice.
Yeah.
And that to me was remarkable. We'll talk more about A.J. Hinch later in the program today, and who gets more credit for where the Tigers are right now. But then it was Dan Campbell, and the fact that they won 15 games, first time in franchise history, and it was with the defense being absolutely shredded with injuries. And it's not like they didn't have them on offense either. They had to play games without offensive linemen repeatedly. But the focus was on defense. So to be able to win 15 games, manage the roster, but maybe it's Brad Holmes that got more credit for doing that, because he was executive of the year 2 times in a row now. So it's not like Detroit doesn't get any love. And now all of a sudden we're looking at JB, who had a historic turnaround, 3 times as many wins as the year before when he wasn't here. But did Trajan Langdon steal a little bit of his Thunder because of being able to bring in Malik Beasley and making Cade better be simply because of the roster construction. That's my point is there's so much going on here, and maybe it's Scott Harris isn't getting enough love as a general manager because of the job that A.J. Hinch is doing. So who was the coach that got the biggest snub?
Of the three, throw it out. 248-539-9797. I'll take the first crack at it. AJ?
It sounded like a question mark.
Yeah, because they're all really deserving. I would say AJ, and I'm talking through this because, again, we didn't plan this. 1.5 starting pitchers, platooning out the wazoo, and finding a way not only to get in the playoffs, they want a playoff series too.
So I'll just see if I get under your skin here this early, or Heather if she's listening as well. How much of it was AJ, because he's ultimately, I believe, the one pulling the strings.
Yeah.
How much of it was Chris Fetter? How many guys came to Detroit as pitchers? Jack Flaherty to begin with.
But do you get credit for hiring that pitching coach?
Oh, certainly you do.
Yeah.
But I think that's why some of these guys, some of these coaches, the three of them, are not winning Coach of the Year because, first of all, I don't think they care. If they were, and I don't know that much about Kenny Atkinson or the job. I know what he did in Cleveland, but I don't know how he runs his team, and I don't know his comments in the press. But Dan Campbell will be the first one to tell you his assistant coaches are great. And again, who gets credit for hiring the assistant coaches? Head coach. And AJ, we'll talk about Chris Fetter. He'll talk about Scott Harris. Dan Campbell, talk about Brad Holmes. JB, we've heard him talk about Trajan Langdon. And so these are guys that are selfless, and it seems to be the squeaky wheel that gets the oil. They're not squeaky wheels.
We got ticket text pouring in. We'll open up a couple lines for you. 248-539-9797. Start the show with that. All the snubs for all of our coaches. Which one the most egregious? Who is the most deserving? It's 97.1.
If you woke up this morning, maybe you were cold. You wake up in a couple of days, you might be hot. It means you need some AC or you need some heat from your furnace. But if they're not getting the job done, do what I did. Call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft has 24/7 emergency service, so you never have to be long without. And they back their work with a 5-year warranty. They've got great deals going on right now for new furnaces and new AC. So give them a call. They've got generators in stock ready to install as well. Call to schedule your free in-home estimate, or you can check them out online at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
John Jansen's Power Surge coming up 6:35, off-season edition, post-draft edition. Where are the Lions? JB Bickerstaff, not the coach of the year, finished runner-up.
Yeah. And just to, I think we should start every segment with a PSA.
Yeah.
Drive safe. Stay dry.
Thank you. Drive safe is better advice than stay dry. Right?
I disagree. I think they're one and the same. I think they're equals this morning.
Stepping outside in the rain and getting a little wet. Okay, you're going to be fine. You might be a little chilly when you get to your office, but you're going to be okay. But
Yeah, but
if
if
you
you're
don't drive
driving to
safe, you're
work a
never
half
going to
mile
get to your
away.
office. The drive was really slow, and people were not driving well today. It was like the first snow of winter today.
I'm just trying to stoke the fire a little bit.
Heather, I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I just can't believe my advice of stay dry was met with
Disdain and disgust.
Like, hey guys,
it
it's
was
raining.
real disgust.
Just make some
just thought
arrangements, an umbrella. If you can avoid being
Thought
outside.
there was better advice to be given than
Yeah,
stay
I mean,
dry.
I think what,
Okay, also go get your colonoscopies, get your heart checked out,
Yes.
check on your mom. I mean, what
Yeah.
I mean, other
Get
life
your
advice.
cholesterol checked.
Yeah, of course.
I think what Heather's hinting at here too is that there's more agency for you to drive safely than to stay dry.
I just got one-upped on being nice to our listeners. That's all how I felt. I just said something polite, hey, stay dry, and it's, well, it wasn't the best advice you could give our listeners this morning.
And I rarely come to your defense, but I kind of feel like this is one where you deserve a little defense,
this
and not
is
just
rare.
defending on yourself. Yeah,
This is rare.
yeah.
Um,
I mean, is there a umbrella over the catio?
It's got like a
Canopy?
Yeah, canopy.
Okay, good. So-
Heather, I think it's like when you're going on a flight to like California and someone says, have a safe flight. That ain't up to me.
Right.
Largely, it's not up to you. I mean, there are things you could do to make a flight unsafe. Don't do those things. Have a safe flight.
Yeah, this is true. And I mean, but you do have agency in staying dry, and you have some agency in driving safe, but you're not the only driver on the road.
Right. Which is why we're telling all the drivers, drive safe this
Yes.
morning. JB Bickerstaff, not the coach of the year. We're familiar with this. Dan Campbell, AJ Hinch, deserving but not coaches and managers of the year in their sports. We stumbled into something. John wanted to know which was the biggest snub.
Yeah.
Yeah, Damien and Southfield. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
How you doing?
I'm very good. I think that Dan Campbell was the biggest snub, and it's not even close. I'm getting PTSD even talking about it. If you think of the criteria, he did. He won 15 games during the season, which is not something that teams even do often. And then he did more with less. We had 24 guys down total, and he still won with that. And who'd they give it to? Kevin O'Connell? Kevin O'Connell? The moment they got a chance to get rid of Sam Darnold, they did. Like, it's mind blowing. I'm upset all over again.
Well, and I think,
yeah.
Damien, that one of the other things, too, is Dan Campbell, his team beat Kevin O'Connell's team twice.
Including a huge pivotal game to
Badly.
decide the division.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Badly.
Damien, look, you made the case for all of them.
Stay dry, Damien.
What gets me is the argument used against Dan Campbell was, yeah, but you're supposed to be good. Well, there were injuries, but fine, he was supposed to be good. What's the argument against JB Bickerstaff this morning? Was because I think Cleveland was supposed to be good,
Yeah.
and Detroit wasn't. So there's
Detroit wasn't, and you saw marked improvement throughout the course of the year because when they started, would they start 0-3?
It's not a good start.
Was not a good start, and until they really got to Christmas, end of December, I mean, that's when it really started to click.
And then I made the case for AJ because 1.5 pitchers and you're platooning the whole way.
It was even later in the season until it started to click.
But he was outmanaged. He's managing circles around other teams, including in the playoffs. And the tiebreaker for me is his team won a playoff series.
Yes,
Campbell's
but
didn't,
This
and
is
JB's didn't.
regular season
I know,
award.
I
So
know.
I knew
That's
that. I figured somebody would say that. I didn't think it would be you, but
fine. I made the stupid point.
well, no, it's not a stupid point. It is a point.
Well, I have
and
to
if it
distinguish
was,
from the group because they're all very
so let me
deserving.
ask you this question as well, since we're going to go down this
Sure.
rabbit hole. Should they postpone the
No. Because if you-
awarding of Coach of the Year until maybe it's done before the Super Bowl because you don't always want to
I was
have
gonna
it's
say,
the Super
'cause,
Bowl
hey,
champ.
congrats.
Yeah.
Yeah, guess what? Sirianni, Coach of the Year. The Eagles won the Super Bowl.
But obviously, winning or losing a playoff game early in the playoffs, or winning or losing a playoff series, AJ Hinch, I think that was a feather in his cap.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
beating Houston. And I think it's a feather in the cap of, some other coaches who actually win in the postseason, because when does it matter most?
Postseason.
Yeah, it does matter to get there, obviously.
Speaking of postseason success, Ticket Texter says, Cookies, your Chips bias is showing in your coaches for Coach of the Year. Don't forget, Bronco coach Pat Ferschweiler won Coach of the Year this season for the Western Michigan Bronco hockey team. So apparently, my bad, we're not all getting snubbed out here.
I mean, we're talking about coaches on the pro level.
Pro level. JB complaining to the refs. He's not going to win the award. Cheating scandal hurt Hinch. I believe he would have won it if not for that. Campbell went 15-2, swept the division, got a bye, a home playoff game with a team full of injuries, and lost Coach of the Year to a division rival with the worst record who went 0-2. Yeah, that's the biggest miss. JT in Warren.
I got to probably say it. For my opinion, it's Dan Campbell as well. And you're looking at 2 historic seasons by the other 2 coaches, so it's really, I mean, we're splitting straws to try and figure this one out. But with who won, I would say it would be Dan Campbell.
All right, let's get to Heather with the news. The news is it's raining.
Yeah,
It's raining. Drive safe.
Yes.
People are driving slow.
Oh, any car accidents
Stay
you want to
dry.
report?
No, I don't know about any car accidents.
I think Val will have that later.
Yeah.
She can update us on that.
Yeah.
I didn't see
but
any car
everybody's
accidents.
wet, though.
Probably, and that's okay. That's
Is
okay.
it?
Yes.
Depends.
Anyway, you guys, this is the news. Jury deliberations for Christopher Schur's murder trial began on Monday. Schur, if you don't remember, is a former Grand Rapids police officer who was on trial for second-degree murder in the death of Patrick Lyoya. Schur pulled Lyoya over for having a license plate that didn't match the car he was driving. And when he attempted to, place Lyoya under arrest, he ran away. The officer chased him, and then minutes later, the two were wrestling over the officer's taser. That's when Schur shot Lyoya in the back of the head while he was face down on the ground. Now, Schur took the stand on Friday, testifying that he feared for his own life. And then prosecutors put experts on the stand who testified that Schur made several tactical errors and that the use of force was not justified. So anyway, I mean, there was a lot more in the trial. That's a basic gist of it. So the jury finished day 1 of deliberations yesterday. Will begin again today, right at 8:40 a.m. Cleveland Browns linebacker Devin Bush was arrested and charged with simple assault and harassment in Pennsylvania on Sunday. Police were apparently called to a home in a Pittsburgh neighborhood on a report of an assault. A woman who identified herself as his girlfriend said that he assaulted her, took away her car keys. Police say that the two had gotten into an argument that resulted in Bush becoming more aggressive. The woman began to actually record some of the argument on her phone, and that's when he began chasing her around the home, attempted to get that phone. She said that she was pinned against this table, said that Bush put his entire body weight on top of her before taking the phone and smashing it. The woman was able to escape, called 911 from a neighbor's house. She did have some cuts on the inside of her wrist, outside of her foot. There was a smashed cell phone, things like that. So his preliminary hearing is scheduled for May 20th. Oh, for the second time in NFL history and the first time in more than 85 years, Washington, D.C. is going to be hosting the draft. So the announcement that D.C. will host the draft in 2027 was made by the president at an event at the White House.
They are going to shatter the record that we set.
Oh, there's no question. They have the setup, the National Mall there, where they could just hold more people.
We put 1 million people there on day 1 and we lose.
Yeah, I was there for when we went from 99 to 2000, and it was such a cool event with that many people around. I think it's going to be really cool. Obviously, we're biased here in Detroit, and if they have it again, which they will at some point, I hope it's bigger, better, badder, all of that stuff. But DC, if you're going to go to a draft, I think this is one that you should kind of earmark as, I want to be there for this, to witness it. It's going to be unbelievable.
That's cool. I just keep thinking about what I was doing when it was turning 2000, when everyone thought the world was going to end.
What were you doing?
I was in high school.
Or at least all of our computers would shut off at that time.
I was a freshman in high school. So I think I had some friends over for New Year's.
Jim, what were you doing?
I was
wiping your snotty nose?
7 years old.
Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, your mom was still wiping your snotty nose.
Heather with, you got one more story.
I do have one
Yes,
more story.
yes.
Some Wendy's fans may soon be able to make their favorite burger at home because the fast food chain just announced on Monday that their square patties are now available at select grocery stores in select markets. Unfortunately, if you're a Wendy's fan, not here, but not far, Ohio, you can head to Columbus or you can go to Denver, Colorado to buy yourself
Go to Denver.
some Wendy's patties from Kroger or King Soopers.
Yeah. Don't go to Ohio. Just a little, since we're doing PSAs here.
Or you can just drive to Wendy's until
Yes,
they're
you could,
available
yes.
here.
But drive safe.
Of course, always, but especially today.
Heather with the news. Power Surge next, 97.1.
Hey, I've been talking about Planet Fitness for a while now and trying to give you reasons why I think you should go work out. Everyone's going to have a different reason. Mine, I want to be able to play with my kids now and in the future. I've got a wide range. I go from 19 down to 3. And there are different things that Lucy's doing at 19. She plays tennis. I want to be able to play tennis with her, basketball with Ruby, and softball and baseball with the other two. And then Teddy, I have no idea, but I want to make sure that I can play with them. And then obviously grandkids in the future. If you want to prioritize your fitness, $1 down, $15 a month, get you in the door to Planet Fitness, and they've got all the equipment you'd ever want. They've got cardio. They've got a lot of different ways, and it's a squeaky clean gym. That's, as a former gym owner, I know exactly how hard that is to prioritize cleanliness, but I understand from the clients how important it is. So make sure you stop in, and if you like the $1 down, $15 a month, you can always upgrade to the Black Card membership, which gets you access to 2,600 locations nationwide. So if you travel, it's perfect. Around the Metro Detroit, there's 50 of them. So no matter where you are, there's a Planet Fitness near you. Find your nearest club and join today, in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
6 teams. That's how we do this,
Yep.
right? Yep.
Mm-hmm. 6 teams. Just as a refresher, it's been a little while since we've had a power surge. That last one came during the regular season, and maybe it was the last one was the first week of the playoffs, just in terms of determining who was going to get there. But the pool was narrowed down. Now the pool is all of 32 teams. Obviously, there are some that are not going to be included in this one. But should I start from the top or the bottom?
You should work up to 1.
Okay, so let's start at the bottom. And so some of the teams that are just outside the power surge, just to make sure that nobody is sitting there with anticipation. The Chargers. I like what they've done with the run game, addressing that. I think Amarian Hampton's going to be really good. Vikings, their offensive line, I've talked about that and how big of a threat I think they are in division. They address that interior of the offensive line. It's been a key for all the teams in the NFC North. We know what Chicago's done with that offensive line. They're not in the just outside looking in, but the Vikings are. Donovan Jackson, they drafted him they got him in the draft at guard. Ryan Kelly center, Will Freeze. They've got a really good interior 3. The Packers finally drafting a wide receiver. Jordan Love is one of those quarterbacks, much like Jared Goff, that needs a lot of weapons around him. So they've finally given him another weapon. And the Rams, just on the outside looking in, and this may be very similar to what I'm talking about with the Lions in terms of health. Puka Nacua, healthy. Tutu Atwell, they re-signed him. And then Devontae Adams. Matthew Stafford's got some weapons to throw the ball to. I still have concerns. The reason they're on the outside looking in, protection. I don't know that they can protect Matthew Stafford like he needs to be protected. He is a little bit more mobile, and he can throw all different arm angles, which I hate hearing, but
His skill is important.
Yeah.
Their young defense, too, is something to watch for.
Yes, very dynamic, and Josiah Stewart adding him to that group, I think is going to be they're going to wreak some havoc. They had 5 sacks against the Philadelphia Eagles in the playoffs, a major reason why they were so close to beating them. Number 6 on the power surge, the Baltimore Ravens. And I like what they've done. Their weakness last year, which it's hard to imagine, was defense. And they added defensively in a safety, Malachi Starks, and then edge, Mike Green. All eyes are going to be on him because he's a guy that a lot of teams could have had. They all passed on off the field issues. But I think Baltimore got themselves, if he is able to play and play without distraction, I think he could be an impact for them. They gave up 14 touchdowns in the fourth quarter last year, most of any team, and it was defense that really held them back.
Any concerns about pass catchers?
Always concerns about pass catchers. Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman, DeAndre Hopkins. I don't know that they've ever really given Lamar Jackson the appropriate tools to be able to throw the ball downfield. Mark Andrews, I don't care that he dropped that pass at the end of the season. He's still one of the better tight ends. I still have questions about their protection as well. But because Lamar Jackson is so dynamic, it hasn't been a major issue.
I think it's a huge red flag that they added Derrick Henry last year, which was seen as the missing piece, and they didn't even get back to where they were. There are some real concerns in Baltimore, but I think they belong. Okay.
Number 5, Washington. And we all know what Jaden Daniels did, and they made it. I talk about protection, and that's going to be a major part, right? It's offensive lines, defensive lines. Those are the teams that I think are going to work their way up from teams that are trying to get to the Super Bowl. Washington traded for Laramie Tunsil. In the draft, they got Josh Conley. They are protecting him. It allowed Brandon Coleman to move down to guard, be in one spot. They drafted him last year, so they're doing all they can, and they've added some skilled players. Obviously, we saw what they did at the wide receiver position with Deebo Samuel. We know Terry McLaurin, Scary Terry. We know what he did against Detroit. They've got some weapons, and they are a team. Defensively, I still have some questions. I don't know that they're better defensively now than they were last year. So that's why I've got them at 5. Detroit comes in at number 4. I love the fact that they have prioritized water in that garden. Tate Ratledge, Christian Mahogany. I actually expect them to be the starting guards. Miles Frazier, who they also drafted, going to be one of those swing offensive linemen. And obviously, Aleem McNeil out until who knows when, might be Thanksgiving. But the health of the defense, signing DJ Reed to replace Carlton Davis, I think was a monster get. And I do expect all those second and third year players, mainly defensively, to continue to show improvement. Terrion Arnold, the biggest one. So I expect that this is going to be a well-rounded team. We still have that question about that side mirror being the edge opposite of Aiden Hutchinson. But Aiden Hutchinson, I don't know if you've seen the videos. It looks like he is progressing. Buffalo is at number 3. Buffalo, their weakness was defensive line. They drafted 3 players on the defensive line to help them in this year. And not all of them are going to be impact players, but what they did was they provided great depth. TJ Sanders in the 2nd round out of South Carolina. In the 4th round, they got out of Kentucky Deion Walker. They continued to add to that defensive front edge. In the 3rd round, Landon Jackson out of Arkansas. So they've addressed defensively. And then Joey Bosa, obviously big signing. If he can remain healthy, they're going to be able to pressure quarterbacks and stop the run.
So that's interesting. You have a team with an elite offense that said we can just load up on the D-line, and that might be what brings us home.
Yeah, and I know that, and we all heard the confrontational, the back and forth between their general manager and the press. They wanted, much like us, we wanted edge. They wanted more wide receivers and help offensively. Well, you have Josh Allen. You have one of, I think, what the 2 cheat codes in the NFL. A quarterback that is dynamic, has a strong arm, can make plays with his feet, and maybe the most dynamic, obviously reigning MVP. Number 2, the Kansas City Chargers. And here's where
Kansas City who?
Kansas City Chargers. Kansas City Chiefs.
Yes. It's a super team?
It's a super team, yes. We're going to combine 2 teams.
And they're still not number 1.
Yes, they're looking for a new stadium, so if they don't get it, they're going to combine with the LA Chargers. Health at wide receiver. Because last year, Rashee Rice, their number 1 target, went down early, and they didn't have him. They also didn't have Hollywood Brown. Then all of a sudden, Xavier Worthy is their number 1 target. And as a rookie, hell of a season. Going to year 2, I expect him to be even more dynamic because they will have both of those guys there. I'm just curious. It's kind of always the question with Kansas City. What are they doing to protect Patrick Mahomes?
Used the 1st-round pick on a tackle.
They did, but they lost Tooney to the Bears
Very
in division
good.
here.
A
A
very
very
good
good
player.
guard. And I know a lot of people looked at him as a tackle last year because of the Super Bowl. He's not a tackle. He was playing there because of injury. So those are some of the questions. That's why they stay at number 2 and are not at number 1. Number 1, I don't think it's any surprise. It's the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, they did lose some on defense.
Yeah, Slay, Sweat,
Yeah.
Milton Williams.
Yep. But they are the reigning champs. They added Jahad Campbell. Their offensive line is terrific. And when I look at Saquon Barkley, if he has another year where he stays healthy, he is like that young quarterback that you're not paying very much because he is a dynamic playmaker, but he plays the running back position. So the cap hit for a running back like him is not huge. That's why adding him versus adding an edge rusher was easier for the Eagles to do, but I still think that they are by far the most talented, the deepest, and I don't necessarily know the best coach. Sometimes you just overcome coaching, but they've got the number 1 GM, and I'll just say Lane Johnson, Jordan Mailata, Cam Jurgens, Landon Dickerson, Kenyon Green, who they added this year. They are set up for a very nice run. The question is going to be for Philly, what's that fire that is burning for them? Is there a drop off simply because, hey, they're visiting the White House, they're making all these appearances, they're doing all of these things that Super Bowl champs can and should do? But is there too much celebration and not enough focus, not enough fire to repeat? That's why it's so hard to repeat in the NFL.
We've seen the history of it. You have the Lions at 4. That's where I'd put them.
Okay.
There's no fighting or bickering on this. Lions at 4, but that's going to be the question for you guys out there in listener land. Where should the Lions rank? And what's the biggest thing holding them back? Because I don't imagine we're going to get a lot of number 1s. Eagles are the reigning champs for a reason. The Chiefs are the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And I think Buffalo did what we wanted Detroit to do. They beefed up their defensive front. That might be the difference in 3 versus 4 right now, is beefing up your defensive front. How differently do we feel if Joey Bosa's here and not Buffalo? Could you make the case Detroit's 3? But they still wouldn't be 1. So what's holding them back? 248-539-9797. We'll get some thoughts from the Peanut Gallery as well. Tom, I want your thoughts as well when we come back. It's 97.1.
Hey, we're getting a lot of rain. You know what's not staying dry? Your lawn.
Oh, good.
Yes. And what that means, later in the week, we're going to get some sunshine. And everyone's lawn is green right now, but you want to make sure that you don't have dandelions. You got to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. 888-GET-GREEN on the phone, naturalwaylawn.com on the web. Purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control. But you got to mention my name along with 97.1 the ticket. I mentioned those weeds. I mentioned dandelions. You got to treat it before they go to seed, because if they do, it's going to spread like wildfire across your grass or across your entire lawn. Crabgrass, it's still not too late. Make sure you get that first application now, because if you wait any longer, you're going to have crabgrass all summer long. They're not going to give you a runaround. They're not going to tell you it's a problem now, and then they fix it, and then there's a problem midsummer. They just fix it. You don't have to hear about the problems. Locally owned company for 35 years. Give them a call, 888-GET-GREEN, or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
7 o'clock hour, we've got the 2 Grand Slam. That's 7:25. We've got a question about the Tigers and credit. Yesterday, people were begging me to apologize to Scott Harris. We're going to talk about credit for what's going on with this Tigers baseball team because they are off to a hot start. Look like a really good club, and they play again tonight against the Colorado Rockies. John, you just did the Power Surge, off-season edition, post-draft edition. And to sum it up for people, you had the Eagles number 1, the Chiefs number 2, the Buffalo Bills number 3, the Lions at 4, Commanders at 5, and the Ravens round out your 6. Teams just left off. You mentioned the Chargers, Vikings, Rams, and Packers.
Yeah. And I don't necessarily know that I have anybody else that's I think is a threat. Maybe the Bengals, and I know you had mentioned them during the break. I don't know that they've done enough defensively to really be a threat. They're going to score a lot of points. There's no question about it, but I don't know that they can stop anyone.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know what's going on there. So if they don't have him, I like them again. I liked them last year, but I mean, they'll be worse defensively if they don't have him.
Right, they'll be worse defensively. As of now, he's still there. The issue is, it's not necessarily exactly like what we're talking about with the Lions, where they don't have somebody opposite Aiden Hutchinson. But I just don't know that they have enough because they're going to be able to. They did draft in the first round Shamar Stewart. Maybe he is the replacement for Hendrickson because they're playing on him not being there.
But the question would be, are you any better? And you're probably
Right.
not. And well, that's also a question for the Lions. You lose Zeitler and you're replacing him with a rookie, right? You're going to have a rookie starting in place of Aleem McNeil to start the season. Are you better? No, you may be holding serve, which is why it's hard to vault the Lions over teams like Buffalo who beat them, the Eagles who won the Super Bowl, the Chiefs who played in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but I do think if you're holding serve and it's DJ Reed and Carlton Davis, okay, you could make an argument that's holding serve. I think overall the defense will be better than it was last year.
Simply because they're healthy.
Yeah. And now it depends, are they going to be healthy over 70 games or
I don't know.
largely healthy? We have no idea. But going into the season, I do have the confidence that they're going to be a better defense. The bigger question is, and I didn't bring this up in the Power Search because we've talked about it a lot, what is the transition offensively from Ben Johnson to John Morton? I am a firm believer this is Dan Campbell's offense. But if John Morton is the one that is calling it on Sundays, how does he communicate what he wants to Jared Goff? I think there is going to be some growing pains there. And it's also going to be, while he was with Sean Payton, who is obviously, where Dan Campbell got his offensive philosophy from, at least in terms of coaching, it's going to take some time for him, and it may risk 1 or 2 games at the beginning of the season, and then it's film review. Dan Campbell says, here's what I would have preferred in these situations. And now Johnny Morton looks up, John Morton, I don't want to make sure that we don't confuse the wide receiver, but maybe it's until 3 or 4 weeks that he understands exactly what Dan Campbell wants in certain situations.
I don't even think that's crazy to suggest because last year with Ben Johnson, there was a slow start. Remember, Campbell said it takes a few weeks to get ramped up anyway. Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few weeks. Look, at the end of the day, you got to be peaking at the right time. You need McNeil healthy at the end of the season. You need these rookies that do play to be settled in and not playing like rookies anymore. You need Terrion Arnold through the first 30 games of his career to start to look like a bona fide starting cornerback. We don't know the answers to these questions, though.
So, yeah, I mean, I think a lot of that, we get the schedule in 9 days. Do you catch a break early in the year and get a couple of your easier games, and you can make your mistakes in the easier games? Some of it's just a crapshoot sometimes. If your whole surge in general, I would on a slow day, I would make an argument. Maybe I would throw the Rams in over the Ravens simply because of the quarterback. I believe Matthew Stafford will perform better in the playoffs than Lamar Jackson. And they gave the Eagles their best run for their money last year in the playoffs. But I wouldn't die on that argument, just to have an argument almost. To have an argument.
No, I think I might even join you on that hill as you make that case. Like their defense is younger, ferocious, very Raven-esque of the past, talking about the Rams.
But when you're talking about the Bengals, that's it. A rookie defensive end. If you don't have Hendrickson, you're relying on it. The Rams were the anomaly last year with how their defensive linemen came in as rookies and contributed.
Verse was a problem.
Yeah. So, But like, if you were looking for a sneaky team, maybe, and it's not super sneaky, I think maybe the Broncos, because they really exceeded expectations last year. They've got a really good head coach. They're in a tough division, but Bo Nix doesn't really have a book on them yet. It's like I would say them over Herbert because I just feel like Justin Herbert's getting into Lamar Jackson territory where what's going on in the playoffs versus Bo Nix has a clean record still. I know they played the one game, but they're at Buffalo. It was just you dab your toe in the water a little bit in the playoffs. And the AFC West, by the way, plays the AFC South this year. So they're probably going to rack up wins. I think somebody out of there, and I would actually go with Denver out of all those teams because the Chiefs are obvious. I mean,
The other team that didn't come up, and it may just be their last stand, the Niners. They drafted a bookend for their pass rusher in Nick Bosa. They got Mykel Williams out of Georgia, who we had discussed if he was there for the Lions would have been great. He went much earlier. Do they have one more run in that group still? Well, again, I'm not putting them ahead of the teams we've discussed, but as a sleeper, a team that's preseason win totals 10.5, a team that's favored to win that division and have a home playoff game, I probably shouldn't sleep on them.
Yeah, and I mean, Brandon Ayuk still there.
Yeah. McCaffrey, again, so much of this is this older roster. Can they get healthy and can they get right?
Well, and I expect, no Deebo Samuels, but you're going to have a year of a healthy Ricky Pearsall, who really came on last year after being shot.
First round pick too, yeah.
Yeah, and so, I think there is the offensive line, even though it's aging, is still a pretty good offensive line. What are they doing with Brock Purdy?
Yeah. Well, that's a longer-term thing. For this season, though, because he hasn't been extended yet, they still can't give him all the Avengers, as they say, these weapons and toys in the Shanahan offense. I wouldn't pick it to win the Super Bowl. We've seen Shanahan in the playoffs, but as a team that could be a dark horse, sure. Mm-hmm. Lions at 4, no issues with that. 248-539-9797. Ticket textures answering the question, what's holding them back? John, we get one of these at least every show. We bring this up. What's holding them back? It's the quarterback. Goff is not the answer.
They had, over the last 2 years, a top 3 offense. Now, I brought up the discussion about coordinator. Obviously, different play caller this year than the last couple of years, but they still have all those weapons. They may be better protected this year. If Graham's not in there at guard and you have Tate Ratledge in there, I think they're going to be better protected. Offensive line may actually be better than it was. I know they lost Zeitler, but Mahogany, through a couple of games, looked like he was the real deal.
We're coming off the heels of an awful playoff game from Jared Goff, which is why we get these ticket texts. Another one says, dude, we're probably going to be a wild card team. Goff will lose again spectacular. We're not a Super Bowl team. Casuals will lose their mind again next season. Look, the year before, Jared Goff quarterbacked them brilliantly on 3rd, 4th down, red zone, multiple home playoff wins, and had the offense humming in that game against San Francisco on the road. I think this year becomes the pivotal. Okay, you got one good postseason, you got one bad postseason. All right, rubber meets the road. We'll see.
Yeah, and I mean, let's not forget that outside of that bad day that he had against Washington, Jared Goff was a finalist for NFL MVP. None of us believed he was actually going to win it, but he had a hell of a season. And the last thing that we remember is obviously the loss to Washington. But I think that overshadows all the good things that he did the year prior, also all the good things that he did to orchestrate that offense, knowing they were going to have to score a lot of points because the defense was banged up.
All right, guys, 7 o'clock hour, 2 Grand Slam, and a question about Tigers and credit and who gets the most. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. At 20 home runs in 7 games, the 22-win Tigers are on their best long ball hitting stretch in over 20 years. Tonight they play in a favorable ballpark to continue that trend as they begin a 3-game series against the 6-win Colorado Rockies. First pitch and pregame can be caught right here on 97.1 The Ticket starting at 8:15. The Red Wings unable to bump themselves up in the draft lottery. They land the 13th pick in this year's NHL draft. The Islanders winning the lottery, jumping from 10th place in the standings to picking first overall. In the lone hockey game last night, Toronto takes a 1-0 series lead over Florida. Tonight, the series begins for Washington and Carolina, as well as Edmonton and Vegas. Pistons head coach J.B. Bickerstaff missing out on Coach of the Year. He finishes second to Kenny Atkinson. Atkinson leading Cleveland to a Eastern Conference best 64-18 season, while Bickerstaff helped Detroit become the first team in NBA history to triple their win total from the previous year. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned, or you can head to 971theticket.com.
Off day yesterday for the Tigers. They're in the Rockies, playing Colorado the next few days here. 8 o'clock tonight. Worst team in baseball. Chance to keep piling on some wins. Tigers playing great ball right now. And, John, it's a question about credit. There's plenty to go around, but on the heels of yesterday's show where multiple ticket texters berated me, will you apologize to Scott Harris? Say it. Say you're sorry. He obviously deserves credit, like AJ and some of these select players. I think Scott Harris is a tough guy to figure out, though, because, yes, their farm system is much better, and yes, player development is thriving in a way it never did with Avila or even Dombrowski, right? But who are the Harris guys? Like, who are the notable signings, trades, draft picks?
Well,
how much do we give Scott Harris credit? He's clearly rehabbed his image in a big way with the way that this team has turned things around in the last year.
Some of it has to go with a philosophy. The philosophy that he laid down, I think it was his initial press conference, and that is valuing the strike zone as a pitcher, as also as hitters. And I think we see it more from the hitting perspective of a lot of those guys that were underperforming in the first couple of years. Javi Baez, Spencer Torkelson. I mean, the list goes on and on. It was basically their entire lineup, other than Riley Green.
Sure.
And so
but how much of that is AJ on a day-to-day granular adjustments?
Well, leadership and philosophy has to start top down.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not talking about this is baseball people. I'm not talking about ownership. They're the ones obviously that hired Scott Harris. But Scott Harris came in and said these are the guys that we're going to value. These are the characteristics and traits that we're going to value, and it is up to AJ and staff to instill those values. So the philosophy came from Scott Harris, and not that AJ didn't value the strike zone before.
Yeah, it's just so tough. I'm not trying to take anything away from Harris. Torque is not a Harris guy. Green is not a Harris guy. Skubal's not a Harris guy.
Whose guys are those?
But I don't want to give out credit.
What you say his full name?
Avila.
So when we look at giving credit.
So to me, the answer is AJ because he bridges the gap here. He's gotten the talent. He's unlocked the talent from players. And he has, I give him the most credit. That's not to take anything away from any of the individuals other than AJ. He's just the guy I give the largest slice of pie to with the Thanksgiving celebration.
Yeah, the pumpkin pie.
Yeah.
You're giving him the biggest.
With whipped cream on top.
Yeah, and so
scoop ice cream if you'd like.
AJ got here in 21. Scott Harris got here, 23? That was his first full season?
Yeah.
So if we're going to give AJ the biggest slice of the pie, where was it in 21 and 22? Was he just simply held back by Al Avila and the roster? Because we talk about the philosophy of
or how much of this
valuing
is
the strike zone.
Guys got to, Riley Green had to get healthy. Right? How much of this is these guys had to get 500 or more ABs under their belt? Guys like Kerry Carpenter needed to get their feet under them. Those first couple seasons, you see a flash, but it took a couple years before, AJ's effect really sets in.
But then it goes to, why are those players there?
Al Avila. Are you trying to give him credit here? Is that what you're trying to do?
I'm saying there's a slice of this to go to everyone.
Okay.
And his is a very small slice. Because, yes, I don't think it's rocket science to draft 1-1 in whether it's Casey Mize, and you could talk about his injuries, talk about his development, because it does take time at the major league level, and then and maybe as a pitcher, you just have to have that arm event before you actually become good. It kind of seems like the path that almost all of the star pitchers have taken. And then it's Spencer Torkelson, drafted 1-1, and it has taken him some time. But he is here because somebody made that decision to. But I'm not going to give Al all the credit in the world, because I think almost every team would, if they had the number 1 pick, would have taken Spencer Torkelson.
Who gets the most credit for Torkelson? The answer is Torkelson, right? I mean, he had to pick himself up and resuscitate his career. I'm not giving Scott Harris credit for Torkelson. I'll give him credit for a bunch of things. I'm not going to give him credit for Torkelson. I think he was right to plan
on not having
Torkelson. Again, this is not a critique, but I'm not giving you credit when you were moving guys to first base because you thought Tork was left for dead. Tork gets the credit for bouncing back.
Mm-hmm.
I give Al zero credit for Tork. Zero. It was an obvious number 1 pick, and he ruined him almost by bringing him up early. Nobody ever wants to talk about that. Remember? They brought him up pretty quick, didn't have a lot of minor league at-bats, lower than normal.
Almost,
Why?
It would seem like a save my job type of bring up.
Bingo.
Yep.
Maybe he's the reason why Tork's still who he is to a degree, where, at least he's found his 2023 rhythm again, it seems like, early in this year. But,
or better.
You can make the case that Tork's career has been partially scarred by Al Avila because he wanted to save his job.
Yeah, it's like that rookie quarterback that goes in there and just gets beat to hell.
Sure.
And then gets gun shy because he's seeing ghosts.
I mean, how much credit are we giving Bob Quinn for leaving 2 offensive line pillars here, a Pro Bowl center and what I would equate to Taylor Decker as a really good pro tackle, much like John's career, where you're just on the edge of getting into that elite conversation and stuff, but a guy that you can count on every single week, and it's going to give you 10 years, I like these conversations are hilarious to me when you want to credit people for leaving stuff behind. He didn't make them work. None of them were good when he was here.
Yeah, we've done this too often with Troy Weaver and Matt Patricia and Bob Quinn. You should have something to show for losing for a long time. You get to pick high. You collect a bunch of young, talented players. If you never build a team, it's on the next guy for coming in and assembling the team. Yeah, Scott Harris gets way more credit than Al Avila. I just think the Scott Harris question is fascinating. He gets credit for Flaherty. He gets credit for certain bullpen arms. He gets credit for the general health of the farm system. But a lot of the guys leading the way were here already. So I have a hard time deciphering how much credit you get for Javi Baez and Torkelson and Mize and these resurrections for their careers. How much of that is Scott Harris? I think more of that's probably the team working with them day to day.
But that's Harris's leadership from the top. When he came in, he said, we're going to be a team that bats a certain way. And they've applied it from the top of the organization to the bottom.
Yep.
And that's a very geeky take because people don't like to get into the weeds and see those kind of things. Look, the jury's going to be out on him when he has to make a significant free agent acquisition or a savvy trade.
Trade deadline this year.
I go back to Dombrowski back in the day. He gets all the credit for these big splash moves and having an open checkbook and all that. But the savvy one was the Scherzer trade. That's the ones that get you into a different arena as a general manager. He went and bought low on a guy that had a pretty promising career as a prospect coming up.
Yeah, we're just kind of talking through this on the fly here. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. We'll take some ticket texts, too. Like a general manager, or in the case of Scott Harris, president of baseball operations, you're judged by your free agent signings, your draft picks, and your trades, right? Those are the 3 main ways to upgrade a team in any sport. The notable draft pick for Scott Harris, not his fault. These guys aren't here yet, so we'll put that in the inconclusive category. Notable trade. Flaherty probably, trading away Flaherty and then re-signing him. So it's kind of a dual win for Scott Harris.
Well, and getting Trey Sweeney, who this year, not a great bat, but defensively was good. And last year, at the end of the year, was a quality player
He's
for him.
a major leaguer. You got a major leaguer for a rental for a player you brought back. That's probably his biggest combo trade free agent win. He'll have a big opportunity. This last offseason was a chance for that, and I'm not doing the Bregman thing. He pursued him. He's going to have a chance to pursue an impact player at this year's trade deadline, too.
He will.
And those are going to be the moves where I really think he cements this as his baseball team and puts them in their best position.
When he can start making major additions.
Yes.
And impactful additions. And so I think there's got to be credit for the philosophy. And A.J. Hinch, yes. And A.J. Hinch hired coaches. But what was the one thing last year? And it started really with, I guess you could go back to Erod and how he kind of rejuvenated his career here in Detroit. And then it was Jack Flaherty. And then it was all these relievers and guys that, hey, maybe they can give us 2 innings. Maybe can give us 5 innings, the innings eaters. The only guy that they've really not been able to, resurrect was Kenta Maeda.
Right.
And so how much of that slice of pie
is Fetter?
That's
a really good point.
Because last year, if they're not able to have that pitching staff and perform that the way that they did,
the wheels would have fallen off and they wouldn't have made the playoffs.
The wheels were off.
You're right.
But they're the only way. I mean, they were the crew that put the wheels back on. Yeah. And then it's now also that crew, that pitching staff they've been in place. They've been performing at an elite level that has allowed the bats to develop. And now this year in 2025, all of a sudden the bats are much better and at times exploding.
Rapid fire ticket texters. I don't know who gets the most credit, but it's definitely not Scott. Aside from the little fringe guys, the vast majority of the contributors are Avila guys. So he deserves more credit, ? No, see, that's kind of what we're debunking. All the bullpen guys are Harris guys. That's from Kevin. Says whoever brought in the pitching coach deserves a ton of credit. We're just talking about that. Biggest slice of the pie goes to the luck gods. This team is way, way, way more lucky than they are good or talented. I think that's unfair. Texter says Al gets the most credit. He built the team. All-star coaching staff. Most of the development in the minor leaguers are his picks. Harris doesn't get credit for inheriting a gold mine. Don't forget, guys, Scott wouldn't block the kids. That allowed them to develop. That's Joe in Monroe.
There's a lot of room for debate.
It's a healthy conversation. It's part of the show today. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you woke up this morning and maybe you don't like the way your clothes fit, I've been talking about this. I used Ideal You because that's what happened to me. And maybe you don't like being in pictures. That was my motivation. I was unrecognizable in a picture that my daughter sent me, and it motivated me to get in touch and join up with Ideal You. Now just picture yourself in 40 days being up to 40 pounds lighter and what that would feel like, what it would look like. That's right. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You. And I know the program really works because I lost 50 in those 40 days, and I was with Ideal You. Book today, and Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free. It kickstarts your weight loss journey because you're going to find out exactly what you need to know. How much fat do you have? Muscle mass, bone mass, water weight, all of that different stuff is in that body composition analysis. They're going to assign you a weight loss coach, and then you're going to develop a weight loss plan together that works for you. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal You is different than other weight loss companies because it works, and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days. And be happy getting dressed again and getting into those pictures. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value. As I mentioned, it's absolutely free.
If you're injured in a car accident, you're stressed, you're in pain, you're confused, you're looking for some help, there's a law firm out there that cares, and it's KG Law. I know Lawrence KG, I know his team, and it's true. They've got an experienced group, they're staffed up, they get you the biggest possible payout, and it's because the way they run the business. Lawrence KG's a Detroiter. He built the business with the idea that you're not just a number, and they're going to look after you when you need it most. 877-KG-CARES. Check it out online, kgcares.com. You'll see everything I'm talking about. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. Visit kgcares.com. That's K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. All right, before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather's news.
Oh, yes. So investigators are working to determine what caused a Westland home to explode on Monday evening. We've had a lot of home explosions lately, which is crazy, but the Westland Fire Department says the owner and neighbors did confirm that the home was empty. Nobody was living there, so that's good. There was nobody injured in the explosion. But there was also reports that it was a really big blast. One of the neighbors said he was just standing in his home when all of a sudden the blast happened. He was thrown forward, flung to the floor, but he wasn't injured either. There was no reports of damage to neighboring homes, so that's good. DTE responded to the scene. Consumers Energy checked everything out for potential, gas leaks.
Yeah, what could it have been if no one's there to set it off?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, even if somebody was there, I have no idea. Anyway, they're investigating. The fate of former Grand Rapids officer Christopher Schur is in the hands of a jury. So jury deliberation for his murder trial began on Monday. Throughout the trial, jurors heard hours of testimony from witnesses, from police officers, from law enforcement policy experts, and from Schur himself. Schur testified that he feared for his life. Experts said that Schur made several tactical errors and that, the use of force was not justified. So he does face a single charge of second-degree murder. If convicted, he faces up to life in jail. Jurors can also consider a charge of voluntary manslaughter. If they go that route, he would face up to 15 years in prison. So they're going to begin deliberations again today, right around 8:40. The Baltimore Ravens released kicker Justin Tucker on Monday after 13 seasons with the team. Now, the Ravens said that it was an incredibly difficult football decision, but of course, if you follow Tucker and his story, he's been involved in some off-the-field controversy where 16 massage therapists have accused him of inappropriate sexual behavior. He has adamantly denied all of the allegations, calling them unequivocally false.
So he's coming off the worst statistical kicking season of his career, but it is silly to say that it is only a football decision.
Right. They also drafted a kicker.
Yes.
They did.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it wasn't overreaction that the Ravens should part ways with Justin Tucker.
Oh, so that's a cash in a receipt.
Oh.
I also had Cam Ward as the number 1 pick back in the fall. No one remembers that.
Nope.
More receipts.
He goes, nope. Former Michigan linebacker and current Cleveland Brown Devin Bush was arrested on Sunday for simple battery and harassment. According to court records, he was arrested in Pennsylvania after his girlfriend called police saying that Bush assaulted her and took her car keys. Police say the two were involved in an argument that obviously escalated to the point where Bush was chasing his girlfriend around the house. She says he pinned her against a table, smashed her cell phone. She says she was able to escape with her daughter to a neighbor's home, which is where she called police. A spokesperson for the Browns says that the team is aware of the situation and is gathering more information.
Details are never good on stuff like this.
No, terrible story.
No. Rihanna. She's always good at debuting a baby bump. Her and A$AP Rocky are expecting baby number 3. So congrats to her. She debuted her baby bump before arriving at the Met Gala yesterday. Her photographer posted a photo of her earlier in the day, exposing the little baby bump. And then A$AP did confirm the news, saying that it just feels amazing to show people what they've been cooking up. And they're very excited for baby number 3. They have 2 sons together already, so no word yet if they're having a little boy or a little girl. So congrats.
Yeah, congrats.
Yeah. Finally, guys, if you want to win $2,000 or have a chance to win $2,000 in the 2 Grand Slam, this is your time to call 248-539-9797. Listen to this. I think that we've all missed an exit once in our life while we're driving, right?
Oh, sure.
And it's just like a huge bummer, but you get off at the next exit or you turn around and it just adds a little bit of time to your drive.
Yes.
But it could
Complicates things when it's raining.
It does. So drive safe out there today.
dry.
Now, it could really complicate things if you don't know how to handle missing an exit like this guy. Police in Ohio are looking for the driver of a red van who caused a multi-car
I saw
crash
this. Yeah.
after he came to a complete stop on the highway because he missed his exit.
Yep.
So it was like, oh, boom, there it is. But the thing is that this guy wasn't even involved in the crash.
No, he just drove off.
Yeah, because he got off on the exit and continued to drive off. But most likely, I'm sure he was well aware of what was going on behind him. You would hear these cars crashing into each other. So now police are hoping to identify who this person was.
Yes. Well, I mean, main thing is stay safe. Stay out of Ohio.
Okay.
Heather with the news. All right, guys, 2 Grand Slam.
I'm excited for this one to see how our contestant does. We've got 10 questions, 60 seconds, $25 for each question answered correctly, $2,000 if they can get them all right.
Our contestant this morning, Dale in Farmington Hills, or as Pitbull would say, Dale. Good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm hoping to win $2,000. I guess it's up for $100. So
I hope so, Dale.
Yeah.
Dale is.
Yeah. Have you ever
Mr.
been called
Worldwide says
Dale
what?
before?
I've been called a lot of things. That's one thing I've not been called, but it's first for everything.
Yes, there is a
always
first.
is.
Yes.
All right, Dale, are you ready to play?
I am ready.
All right, here we go. Who do the Tigers play tonight?
Texas Rangers.
Who are the Panthers currently playing in the NHL playoffs?
Pass.
What is 63 divided by 7?
9.
Who did the Detroit Lions play on Thanksgiving last season?
Green Bay.
Shedeur Sanders was selected by this team in the NFL draft.
Pass.
Who played Han Solo in Star Wars: The Force Awakens?
Harrison Ford.
Gibraltar is located in this Michigan county.
Washington.
Who are the Cavaliers currently playing in the NBA playoffs?
Celtics.
Who is the head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders?
Shanahan. No. Go. Shanahan.
We got you with 2.
Great.
Who you sitting with?
Pardon me?
You got someone next to you trying to help you out? Who's with you?
Oh, no, just me, I swear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sounded like
Well, I
someone
thought-
was...
The wiper's going.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, I didn't.
thought there was
hear,
like a
I
phone
didn't
a
hear
friend
any
next to you.
assistant.
We're not going to
You
take the
did it?
50. We're not going to take the $50 away from you.
No.
It sounded like there was someone there.
No, my imaginary friend, maybe.
Okay, mumbling to yourself. We know people like that. All right, so $50, not quite the $100 that you set for yourself, but we'll put you on hold. Thanks for playing. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
All right,
Yeah. Twitch is not being kind to him.
can't imagine they are. There's some gimmies in there he should have got.
Yeah. Like, who do the Tigers play tonight?
They got the Rangers coming up this weekend, but
Yeah.
we've said it
Repeatedly.
They're playing Colorado.
Yes.
He
they're
knew his
Colorado.
math.
Lots of home runs.
So
He doesn't.
that's
Well,
good.
yeah, he knows math. He doesn't know who the Panthers are playing tonight in hockey. It's the Maple Leafs. Or played
I
last
thought that
night.
was going to be a tough one anyway.
Yeah. 63 divided by 7 is 9.
Nailed it.
Lions Thanksgiving game opponent.
Bears.
2 years ago was Green Bay. Shedeur Sanders. This was everywhere. Selected by who?
Yes. The Cleveland Browns. I'm guessing not a football fan.
Okay. Who played Han Solo in Star Wars: The Force Awakens?
Harrison Ford got that one.
Played
Thought
Han
that
Solo
was-
in all of the Star Wars movies. Yeah, that was one I thought we were going to get right today. Gibraltar's located in this Michigan county.
Wayne. Come on, man.
Not Washtenaw. The Cavaliers are currently playing the
The Pacers.
Pacers.
Yes.
Pacers
not the
up
Boston
1-0.
Celtics. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And Boston lost as
Yeah,
well.
Boston last night.
Epic fashion.
Knicks came back down 20.
Yes.
Who is the current head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders?
That's Pete Carroll. What'd he say? Shanahan?
Shanahan.
Yeah. No, sorry. That's San Francisco.
And we did not
Been there
get
a while.
to question number 10.
Nope. The 2 Grand Slam on Tuesdays brought to you by Femininio Law. We thank them for their sponsorship.
Coming up next, this is going to be an interesting conversation because, John, you've dealt with this your entire life. Heather is going to start dealing with this. And you get some advice from Tom Glavine and John Smoltz. Next, 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead and take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
It did sound like he had someone in the car with him, right? I'm not crazy.
I thought he did.
I think you're both crazy.
No, 'cause
I
it
didn't
was
hear
like,
that at all. Normally, I pick up on that right
I felt
away.
like he was pausing to let the other guy weigh in.
You could almost, and I swear you could almost hear like the little. It never works out.
I think
No.
it actually hurts you.
I do
know
too.
people think, two brains better than one. If you're waiting to hear the other person, you're burning precious seconds
Yeah.
on that 60-second timer.
I think he was trying to listen to the voices in his head. And,
Do you have experience with that?
oh, yeah, I have voices.
I know you do.
Oh, yeah.
The voices texting in were not kind to Dale in Farmington Hills. This is just apparently how it works. You sign up to get roasted if you only get a couple. Bruh, why did he even call in? Did he know it was a sports talk station?
Yeah.
Why do you call a sports quiz if you don't like sports? Did he watch sports? How could you forget who the Lions played on Thanksgiving? It was the worst clock management in NFL history.
Yeah, on Twitch. Not a big sports guy or geography guy. That guy sucked.
Yikes.
Things get a little brutal.
Anyway, we'll
Yeah.
move on here.
You mentioned a topic that I've dealt with over a number of years here with kids being in sports. Heather, you are on the precipice of dealing with this.
We're just getting started.
You're just getting started. What the first one is soccer for you guys?
Well, we've done gymnastics and
Okay.
dance, and
Okay.
now soccer has just started.
Okay.
That's fun.
Yeah, and so Tom Glavine was he was talking to a stadium. They had him out there. They were honoring him as well as John Smoltz. John Smoltz had another great quote, but I'm going to start with Tom Glavine. And his quote was, if your kid is playing a sport and you've got a coach telling you your kid needs to play year-round because if he does not, the kid down the street is going to pass him by. Then he follows it up with, you need to run from that coach. I fully support Tom Glavine in this quote. There are so many coaches right now, and it's becoming, not just becoming, it is very concerning, all of the coaches that say you need to specialize in this sport. And if it's a sport where it's a certain skill, like in baseball, you need to focus on pitching. You need to focus on your position at first base or it's third, whatever it is. You need to definitely run from that coach. They say you have to play this one year round or you will be passed up. There is, in my opinion, great value in competing year round because you can't compete in some of these sports year round. Yeah, there's some indoor baseball leagues, but it doesn't get the job done in the winter here in Michigan. You need to be in a competitive environment. And that's one aspect of it. The other one is overtraining. So many of the kids are being overtrained in one sport, in one skill, which leads to risk of injury, leads to risk of burnout. A lot of these kids who could be great players, and I'm talking about great players in high school. I don't care what happens past that, whether you have a college career or not. It is up to the kid to determine what they're going to be good at, what they're going to work at, but they need to be exposed to so many different athletic skills and through competition.
You played 3 sports in high school, right?
Yeah, actually 4. It was track as well.
Right. Shot put.
High jump.
Oh,
yes.
See, I pegged you as the
Yes.
big
I
ugly.
did high jump and discus, but discus I could never get the footwork down. But it was I did it because of the footwork skill.
The footwork, and that's the thing. If you're a well-rounded athlete, you're picking up skills along the way, and you avoid burnout. We wonder, can parents relate to this pressure, this fear of having their kid fall behind if they don't specialize?
Yeah, and there are so many coaches that will be in your ear, and a lot of the time it's a money grab. Hey, you need to train year-round because in the off season you can train with me. It'll cost you, whether it's $25 a time, $50 a time, or we offer this program where it's up to thousands of dollars, and they'll make promises that they know they can't keep. Well, I'm gonna make your kid such and such, and he's gonna have these opportunities. No, you don't know that. You can't promise those things. You can promise opportunity, and I'm gonna give your kid the opportunity to work hard, but sometimes kids have skills, sometimes they don't. And they can maximize whatever level they're going to get to. But if you are focusing on one skill, one sport, you're missing out on so many great things that competition or cross-training. There are a lot of things that I did in basketball that certainly helped me in football or in baseball.
what if you're a late bloomer? Like you think you're going to be this basketball star, but guess what? You end up playing football. Or you end up having a growth spurt, and then suddenly basketball is your best path to future success. That's where putting your toe in the water in different sports helps you out.
So, funny story. I don't know if I've shared this one before, but I played varsity basketball as a freshman, and I thought all I was looking for was a path to a college education. And because I had played as a freshman, and I started getting letters. The first one I got was from the University of Buffalo and Illinois State. And then all the letters started coming in for basketball. I thought, you know what, I'm going to focus on basketball because that's my path. I never thought about the NBA, never thought about NFL or anything else. And the night before, and my football coach, Dick Moore, love you, coach, was always telling me, you'll play football, you need to have all of these different opportunities, these different experiences, blah, blah, blah. I walked into a Foot Locker, and my girlfriend at the time, we were just walking around the mall. I don't even remember what mall it was. Walked into a Foot Locker, and I told her, I said, hey, if they have size 15, which most shoe stores did not carry at the time, in a Nike Shark, then I'll play football. They had a Nike Shark and a size 15. I ended up playing football.
That's why you started playing football.
That's why I was already playing football before that, but that's why I continued playing football.
Oh, that was like a fork in the road moment. If this one Foot Locker in a
did
random
not have
mall,
a size 15, I might not have ever played football, and I would have missed out on so many great experiences, so many great opportunities that football has provided me because I was so focused on, I have to focus on this one sport. Now, I played basketball throughout my entire time at Clawson, played baseball, ran track, and track was just simply to help me at my other sports. But that is the point of you can have a specialty. You can be better at something than something else.
Heather, have you put much thought into this? Because I know the kids are young.
Not yet, but I have girlfriends who have much older kids because Colin and I started having kids much later in life. And it's interesting. I don't know what it's going to be like when my kids get to high school, but I've had girlfriends say, well, no, my daughter who plays volleyball, she's got to be on this, I don't
Select
even know, competitive team outside of high school just to make varsity. Like they say, my daughter won't make varsity unless she's done this league, this, that. Like, I don't know if it's true or not, but that's the feeling that she has as a parent.
Well, I know in the soccer world, there are some soccer coaches, private coaches, that will say, don't play for your high school. You have to play for our club.
Right.
And that's your path to a quote-unquote scholarship or opportunity at the next level.
How much of that is what this really comes down to? Because I think you should have your kids play as many sports that they enjoy and be well-rounded. But when they get about 15, 16, how much is that scholarship, the pressure to earn a scholarship, what forces you to specialize? Because if you're a fringe scholarship athlete, does it give you the best chance to get free college if you just say, hey, I'm going to focus on one for the last 2 years of my high school career?
But the numbers say
I know
that scholarship's not going to be there. And then you've missed out on, there is an aspect of being able to do some things with your friends. Like that's what high school is. But that's why I'm opposed to the early enrollees. That whether it's at Michigan or any other school, early enrollees, they miss out on the second half of their senior year. They miss prom. They miss senioritis. They miss all of the senior skip day. All those things that you have with you. You don't get those moments back. You don't get moments back. If you don't play basketball with your friends, you miss out on all of the things athletically we're talking about, but you miss those moments, those relationships that are relationships that you will most likely have for your entire life.
Let's start with some of the phone calls, because I'm sure parents out there can relate to pressure in youth sports to specialize and how you deal with it. And do you let your kids play multiple sports? Or when it comes time, hey, scholarship's a big deal, does that end up winning out? Let's talk to Casey in Birmingham. Casey, good morning.
Good morning. I'm 100% with John on this. I mean, when you're watching professional games, high-end D1 sports, it almost always gets mentioned that, hey, this kid could have went professional in this sport and this sport. He's a four-sport athlete. And, I ran track, like John said, for other sports. You play basketball, and you're doing plyometric workouts as you're having fun and playing a sport. Like, these kids that get, especially in baseball, like pitchers, and they get locked in as a pitcher, and then they're scheduled for Tommy John surgery before they even get to college, and it's overkill in a lot of, and especially like wrestling. Like I wrestled through middle school, got to high school. As soon as they're like, "Hey, we want you to start cutting weight," I was like, "Well, that doesn't really align with me wanting to play football, which is my favorite sport. So I'm not going to do that anymore." So you just have to, take it all in and take the best parts of each one, and it's what makes you a better athlete all around.
Mm-hmm.
Makes you well-rounded.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, you don't know when you end up excelling in at the end of the day. The only thing I could relate to is the pressure of trying to get that scholarship. Because if you're not going to be a pro and this is your one chance to get college paid for, given what it costs, 6 figures, that's probably what pressures people more than anything else.
Well, I would on the flip side of that, because it is so rare to get an athletic scholarship, I would say instead of investing in these private coaches and these travel teams, take that money, invest it in a mutual fund in the stock market, because it's going to better serve you to pay for college than it is for all of these other things where you have no idea if your kid is actually going to be good enough to earn a scholarship.
It's a great point. Heather's starting to go through this. Kids are young.
I just want them to have fun at this point and introduce them to all sorts of different sports.
How do you guys approach this as parents? And what have you seen out there in the youth sports scene? Are there people out there pushing your kid into one sport all year round? It's 97.1.
Hey, FanDuel is giving you even more reasons to love home runs, and we've had a lot of them here in Detroit every Tuesday during the Major League Baseball season, because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means you can bet on the long ball, the moonshot, and you can take your winnings to an entire new level. So whether it is that big blast or it's just think somebody's going to go opposite field, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now at Trouble Profit Boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Feeling the pressure to specialize in youth sports. We thought some of you could relate to this. Tom Glavine saying this week, if your kid is playing a sport and you have a coach telling you he needs to play it year-round because otherwise the kid down the street's going to pass him, you need to run from that coach. John, you've echoed this. You played 4 sports in high school. Cross-training, competitiveness. We bring up that you never know which one you're going to end up playing beyond school, if any. But you were a huge proponent of
multiple sports for every kid that wants to.
Yeah, and Heather's dealing with this a little bit now that
nothing like this
no.
yet. I mean, my daughter's only 3. Brooks is 1. He is not playing any sports yet. But no, I will. We're trying to figure out. I just want to introduce her to sports, but we will get there one day. I'm sure both of them will play.
Well, that's part of the thing, too. Some of them are lifetime sports.
Yeah.
Basketball, I can't go out and play football right now. As much as I would love to, I can't do that. But I can go out and play basketball. I can go out and play tennis. I can go play. I can't play baseball, but I can go play softball.
We want to hear from parents who are going through this right now because it is advice for Heather in the next 5, 10, 15 years here. And it is stuff that you can relate to. 248-539-9797. This pressure to where you're going to get passed by the neighbor kid who's playing soccer all year round or he's playing basketball all year round. If you don't specialize in it, you're going to go and play something else. Good luck.
I do think people feel that pressure. I know my girlfriends do with their kids.
Oh, yeah. The pressure is there. And that's where when he says you need to run from that coach, I 100% think you do. Every coach that I've had for our kids, it's one of the questions that I pose to them before I'm going to send them off to play for them is, okay, in basketball season, that's the focus is during basketball season. But are you okay with them playing baseball in the spring? Are you okay with them playing football in the fall? If they say no, they need to just play basketball, sorry, you're not the right coach for my son or daughter.
Texas says, great subject. My daughter's 10. She plays travel fast pitch. They've basically made it a full-time job between extra lessons and hitting. It's frowned upon to miss for any other sports. It's insane, Dave in Detroit. And this texter says, I see it every day. 8-year-olds travel baseball all year round. Blows my mind. What happened to little leagues and school sports and 2 or 3 sports? Everyone thinks their kid is going pro and starts training them for that.
I'm not going to throw any travel sport under the bus because they provide great opportunities, especially baseball and girls softball. You got to go south to play against some really good teams and experience that competition. But that's for softball season. And you can have practices year-round, but it can't be at the risk of not playing another sport.
Amy in Beverly Hills. Good morning, Amy. You're on 97.1.
Good morning. Hello. Thanks for doing this topic. I love it.
Of course.
So, yes, I have 3 kids. They're very sporty. Their father and I met on the soccer pitch, so sports are a big priority in our family. We have 2 boys that play travel, 2 different clubs, and one's heading into high school next year, undecided, but they definitely talk about, make sure you're playing if you want, a spot. However, my husband and I both grew up playing different sports. I played soccer, volleyball, basketball, and even ran track just for the heck of it, and in Detroit. So I believe that kids should be playing sports all year round, and that will make them a better athlete. And not every single one, like all of you said, they're not going pro. However, I think playing more sports makes them a better athlete. Mm-hmm. But some coaches do believe that they should just be playing their sport. Some.
Yeah, some, not all.
Experience.
Yeah, not all, but yeah, some.
And you run from those coaches.
Yes, you have to.
How about Tom in Dearborn Heights? Tom, you know John well. What's up?
What's up? Good morning, guys. Hope everything is well. John, how you doing?
Good. Good to hear from you this morning.
Hey, so as a guy that's, done this stuff for 45 to 50 years as a high school and a youth coach, absolutely run from any coach that tells you that you should specialize in something, because the chances of that happening, that you're going to make it, less than 7% of all kids that play high school athletics are going to go on to play in college. That Braves pitching staff, 3 Hall of Famers from the early 90s, and the 4th one was Steve Avery, who's a buddy of mine. They all were multi-sport athletes. And Tommy Glavine was also drafted in the NHL to play. So why wouldn't you listen to guys that have done it at the top level? and John has. Those are the guys you should listen to. And I tell parents all the time, if they come and they're asking for mentoring, just listen. We're going to practice, but it's not going to impede on whatever sport is in season. Go do it. Get comfortable being uncomfortable. Listen to different voices. All three of my boys were blessed enough to play college athletics, and they were all multi-sport athletes. They had to listen to different people. It's just everything that goes with it just aids you way down the road, too, in your personal lives and in your business life to fall back on those experiences of listening to different voices and listening to different coaches.
I think that's incredible advice to listen to different voices. By the way, you coach John's son?
Yeah, Jack.
I do. I coach Jack.
Can we get a scouting report on him?
He's a good player, and he's going to be obviously sitting next to John. You know, John's he's a big man, and Jack is getting that size, and he's a very coachable kid. He's got a very bright, whatever he chooses to do, he's got a bright future. He's he's really made a jump in baseball, and he's got a chance to be a really good player.
Tom, let me ask you this in regards to coaching and players that you've seen over your career that have specialized. What's the risk of injury?
Big time. Arm injury. And it can even happen if it doesn't. One of my best players, big lefty, probably had a chance to get drafted. He was 91 off the bump as a sophomore. He's a left-handed pitcher, 6'3", 6'4" kid. Big, good, really good football player. And this was, he got hit in the arm, and he was a two-sport athlete, so he had a freak injury. He went through 2 Tommy Johns, and it wasn't due to him specializing. It was a freak injury. So anything can happen. But those guys that specialize, I can tell you unequivocally, there's only so many bullets in your arm.
Right.
And if you're throwing year-round, you're going to get hurt. Chances are probably 95% that you're going to get hurt.
Tom, it's good perspective. Thanks for listening. Thanks for calling in, all right?
Yeah.
Take care, guys.
Of course. We got a ton of phone calls. Parents, coaches, perspective on youth sports, and the pressure to specialize. We'll get to it after the update. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Builder's First Choice. Despite leading the Pistons to being the first team in NBA history to triple their win total from the previous year, J.B. Bickerstaff finishes second to Kenny Atkinson for Coach of the Year. Atkinson leading Cleveland to an Eastern Conference best 64-18 record. We are in the midst of the second playoff round in both the NBA and NHL. Last night in basketball, the Knicks come back to beat the Celtics in overtime, while Denver beats OKC on an Aaron Gordon game-winning 3. Tonight, Indiana looks to go up 2-0 on Cleveland, while Minnesota begins their series with Golden State. Then in the NHL, Toronto took a 1-0 series lead over Florida following a 5-4 victory. A pair of game ones tonight as Washington hosts Carolina, and Vegas welcomes in Edmonton. The Tigers begin their series with the Colorado Rockies tonight. 97.1 The Ticket has all the action with pregame starting at 8:15. Detroit with the American League Player of the Week, Riley Green winning those honors. And announced yesterday, Washington, D.C., that will be the host for the 2027 NFL Draft. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned, or you can head to 971theticket.com.
Yet another Detroit coach snubbed. We've got thoughts on that later in the show. John Jansen's Power Surge at 8:35. Off-season edition, post-draft edition. Where are the Lions? How far from the top are they? Talking youth sports. A lot of you can relate. The pressure to specialize. Tom Glavine saying, run from those coaches who are pressuring your kids to play one sport. And John has continued to push the benefits of playing multiple sports. It's been echoed on the phones and the ticket texts.
So many coaches at the college level, when you talk to them about recruiting, they value athletes that are playing multiple sports. And part of it is the skill set that they bring. Part of it is they're always in competition. So you're always learning how to compete, how to win, how to lose, how to deal and manage teammates and teams, leadership. It's all a part of it.
PJ and Canton, I like this perspective. You're a coach, and you say it's not all us.
Yeah, it's love the show, guys. I'm a new head coach at Salem High School for wrestling, and we're dealing with not just the coaches that are pushing it, but also the parents, where the parents are dabbling their toe into multiple sports while the season's going on. I have athletes that are missing practice and missing competition because they have like year-round baseball, year-round soccer, and they're not really giving themselves a full opportunity to try the other sports because their parents are guaranteeing that their son or daughter is going to be the next all-pro soccer player, all-pro baseball player, and they're not giving them an opportunity to really dive into the sport as much as they need to.
Yeah, I see that as well. And it during any one season, it could be overtraining.
Yes. Yep.
And it's
just it's a team that issue too, where they're leaving their sport middle of practice. They're missing practices. That creates some odd situations and awkwardness with their teammates who they're bailing on to go do another sport. And I want them to play other sports, but when you're in that other season, there's got to be that separation. Because as a coach, I want to support them doing other sports, but just there's got to be a line drawn, and it's the parents that are really pressuring their kid to be a one-sport athlete, but maybe try this, like dipping their toe in the pool kind of situation.
Yeah. Where if it's baseball season, hey, that's when you are committed to your baseball team. Basketball season, same thing. I'll bring up Coach Tom again. They do practice during the winter. But he's a big proponent of, if you've got basketball practice or if you're wrestling, that's the season to do that. When it comes time for baseball, we want you to be committed to our baseball team, but you can miss a practice in the middle of winter if you're at basketball practice or if you're at wrestling.
I like getting the coach perspective, though, because we're doing a lot of this. It's the coaches, run from the coaches, these coaches who are forcing your kids. Parents are part of this equation, too. And as a parent, if you're pushing your kid, thinking, and Ticket Texter points it out, trying to live through your kid, I've got the next insert great athlete here under my roof, and I'm going to push them to play year-round and train year-round, and they're not going to get left behind. They're going to be the best in their class. They're going to get the scholarship, and they're going to play professionally. Odds are they're not, and you're doing them a disservice. If you listen to some great athletes, you're doing them a disservice by forcing them into one sport. Now, John, if your kid only likes one sport, then they only like one sport, but you still got to be, kind of guarding against the burnout, right?
Sure, you got to overtraining, burnout, and so you can still be training for that sport, even though you're not throwing a baseball or you're not hitting a 7-man sled. You can be in the weight room. Mm-hmm. You could do things like that. I mean, there's this big, fitness push about cross training. It works for sports as well.
Yeah, you can do plyometrics. You can work on weight training and
there's a
core
lot
training
you can do, yeah.
and all kinds of stuff. Ticket, text, and phone call, 248-539-9797. Let's get to Scott in Brooklyn. Scott, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
So I was fortunate enough to get a college scholarship to play basketball in college, and I saw all the avenues by being part of a team for 4 years in college, what it helped me to prepare for life. So I'm a member of the 3-girl club. I had 3 girls, and I ran a youth travel AU program from like 5th grade through middle school. And we had a great program, but we would play all year round, right? And then like summer, fall, winter. And I tell you what, to this day, my kids, they don't even want to look at a basketball. My 2 youngest, they kind of woke up and like, hey, I'm done playing basketball, Dad. And I was fortunate enough, my oldest played through high school, but when she got done with high school, she was done. And my other 2 girls, they ventured out into golf. And I'm very, very fortunate that they still love to play golf. But, man, I was that coach that I would schedule training sessions. I would hire a trainer. We would go through all the fundamentals, the training and everything. And I tell you, these kids, they get burnt out playing one sport because it's not only basketball. I mean, we were traveling all over the United States in the summer, and I feel horrible about all the opportunities that my kids missed on during the off seasons, whether it was us hanging out with their friends or doing other things, because we were always on the road. And my kids do not even want to see a basketball. So I was that guy, and I regret it. I truly regret it.
But it's good perspective to share with other people, because I'm looking over at Heather, and you're starting this.
Oh yeah, and I get everything he said. I understand. It's interesting because I didn't play a lot of sports either when I grew up. I was in dance and I was in cheerleading. That's what I did, and they semi-overlap, right? The skills can overlap one another. But I remember even in that how hard things were. Like you couldn't miss. We had practice over the summers, right? You couldn't miss that. My parents were so upset. Like, what? We're going up north to the cottage, and she can't miss a practice. And I get what this guy was saying about pushing them hard in one sport, and they're missing out on other things, life with your friends.
I don't want to miss
family time.
I don't want to completely throw all of it under the bus, because as a parent who had one that was travel basketball and another one who's in travel softball, like during those seasons when you are traveling around parts of the country, there are some great moments that they have with their teammates, because they're traveling, they're in hotels, they're spending an entire weekend with, as long as they're a part of a team that they enjoy being a part of. Now you're starting to talk about the politics and dynamics of travel sports. That's a completely different topic, but selfishly, there were times where it was just me and Ruby, and we were in, Louisville, or it's been me and Ellie in another city. You get that individual time with that individual child that when you have 5 of them, you don't always get.
I could see that, to the road trip element of it.
I love a road trip.
John, I know
Which
you
is
do.
exciting for one specific weekend, but when you're doing it every single day,
and you're living out of a suitcase,
it's way less exciting, especially when you're a young person in high school.
Yeah,
like
have fun too.
Yeah, there's a lot of other things you could be doing.
We got a ton of calls to get to. Try to pick the most interesting. I'll put that pressure on Mark in Rochester. Mark, deliver for us. You're on 97.1.
Cookies, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning.
Just to offer some of my perspective, I played all sports growing up, soccer, basketball, baseball, and I remember my dad tried to put me in travel baseball when I was like 11, and I had a coach immediately try to teach me how to throw a 12-6 curveball, and then my dad was like, nope, we're not doing that. And it's like you see all these kids in travel baseball blowing their arms out like the caller was talking about. It's horrible. I didn't end up playing football until I was in high school, and I was able to get to play D1 for the University of Miami for Coach Diaz. And it's like, if you could just if you can keep your kids athletic somewhat, you don't need to do the hardcore travel, the hardcore training, you just got to wait until it's time, in my opinion, and lock in when you're in high school if you want to go play D1. I remember I was getting recruited, and I don't want to name the university, but there was a major university that I went to a lineman camp for O-line, D-line, and at the end of it, the coach threw out a soccer ball. It's a bunch of 300-pound kids just to see who was the most athletic kids, and we played pickup soccer. So in my opinion, just focus on keeping your kids happy, give them a lot of life experiences, a lot of different sporting experiences, and it'll all work out. And if you really care about the scholarship thing, you don't forge that at age 11. You forge it at 16, 17, 18 when they're really grinding.
Yeah, that was my only
career.
question, was when you get to the you say 16 and 17, when you get to you're receiving scholarships, you don't have to pick, but if you're a fringe athlete, you're not a pro athlete, you're a fringe athlete, is that where you say, hey, my senior year, I'm going to just focus on doing everything I can to solidify that scholarship?
Well, now you're talking about kids that they're further along, and it is 16, 17, and 18, and they should have a little bit of say in what they like, what they don't like, and how they want to go about pursuing their dreams. When they're 11, I don't necessarily. Okay, at 10 or 11, right? We all want to be Major League Baseball players, or we want to be the next, Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen, and you can have those dreams, but it's up to the parents to make sure that they're well-rounded athletes.
Like, I'll give you an example. It's a guy brought up earlier, a kid that was throwing 90 as a lefty. Let's say instead of being a sophomore, he's a junior, and the only thing that's going to derail him is a fluke injury. Do you just say, hey, I'm putting the blinders on, I'm getting that opportunity in baseball?
Well, okay, so injuries happen in in a lot of different ways.
Right, but do you want to get hurt playing basketball when you have a golden arm and you have this bright future ahead of you?
All right, so you're going to just throw for 365 days a year
No,
and
you
blow
shouldn't
out
do
your
that
arm?
either. You shouldn't do that either.
So there has to be a happy medium in regards to how you're going about, if you are going to specialize at that point, that's you feel like that's your path to, an education or another opportunity, then that's a decision that you can make at that time.
Yeah, much later in your development, not like you said when they're 10, 11 years old. Jamie in St. Clair Shores. Jamie, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Good. I'm calling. I'm a former college athlete. I coach college softball. I coach travel and youth softball. And I think that it's too much, too young for sure. I see so many athletes that are burned out and don't even want to play in college, and they're talented. And I think, unfortunately, it comes a lot from the parents at a young age telling them that they have to do this so early. And I think the other side of it is that there's not a ton of opportunities for the athlete who just wants to enjoy playing the sport. Rec has gone away. There's very few options if an athlete doesn't want to be a travel athlete. That's why there's so many teams for every sport, because there is no recreational sports anymore that a kid can just go out and enjoy. So then you get stuck in this travel world where everyone feels like you have to do it year round and put all this pressure on them from a young age. And it's unfortunate because I believe that the multi-sport athletes end up getting injured less and that they enjoy it more, and they're the better athletes in their sport that they choose when they go on to play at a higher level.
Yeah, there definitely needs to be an enjoyment. If you're going to be good at anything, you got to like what you're doing. And if it's so repetitive, like the one guy that called in and said, it was travel basketball, it was basketball all year long. Like at some point, does, working on the skills become boring and monotonous, and you're not getting as much out of those practice sessions? So sometimes less is actually more.
Yeah, and there's so many stories from athletes. We bring up the Glavin quote. Ticket Texter says Jordan famously said when he was 11 and 12 years old, he was playing baseball, not basketball all the time. It's great athletes are great athletes in part is because they're well-rounded athletes.
Yeah.
Phone calls, ticket text. You're dealing with this right now, or if you have dealt with it, the pressure in youth sports, it's 97.1.
A personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after that injury. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Power Surge coming up at 8:35. A Scott Harris credit question at 9:02. Tigers keep winning. Off to yesterday, start a series with the Rockies late tonight. And the snubbing continues for our coaches. We'll make time for that in the 9 o'clock hour. Youth sports and the pressure. Mics go off, we keep talking. I thought Tom made a fun point about status. Some of these parents feel like their kids have to go to all these exotic places or tournaments, and then you get the parents who are pressuring each other. Well, are you going to play this season? Are you going to travel with us? Are you going to be part of this? You don't want to be left out, do you?
Well, my son did this, and you're like, well, I want my son to do that too. I better sign him up as well.
And then you're looking at multiple kids going, which one do I like most because I can't afford both? I mean, that's part of the equation.
Are you going to the Myrtle Beach Classic this weekend?
It can be expensive.
The Jones family, is he going to keep up? Among all the other pressure, you want your kid to be successful. You also want to set them up for success. Specializing, most people are against it. But you do have parents who insist or coaches that push it. Let's get to the phones, and let's get to John in Traverse City. John, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for calling.
My son played 4 years of high school sports, played varsity in 3 different sports from his freshman year through his senior year, played travel baseball, travel basketball. Parents seem to think that their kids are going to be professional athletes. And Gabe went on to play 4 years of college football, 5'9", 195. I wanted him to play baseball, but we let him pick. And he started for 4 years at Siena Heights and at safety, and he got out of there and he had a great time. But the point I wanted to make, a friend of mine is a orthopedic surgeon, and we went to see him. My wife and I always see him, but he told me that there is no way that a kid should be stuck in one sport when he's at a 10 or 11-year-old age. His body hasn't developed, his muscles, his bones. And he told me, don't ever let Gabe play one specific sport at this age. Make him play them all and get himself in shape. So I couldn't agree more with what you guys are saying. I think it's just very important for parents to realize that as you get along and get into a Division I or Division II school, you are the cream of the crop. There are so many kids that are good athletes. And when your kids get to college, their eyes are really opened as to the quality of the people they're going to play against and play for.
Yeah.
I think that's good perspective.
Yeah.
John, appreciate the phone call.
I'll go to number 2.
So squeeze one more in. Yeah. Ian and Linden, you're on 97.1.
What's up, guys? Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning.
Good.
So kind of before I get started, to sort of, I guess, flash my credentials or whatever. I was a strength and conditioning coach at the collegiate level for about 10 to 12 years. Did a small stint in high school as well. In terms of specialization, I'm also a dad, right? I'm a dad of really young kids. But I think the thing that people need to understand about specialization is that there is a scientifically backed, foundation of physical literacy that really needs to happen for athletes to develop properly. So when you have one kid playing baseball, let's use I've heard 11 years old in baseball a few times while I've been waiting. If you have an 11-year-old kid playing baseball, which is a sport that doesn't involve a lot of running, certainly doesn't involve a lot of cardiovascular need. Shout out CC Sabathia.
Bartolo Colon on standby. Yep.
Bartolo Colon, even worse. You know, when you have an 11-year-old kid just chucking baseballs, one, the underpinnings of your aerobic development never happen, which is not a good thing just for being a human in general, let alone an athlete. On top of that, you get the significant overuse of throwing way too much. I mean, pros throw way too much. Looking at a physical standpoint. Put that on an 11-year-old kid, which I'm so glad, the previous caller talked about orthopedic issues. And, structurally, kids are not prepared, right? So you're looking at injuries that way. But then also, when they do get older and, they get lucky enough to play at a higher level, they don't have the physical literacy to keep up.
Ian, I think it's a really good point. And I like that we were able to go back to back here with an orthopedic perspective and a training perspective on this, just because it puts you into a well-rounded category to be successful if you are playing multiple sports and avoiding some of those pitfalls. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, for the first time in more than 85 years, the NFL draft is going to be headed to Washington, D.C. So the announcement that D.C. will host the draft in 2027 was made by the president at an event at the White House. Roger Goodell also released a statement saying that they're excited to bring the 2027 draft to Washington, D.C., a city rich in history and national pride. So this will mark the first time that the nation's capital has hosted the draft since December of 1940.
Wow.
They are going to shatter the records that we set.
Well, for sure.
They just have the space there
Right.
at the National Mall there. They can put 1 million people on day one if they want.
Oh, yeah. They can have so many great events there with that space and the setting that it is with all the monuments around them. I think it's going to be this is one, when it came out yesterday, Lisa and I talked, we may want to actually go to this one.
Well, you've done a big scene there, right?
Oh,
When,
yeah. I was there at Y2K.
Yeah.
Oh, yes,
99 to 2000,
yes.
when everybody's computer was going to die.
Everyone was going to die, right?
Oh, yes.
It was
yes.
the end of the
world was
world.
ending. Yeah. It was,
What was it like
an
there when the world was gonna end?
unbelievable. We thought there's a possibility all the lights go out.
Yeah.
Like it didn't. It was a great concert. It was a great event. Fireworks were amazing. It's a perfect setting for an event like this.
Yeah, that's cool. Did you hear about this guy, this fan of Shedeur Sanders, that is now suing the NFL?
No.
Suing the NFL for $100 million for emotional distress and trauma.
Oh.
Yeah. He thought that Shedeur was going to go maybe in the first round of the draft. Okay, not the first round. Then he'd go in the second, right? He had to wait all the way to the 5th round of the draft, and it was emotional, distressing for this man.
Can he show his work on how you get $100 million of distress out of that?
Yeah.
I don't think so, but he's going to represent himself in court. I did read that somewhere. But on top of this huge lump sum of money that he wants to get, he's also wanting the NFL to release a formal acknowledgement, like basically an apology, I'm taking it as.
To him or to Shedeur?
Regarding the emotional distress caused by their actions and statements to the public.
Oh, to the public.
Yeah,
to everyone that was emotionally distressed.
To everybody that was involved.
How about all those kids had to wait to the 6th or the 7th rounds? Or how about those kids that didn't actually get drafted? That's
crazy.
Bizarre.
I know. The Baltimore Ravens released kicker Justin Tucker on Monday. He was with the team for 13 seasons, but they say it was a really difficult decision, a football decision that had to be made.
Nothing to do with the 16 women
yeah,
that
exactly.
are accusing him.
He has denied all of those accusations. Says, you know what? They're not true, simply not true, he says, but of course they're ongoing.
But to ignore that if you're the Ravens? Look, you can make it both. Performance wasn't good enough last year, but it's odd to just completely...
And they drafted another kicker in April, so they had that going for them too. So
okay.
Somehow a 7-year-old boy drove his little sister 9 miles to get to a McDonald's. They wanted a Happy Meal.
Yeah.
Super hungry. This was in Utah. Police were first alerted to a reckless driver, 8 a.m., April 27th, and they decided not to pursue the vehicle because the caller said it looks like it's a young child behind the wheel. The boy who was driving his mom's car finally came to a stop, hit this parking strip. So police pulled up next to him. His 5-year-old sister was in the car with him. They had money to get a Happy Meal. Neither of them were hurt. Nobody else was hurt, which is pretty incredible that this little kid was able to see and reach the gas pedal and steer all at the same time. It seems incredible. The mom only found out that her kids were missing when the cops called her.
Oh, boy.
Ooh,
not a good look.
No. And told her, obviously.
Wait, where are they?
They were in Oh, yeah. What she said, She's got 4 kids. It's not like... a ton of them, but either way, like I would have been so embarrassed.
It's not like a ton of them. 4 is a pretty good amount.
Well, I meant in comparison to you.
Oh, yes, the one less.
One more. Well, that one makes all the difference.
I feel like I sent them out to get food. Are they back yet?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Obviously, the little kid's not going to get in any trouble with police because he's a child. But mom says that she's going to make the kid perform community service style jobs for their neighbors as a way for him to serve time. Ooh, I would be
Hopefully
very,
she will
very
participate as well, so she knows where her kids are.
You might want to put a lock on the door or some sort of alarm.
It's Heather with the news. The power surge is next. 9 o'clock, Scott Harris. How much credit does he get for what's going on here? We're going to rewrite that story. It's 97.1.
America's favorite place to watch all sports. Football season right around the corner. We got great baseball going on right now. That place is Stadium Swim, and it's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Hey, we all have things we like, we don't like about ourselves. If you're an individual that maybe you don't like how you look, how you feel, or you shy away from pictures because you just don't want to see yourself through the lens of a different direction, you got to get in touch with Ideal You, and you could be happy taking pictures again. And it could be as soon as 40 days. You could lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You. And I can tell you this program really works because I lost 50 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You. If you book today, Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free. And they take what you get in that body composition analysis, and they're going to construct a weight loss plan along with you that will lead you to success in losing weight. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal You is different than other weight loss companies because it works, and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures again, or more importantly, just be happy being yourself again. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free.
good check-in to see where the Lions stack up. John, you put them fourth in the league. I agreed with you. I had them fourth. I think Tom said about the same. Put them in fourth. Behind Buffalo, Philly, and Kansas City. Not in that order. You had Philly number 1. We asked why. Why? What's holding the Lions back? 248-539-9797. Let's hear from some people. Brett in Rochester. Brett, good morning.
Hey, guys. I don't know much, but I just don't hear a lot of talk, and I'm surprised at the impact of having to replace Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn and a handful of other assistants. That was our identity that carried us through all of those injuries. Was we scored the most points in the NFL. So it's not like we lost like a pretty good guy. We lost the best offensive coordinator in the NFL. So I don't know. That to me is a big piece that I know we're looking at the roster and, who we'll have to contribute. But to me, that's where my eyes go at first. And the biggest question mark for me is, who do we have now to replace him? What's our offense and defense going to look like?
Brett, I don't disagree with you. I think that there's going to be an adjustment period with John Morton now calling the plays offensively, and obviously Kelvin Shepard defensively. But I will say this, in terms of, yes, I do think there's going to be adjustment period, but I think it will be a little bit muted, I might say, because Kelvin Shepard was a part of that defense, very aware of what the strengths and weaknesses are. Now, does he have the skill, the ability to be calling those defenses? That's going to be the big question. But I think in terms of familiarity with the guys, and then offensively, John Morton was here a couple of years ago. But let me ask you this question. Do you think this is more Dan Campbell's offense, that Ben Johnson was operating within those parameters? Or is it more Ben Johnson's offense and Dan's just the head coach?
I hope you're right. I hope the first, right? Like, that's best case scenario. So to me, I love Dan Campbell. I love what we did. I would love nothing more than to just in Chicago and we continue to roll in that muted period you're talking about. All of those things are best case scenarios, and they're very possible. I'm just the other side of the coin would be, it reminds me a little bit of like when Philly had to replace both their offensive defensive coordinator, and Sirianni had to act quick on that, which I totally get. I hope it goes.
So, Brett, what I would say, and it sounded like we were losing you a little choppy at the end there. Philly replaced their coordinators 2 years ago, and it didn't go well. And you know what they did last year? They brought in 2 coordinators to replace those 2 coordinators. So and
they won a Super Bowl.
It's just incumbent on getting the right guys. He used the word identity, so I want to fixate on that for a second. I don't think the Lions are going to lose the identity of this football team with their coaching changes because they promoted guys who were here. Morton not last year, but earlier in the Campbell regime, and Shepard directly from the assistant position. Campbell's opening press conference, I think it was his opening press conference, he's asked about what kind of football team he wants to build, and I thought it was interesting, I'm paraphrasing, he highlighted how they're going to put their best players in position to be successful. Like, in other words, his scheme is have good players and put them in positions to be successful. The personnel on this offense specifically, because he was concerned, hey, that's the number one offense. What if we take a step back? The pieces on this offense are still there. St. Brown's an all-pro. The offensive line should once again be one of the league's best. J-Mo's coming off an explosive breakout season. Laporta, I think people were sleeping on. He had kind of a step back in year 2, is still a frontline tight end. And they have both backs. So X's and O's, I mean, there'll be a little different in terms of maybe some sequencing, but the plays are the plays. The players are the players. I still think they're going to have a top 5 offense.
I also thought that the last caller, when he brought up the fact that if it's not going the way Dan Campbell wants, not waiting for an entire year like Sirianni had to do to make a change is, I think we do have an example of that.
2 of them.
His first coordinator was Anthony Lynn. Didn't like how that was going, so he didn't fire him. He changed his responsibilities, and Dan Campbell took over play calling.
And he's not only made that one switch, he let go an assistant coach, Aubrey Pleasant, at one point. So, I mean, he's willing to make in-season coaching changes if it's not going well.
So, of course, the coordinators are an unknown. I mean, and people like to point out Philly from 2 years ago, and you obviously just pointed out that they just they did the same thing, and then they won.
It worked, yeah.
I think people look at that Philly thing, and they just directly equate it from 2 years ago because we're in the same conference. They're they're
top
viewed
dog
as being ahead of us. But I think the coordinator is going to matter. I believe people are circling the loss of Ben Johnson, and that's going to be the bigger deal. And I completely disagree with it.
You think
And
it's
not
defense?
It's not the loss of Glenn, but it's the guy stepping in his shoes. And we did this when the Super Bowl was over. The recency history in the last 7-8 years in the NFL is a defensive coordinator with a super polished resume has either reached the Super Bowl or won the Super Bowl. Some of the names: Spagnuolo, Fangio. Jim Schwartz is a respected defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
These guys were failed head coaches who became defensive coordinators again and have gone on to have really good success. And we don't know. Bowles is in that group too, by the way. We don't know if Shepard's in that class. We're just going to have to wait and see. But to me, that Dan Campbell's hands are on the offense. I know I'm the one that gets criticism. I think the Ben Johnson effect is overrated. I do. I really do.
Well, I think some of this goes twofold. You feel like you got a coach on offense in Dan, and you feel like you have the personnel. I think there are bigger questions on both levels on defense. I mean, the personnel. You talk about Terrion Arnold in year 2. Hey, I'm fingers crossed, but that's a question. You talk about, hey, I got one flamethrower on one side of the line of scrimmage. Fingers crossed that Marcus Davenport can stay healthy. Like, it's two things. It's the unknown of, hey, I don't have a Fangio or a Spagnuolo. I also don't know that my personnel on defense, I know, is not on the same level as my offense.
Yeah, and I mean, you're going to have players offensively, and I'll go back to what Tom was talking about in regards to people want to make that connection with the Eagles had. So if they're going to make that connection, then does that guarantee that we're Super Bowl champs within 2 years?
Right.
So you've got to go down that whole list of what the Eagles did, where they ended up, and maybe there is pain for a year, and they don't have as many wins. They were still a playoff team, and I expect that Dan Campbell will make those in-season changes if it's necessary. And again, that's a big if. We used to be talking about big ifs if this individual plays way above their head.
Right.
Now we're just simply talking about the players are there, the talent is there. Now it's a matter of the leadership, and I don't think we question Dan Campbell's leadership.
No. Texter says the Lions beefed up their front. You just don't care because they did it more on the interior. I said in comparison to Buffalo. So Detroit added a defensive tackle who we liked, Tyleik Williams, in the first. You want to go through what Buffalo did again? Joey Bosa in free agency. I must have missed that move for the Lions. And then was it 3 defensive linemen for Buffalo in their first 4 picks? We didn't see that level of investment in the D-line from Brad Holmes the way that they saw in Buffalo.
Yeah. The second, third, and fourth is what they...
Yeah, but we're comparing these two. So if you got Buffalo a slot ahead and they're going 3 of 4 on the D-line plus Joey Bosa, I mean, we know, hey, that's how you wreck games. That's a Super Bowl contemporary, a contender that said, we're going to make sure we address it and address it thoroughly. I think there's still a concern that the Lions haven't addressed it thoroughly.
There also needs to be a measure of, okay, these are second, third, and fourth round picks that Buffalo added. I don't think anybody's going to look at Deion Walker from Kentucky as pick 109 as the secret to Buffalo's success.
No, you could argue
they're depth pieces.
The teams 1 through 4 in your power surge, none of them made a big splash this free agency, right?
Correct.
Chiefs didn't. Eagles didn't. Bills didn't.
No.
Lions didn't.
Right.
None of them made a big splash. So you got work to do to climb this ladder, but you're in the thick of it. Mm-hmm. All right, 9 o'clock hour right around the corner. JB Bickerstaff, how does he not win Coach of the Year? This has become a theme. We'll do it at 9:35. Scott Harris question next, 97.1. All right, so yesterday on the show, we kind of stumbled into something. We had a couple ticket texters berating me, saying, give Scott Harris his due, apologize, grovel. Scott Harris deserves a lot of credit. Our question is how much? Because I would agree, the guy deserves credit. How much? I think that's maybe a complicated question, John. And we could do this in terms of who gets the most credit for this incredible Tigers start. How much do you give to Scott Harris? Because I think he deserves credit for the organizational health in terms of their farm system. As a president of baseball operations, the biggest moves he makes are draft picks, trades, and signings. It's too early to really see his draft picks at the major league level. In terms of big free agent signings, Torres on a one-year deal has been good. Flaherty is kind of that combo of trade and free agency because he dealt him and got Sweeney and then went back and got Flaherty. But the majority of this roster was already here. So how much do you give Scott Harris, and how much of it is simply natural player development, getting 500 to 1,000 ABs for guys like Riley Green and Spencer Torkelson and Kerry Carpenter, and how much of it is A.J. Hinch getting a couple seasons under his belt and finally breaking through with some of these younger players?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of credit to go around, and you could talk about the philosophy that Scott Harris brought, and not that A.J. Hinch didn't emphasize the strike zone from the mound or from the plate, but we're starting to see that pay off in making other pitchers, battle and work and throw more pitches, getting into a bullpen because batters at the plate are being more selective on the pitches. We see it with Javi Baez. We see it with Spencer Torkelson. We see it with a lot of the guys, and so that really changed. Mostly at the end of last year, but not until this year. And is that a philosophy that you put in place and it takes guys a couple of years to make the necessary changes? Because, the strike zone doesn't change. Guys wanting to swing at pitches doesn't change. How much is that a part of this success? It's got to be a part of it. And because A.J. Hinch was here before Scott Harris, we didn't necessarily see that pitch selection before that. But last year, it was pitching chaos. And it was AJ taking the players that he had at his disposal and maximizing the matchups, maximizing the opportunity. Now we're seeing it at the plate, putting Javi Baez, Spencer Torkelson, Riley Green, all of these different guys, selectively choosing days off where, we want to give rest, but it's also not a great matchup. Kerry Carpenter, making him earn the right to have more opportunity against lefties. Now he's starting to hit lefties. He's hitting power off of lefties. It's creating those matchups to put guys in position to be successful.
You got the best team in the American League. You got a team that's the front runner in the AL Central. They're pitching, they're hitting, they're running the bases. Defense has been a pleasant surprise. It's across the board transformation for the organization. And I can't at all deny Scott Harris's impact as the president of baseball operations. I think it's hard to assess maybe his true impact. Like, John, I'd phrase it like this. I think it's going to be even more obvious when his draft picks are here, the impact that he has on the organization. And I think as quickly as this summer, he'll have another chance to make a big, bold move. Tried for Bregman, right? He'll have a chance to make a trade at the deadline to add to this baseball team. Those are the moves. He's in a position now to be aggressive. So I think you're really going to see what he's made of moving forward, more so than even what he's done so far.
Yeah, this trade deadline is going to be, I think, very important for Scott Harris, especially if the Tigers continue to play the way they are now.
Put him in that position.
Put him in position to be buyers at the deadline. Then the question is going to be, you've got to give to get. So what prospects? Because the farm system is a strong farm system. It's one of the best in Major League Baseball at this time. What are you willing to sell to get something that could help you win a series this year or next year?
And I would say that's a degree of difficulty where you fall in love to a degree with your own prospects. You're excited about them and their progress, but you have to pick wisely. Who would you give up? Who are you willing to let blossom on someone else's roster to add the missing piece for your team, which is now a contender? These are the high leverage situations. We talk about high leverage relievers. These are the high leverage situations where Scott Harris will truly earn his status in this town. Like, it's so tough to evaluate right now because, like, Spencer Torkelson, great example. He's one of the catalysts for this team. Who gets credit for Torkelson? Avila drafted him. I'm not trying to give Al Avila credit. AJ had several seasons working with the guy, and he looked as lost as ever a year ago. And Scott Harris was ready to move on from him, and I'm not mad at Scott for that. I think we all understood, hey, you have to have another option at first base. They moved someone to first base because they had questions and doubts about Torkelson. So no one... Like, I guess I give Tork credit for Tork, is that when push came to shove, he found a way to resuscitate his career. But I don't know that I give any one person credit for that. And there's a lot of stories like it, like Casey Mize.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, do I give Scott Harris credit for Casey Mize? Do I give Scott Harris credit for Tarek Skubal? Like, it's hard to assess at this stage. I know he's made a big impact. It's just hard to measure. Maybe is the best way to say it.
And there's a lot of people right now that don't want to even hear the name Al Avila.
Right.
A lot of this roster is guys that were brought in by Al Avila. They weren't developed by him. They weren't winning under Al Avila. The Pistons weren't winning under Troy Weaver. Sometimes it takes somebody that can actually build a team and work some deals like a Jack Flaherty, where he's gone and then is back, and you get a Trey Sweeney in return. Or it's just being able to have that organizational philosophy that is turning out to be successful for the Tigers now that they are entering the third year of Scott Harris and that philosophy.
Well, and that actually does kind of draw the parallels, because if you inherit a bad team, it doesn't mean there aren't good players. Like, the Pistons were a bad team, but if you're bad long enough, you're going to collect
some talent,
and the Tigers had collected some talent, and I think the Red Wings have collected some talent if you want to lump them into all of this, but someone has to tie it together, and that's maybe where you point to a Scott Harris, a Trajan Langdon, guys who are pushing this thing forward. Let's get to the phones. Mike in Livonia, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Cookie. So, like, time to answer your question, because, I mean, honestly, like, if you're going to question, well, who should take all the credit, like, Aiden Hutchinson, should I say that Aiden Hutchinson's, success so far has been all just Brad Holmes? Well, technically, no. He's had coaches along the way, at the University of Michigan, and then now the coaches and assistant coaches that he has now. He's had parents along the way to raise them. So, like, you can't
takes a village.
Like,
I gotcha.
Okay, so then do we take credit away from Holmes drafting him, developing him, and putting him in a system that works? So that goes back to Scott Harris.
But like, the difference is the Lions players, the best players are mostly, all of them really are here because of Brad Holmes. That's not the case necessarily with the Tigers.
Okay, that's the only thing you could really say, but then you could say this. Al Avila was a great scout, and that's the only thing you could say about him. He was not a great GM. He was not a great president of baseball operations. To be a great president of baseball operations, you got to be able to put a developmental organization from scratch to the final, hey, these players have to reach their ceiling and become superstars. And so you are in charge of every single step of their basically development along the way. And if you look at it, he's got players that, for instance, he came in and he said, we're going to attack the strike zone. We're going to do this and that. He wanted certain coaches and he looks for certain things. Like, you see a lot of players that come up from the minor leagues, our minor leagues, which is voted now one of the top.
Yes.
And I guess you don't have to give them credit for all of it. You can give some of that.
No, I have no issue. I don't want this to be that I won't give Harris credit. I want to give him Harris. I'm trying to quantify it, and I think it's hard. Like, maybe bullpen specifically. He talks a lot about pitch shapes, and they've really had these reclamation projects and no names, especially late in the year last year. Does he maybe get credit for compiling a bunch of
and here's why.
Yeah.
Here's why. A lot of them come up with a high ERA.
Yep.
Me and you think, hey, what is going on? Why are they coming up here? And next thing you know, they go on these streaks of shutout innings. They're killing it, mixing and matching with AJ, Hinch. And at that point, they're successful. And so you got to go back and be like, okay, it's a system he implemented. They're looking for certain things. They're pushing certain things in those minor leagues to make sure that they're successful, something that Al Avila never did. Like, you could say Torque was okay when he came up, but a lot of his players were not doing great in the major leagues when they arrived. And so, yes, did he identify the talent? Yes, but did he develop them correctly? I do not agree. And so this is where you give Scott Harris. And I was one of those guys that was railing on him last year because he wasn't willing to pay, and he was cheap, and he was a little stubborn, supposedly, according to our own opinions. Well, I'm wrong. I got to give him this. He went after Bregman. They tried and gave him a very fair offer. He passed on us, and at this point, I can't ask any more of him. kudos to all of them. And then I think in your case, Cookies, you need to admit, hey, you know what? He's doing great. I think he's one of the
I
top
feel like I
GMs that we have here.
am. I feel like I am. Maybe it's a gradual thing. I feel like I did, and I am. Yeah, I said at the time, they gave Bregman the most competitive offer in terms of guaranteed money, security in years, which is often what free agents want. You can't force guys to sign here. The nitpick would be, could you have counter-offered him and given him the 1-year opt-out and played with fire, and would they be better? Yeah, but I admittedly have not done that because I really do see more of the big picture as this thing is unfolded, and you can't deny the impact that a guy has when he comes in and helps transform an organization.
No, I mean, whether it's Scott Harris transforming the organization, A.J. Hinch, and the one that's actually pulling the strings during the game, whether it's on the pitching mound or it's at the plate or it's on the bases or in the field, like it's there's a lot of credit to go around, and I'm always curious as to who's going to bring up the Al Avila name. And I think you make a great point, is when you're bad, you're going to be drafting high, and you are going to occasionally, by default.
Yeah, you should always inherit something.
Right, and I think even Brad Holmes, by default, did well in his first couple of drafts because Penny Sewell fell to him at 7. Yeah. I didn't think he was going to be available, so he takes him. It's kind of a no-brainer. You look back at it now. Same thing with Aiden Hutchinson. You know, at number 2, when he's there, it's a no-brainer. So, like, some of those you can't necessarily give the picker the credit because Torkelson, 1-1. Mize, 1-1.
Kind of no-brainers at the time. Took some time. We got phone calls. We got ticket texts. We'll keep talking about this. And yeah, we're going to get into this this phenomenon in Detroit sports at 9:35. It's 97.1.
Hey guys, if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
good morning. 97.1. I'm seeking personal growth. I was very critical of Scott Harris once upon a time. And I can't deny the impact he's had on the organization, but I need your help. Where are you seeing it most? Because his draft picks aren't here yet, right? I mean, they're winning up and down the minor leagues, and I think the farm system is healthy, but he hasn't made a ton of big signings or critical trades. I suppose the Flaherty deal is what I could point to. General collection of underrated bullpen arms. Trey Sweeney. Like, where are you seeing this from Scott Harris? Obviously, we give love to A.J. Hinch. I don't want to give much love to Al Avila. You brought up this question of credit, and people have been talking a lot about the credit for this baseball team and just how good they are. Where are you seeing the biggest impact from Scott Harris? And you can participate in all of this, 248-539-9797.
I think the biggest impact, there's certainly impact from Scott Harris in the leadership that he provides this team in terms of guys, timing of bringing guys up and down, all of that stuff. And yeah, it's in conjunction with A.J. Hinch. But I think as we've done this now, and we've talked about this for a number of days, number of weeks, and now going on years, the impact of A.J. Hinch and his ability in the moment to create matchups and put guys in position to be successful. And it's hiring the right coaches. And I know that, when a hitting coach, when they're hitting, no one thinks about the hitting coach. When they're not, fire the hitting coach.
It's his fault, yeah.
But then it's Chris Fetter. It's being able to keep him. And maybe that's A.J. Hinch. Maybe that's Scott Harris as well, of compensating him appropriately.
Yeah.
But it's being able to develop the players, giving them the confidence. A.J. Hinch talks about the psychology of the game all the time. And I think he is a master of that in young bats and even older bats like a Javi Baez.
That's a good point. A ticket texter says Harris's trades and signings are already better than 10 years of Al Avila. Says, I love the excitement of this team. Says, as a Pittsburgh fan, though, says 2 years ago they had the best record in Major League at this point of the season, and then heartbreak, wait until at least the All-Star break and the deadline before pumping Scott Harris up. Seth on Woodward. Tom?
So I really believe, first off, when it comes to Avila and credit, I give very little. I would say he nearly ruined Spencer Torkelson's career by bringing him up early to save his own job. He panicked on the Javi signing. We're going to look at the first 30 days of this season, or we're going to look at the whole thing. I mean, even if Javi plays the way he is, he's significantly overpaid, right? But I think people just can't see what he's done to the organization, Harris. From top to bottom, the approach, the style of hitting, the aggressive base running, they're good at all levels in their farm system right now, something that has been awful for the Detroit Tigers most of my life. Yeah. I mean, and I think that's hard for people to see. But
it's hard to measure.
Yes, it is. But he's on board with the aggressive base running that they do, the first, the third, something they ran the bases a little bit more than most teams with AJ prior to Harris being here, but they're more. It's like this whole thing is cohesive. It's building a culture.
He's aligned to the organization.
Yes. And I think people just can't see that. And
that's subtle.
But I don't, when you have the approach they do at the plate now versus how they used to be, like most major league teams, you grind runs out. It's analytical baseball.
Stan, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. Great issue. First of all, I'd like to say it is success has many fathers. You're going to have to one day also talk about Jeff Greenberg and Chris Ilitch. They both had a part in it. But just focusing on Scott Harris, it's all about culture, I think. He does things incrementally. And most of the people, fans, and the media wanted big, splashy things. He's into player development. He's into run prevention, and he's into patience. The biggest thing he brings is patience. He keeps players developing. One of the understated things, there was a manager that was successful at West Michigan, Pena, that now is a roving catcher development guy. And it doesn't surprise me that catcher is one of our best producing segments of the team. Also, what he did was he brought in, if you think that AJ and Greenberg and Harris don't talk about each game and talk about plans for the next game, I think that you're short-sighting those three guys because they game plan real well. And finally, I'll say that, he's done things like, I believe now the minor league teams have nutritionists, so the kids are eating better. And this is a silly thing on me, but, previously to Harris coming in, and he created a Spanish printed player manual so that the Spanish players know what they're going to have to learn with
It's
the
details.
teams. And finally, one last thing. He did get to the playoffs his second year. I think he had a part in the pitcher chaos. That's all I got. What do you got?
Sure, from the just throwing bullpen arms, stocking them up with options. Yeah, sure. I think AJ front and center probably gets the most. I think deservedly so gets the most credit because you're the one making the in-game decisions, pushing the pressure points at the key moments. I think that to wrap this up, the thing with Harris, trades, free agents, and draft picks, still very early in judging those major marquee moves. But that's why you look a little under the hood and below the surface, and you do see some culture. You do see some philosophy and alignment from the organization in a way we haven't seen.
Well, you do, and it's not just the discipline at the plate. It's not just the pitchers and development of the pitchers and valuing the strike zone. It's not just, guys developing. It's also, one of the key things that we talk about is the aggressiveness on the base path, going first to third. And it's all of that is a mindset that I think A.J. Hinch has put in place.
No doubt about it. We'll get to Heather's news coming up next and a conversation about why this keeps happening to our Detroit teams. It's 97-1. Look, listening and watching Tiger baseball is not like pulling teeth. If you hate going to the dentist, it doesn't have to be that way. Brightside Dental, there's no judgment. Whether it's been a while, whether you have a couple cavities, sometimes it's just life gets in the way. It's not that you hate going to the dentist. It just hasn't worked out with your schedule. You moved, you got a new job, you got married. Whatever the case may be, if you need a new dentist, Brightside Dental is accepting new patients. $35 new patient special. That's your exams and your x-rays. 9 Metro Detroit locations. That means one's right around the corner from you. And I stress, there is no judgment if you haven't been to the dentist recently. Make an appointment. Get back in that routine. 1-800-PAINLESS. BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment. Just care. Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, what's up?
Well, Greg Popovich spoke publicly on Monday for the first time since suffering a stroke 6 months ago, and he said that his health was improving, but it was time to pass the reins to Spurs assistant coach Mitch Johnson. So he is going to remain with the Spurs. Yeah, he's going to be the team president.
Okay.
I've been talking about this. You've been hearing it. I'm going to keep drilling this into your brain. Tomorrow is the day you need that real ID to travel by plane.
Do you, though?
But do you? Exactly. So real IDs won't technically be required for residents in 5 states, including...
We're one of the 5?
Michigan.
Ooh.
But it doesn't mean you can just walk on into the airport with whatever you got in your bag, your ID, and just get on a plane.
Why not?
You do have to have something else, right?
Okay.
So we've talked about it. You could have a passport, right? That works. But
of course.
I didn't realize this. This was actually the first time I had seen that there are 5 states, Michigan, Minnesota, New York, Vermont, and Washington, that have issued those enhanced driver's license.
Oh, yeah.
So if you have an enhanced driver's license, that is...
Your real ID.
Your real ID.
But what if you fly to not one of those 5 states and then want to fly back? Don't you, like if I want to fly out of
It says
Georgia?
The Department of Homeland Security accepts an enhanced driver's license as a real ID.
Oh.
Apparently, real ID or these enhanced driver's license are only issued, I'm guessing,
in those 5
in
states.
these 5 states.
Yeah.
So,
which are, because we talk about you having it to go to Canada. A lot of
right,
those
or
states
Mexico,
are on the border.
But yeah, I didn't know that. I feel like I've read all these articles and
Same.
hadn't heard about this. And I know a lot of people have an enhanced ID.
Sure.
But maybe didn't know this, that if you have an enhanced ID, you don't need to go schedule an appointment at the Secretary of State, bring your documents, and upgrade it to an actual real ID. An enhanced driver's license is enough.
Okay.
So there's some more little tips. But
Some
anyway,
clarity.
if you don't have an enhanced driver's license or a passport and you want to fly, you better go take care of that. Because I'm interested to hear how it's going to go tomorrow at the airports. Because it sounds like it's going to be lots of delays, a lot of issues if you don't come prepared. One family of Cardinals fans got an in-game experience that they might not have been expecting, a little bit more than they were expecting when they went to this game on Sunday. It happened during the 8th inning of the second game of a doubleheader between the Mets and the Cardinals, and Nolan Arenado landed right on top of this family with 2 little kids after he made this really great catch in foul territory. The video is quite impressive because, he goes sprinting to catch the ball, which he does, and then all of that momentum carries him right into the netting, right, which is meant to protect families from balls, but he obviously fell into the netting right on top of this family. They were sitting right there in the front row. After getting to his feet, he made sure, hey, you guys okay? And then he did give them the ball. So there's this, I don't know, the youngest girl was probably 2. I mean, they were very, very young kids, but nobody was hurt, which is great. But the video is impressive to watch for sure. The 20-year-old man who fell onto the warning track.
The Pirates guy?
Yeah, at PNC Park is awake and alert. Sounds like slowly improving health-wise. On Monday, he took his first steps, which is a great news. This is all according to an update on his GoFundMe page. Kevin Markwood, that his family says has a long way to go in his recovery process, but just seeing him up and moving has lifted everybody's spirits. His page says that he's dealing with a broken neck, clavicle, and back.
Do we have an explanation for why or how that
Alcohol?
happened?
No, I mean, they said the investigators said it was an accident, right? Like it wasn't like he purposefully jumped. It wasn't like somebody pushed him or there was any
But he cleared the rail, so he.
In my head, what I think, when I saw this and he had his shirt off, right? So I thought, okay, well, usually that happens if you had some alcohol.
Too much to drink.
Fine. People do that all the time. People have alcohol when they go to games. It's not his fault for drinking.
No.
I'm guessing he stood up to cheer. Where you stand up and you just put your arms up
And
on
did
there.
not have his bearings.
Right.
Okay.
Do I know? I have
I don't know.
clue.
I'm just asking.
That's
I'm
my
playing the role of John.
speculation.
I'm asking questions we don't
Is
have answers to.
It
You're
just
welcome.
something like he didn't
It's just
realize.
curiosity.
I don't know. I mean, maybe he'll share his story once he makes
it
more of a recovery for sure.
Yeah.
The world's oldest woman is sharing a key to long life. So
yes.
listen up, John, with your goal. Ethel Caterham, 115 years old, right?
right.
She says that the secret to longevity is not arguing with anyone.
Oh, I'm screwed.
She says, I listen. And she also says, I do what I like. But she doesn't argue with anyone, apparently. She was born on August 21st, 1909.
So reading this story, her husband passed in 1976.
Oh, wow.
So a lot of those arguments were probably removed.
She avoided them.
After that. Yeah.
But she did
so
have
it's-
2 daughters. They're
Yes. There could be some
there
arguments
could
there.
be some arguments there. But there you go.
15
Yeah.
years old.
Yes.
Now, the title of the oldest person ever lived to be 122 years.
All
Almost
right,
said
there's the
days.
goal.
Yeah.
Got to get to
got another-
I thought you were
123.
going to say, is Stoney.
Yes. Yeah. There's the goal. 123.
Yep.
Got to break the record.
Break it.
All right.
Do you want me to keep going?
Do you have another news story?
I mean, I'm sure I can find more, but
No, it's okay.
Let's.
I'd like to get into this this combo.
Yeah.
you looked at me funny, and I was like,
Yeah.
what does he want from me? Do you
Who's
want
been
more news?
snubbed?
Yeah, so we were talking about this mostly off air, and it's bled on air, and I think it's actually a really good conversation for people. So, JB Bickerstaff did not win Coach of the Year last night. I don't understand. I'll just start there. I don't understand. We've gone through this now with multiple coaches in our city. Dan Campbell, 15 wins, best record in the sport. Well, it's not about having the best record. It's about, exceeding expectations. Then JB Bickerstaff exceeds expectations, tripling their win total, having one of the great turnarounds in NBA history. Well, it's actually not about that. What is it about? Can someone explain to me the criteria to win Coach of the Year or Manager of the Year for that matter? Because A.J. Hinch had a hell of a case in baseball. They pulled off something that was, a 50-year miracle in the making. They did it with 1.5 starting pitchers and a platoon lineup. And by the way, they not that this matters, won a playoff series too on top of it. We have had 3 very deserving coaches. No matter how you define the award, whether it's the person with the best record, the person who does the most with the least, the person that overachieves the most, take your pick. For Detroit to get none of them is ridiculous. So if someone could help define for us what it means to be Coach of the Year, it's a moving target. We'd love to hear that. And then, John, your question was, okay, who's the biggest snub?
Yeah. I mean, was it A.J. Hinch last year? Was it Dan Campbell after going 15-2 with all the injuries? Was it JB Bickerstaff, a historic turnaround, 14 wins? You tripled the win total, make the playoffs for a team that had a historically bad season last year. 28 losses in a row last year. Now all of a sudden, they're taking the Knicks to a Game 6 in the postseason, and it wasn't even a play-in tournament.
No, a legit playoff team.
Legit playoff team. And let's go back to A.J. Hinch. It was twice now in 100 years a team has made a recovery like the Detroit Tigers did last year. It had been 50 years since something like that had happened, and he doesn't win Manager of the Year.
All because people had better records, right? Presumably JB didn't win it because, Cleveland's coach pushed for the 1 seed and got the 1 seed. Well, why didn't Dan Campbell win it then?
So
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean that's the question. Then if we're trying to figure out, okay, why do Detroit coaches continue to get snubbed for this award? Which was the biggest snub? Was it AJ? Was it Dan? Was it JB? Like who got the rawest of raw deals?
248-539-9797. I'll take a stab at it. Again, I think they're all deserving, and you can make a case for all of them. I think it's A.J. Hinch. I really do. I think he met the criteria of both overachieving and dealing with adversity at the same time. Like, nothing against Dan Campbell. They overcame adversity, but the knock was, they did what they were supposed to. What AJ did is not what they were supposed to do. They weren't supposed to sell at the deadline, have a 1% chance, and make the postseason. They weren't supposed to go on a stretch, a tear, where they win 7 of every 10 games. I mean,
the case
AJ.
is there.
That's
The
AJ.
case is there. That it's also, okay, yeah, the Lions did what they were supposed to do, win 15 games. I don't think that was on. It wasn't on my bingo card. It wasn't on yours
14.
until 2 games before that.
They exceeded even your 14 wins. I get you.
But most people thought that they were going to be around 11 or 12. A lot of people thought that they were going to take a step back. I mean, tell me if this sounds familiar. Take a step back after going to the NFC Championship game, that there's no way that they could get the number 1 seed. And now, obviously, they fell short in the playoffs, but postseason
This is a regular
has
season
nothing to
award.
do with this award. And on top of that, of attaining those 15 wins, it was with epic losses defensively. You lost your number 1 player, not just defensively, but your number 1 player, Aiden Hutchinson, in Game 5.
Yeah.
You eventually lose Aleem McNeil. You lose Carlton Davis. You lose all of these different players, Derek Barnes, Rodrigo. Like you keep going down the list, and everybody that would step into the position would then get hurt.
Oh, look,
almost immediately.
So you'd say Dan Campbell?
I think I would, because of, you mentioned the obstacles that AJ Hinch had, the obstacles that Dan Campbell had of being able to keep this team together and keep them focused on the game at hand, not worrying about what's going to happen in 3, 4, 5 weeks, but just focusing on the individual game. And it's also who he beat. The guy that won it, Kevin O'Connell. I know what he did with Sam Darnold, and it was remarkable. I'm not trying to diminish what he did, but he lost to Dan Campbell twice.
Yeah.
Once at home and once with all the chips on the table.
Campbell did have an offense that was intact for most of the season, right? He had
you lost
number one
offensive linemen
offense
throughout the course of the year.
But for, the bumps and bruises of a football season, but their offense stayed intact. They were led by their offense. That offense helped them do what they were supposed to do, win the division again. That's why, to me, it's more of an AJ Hinch thing, because he
had his offense there. AJ Hinch didn't go out and get more offense.
My point is, their offense was not supposed to do what they did. I mean, AJ Hinch has Tyler
their
Holton
offense didn't do what
and
they
Will
did.
Vest, and he's
was pitching.
Yeah, exactly. But he's doing that. Like, he's pulling the strings pitch by pitch, game by game, inning by inning, and he had less to work with. I hate even arguing against Dan Campbell, because I felt like he should have won Coach of the Year too. I just felt like, by any definition of Coach or Manager of the Year, we should have won one of them. To go 0 for the city, it begs an explanation.
And it feels like we just spent 5 minutes disparaging JB, because you're talking AJ, I'm talking Dan, yet JB is the one that took this team from a 14-win team to a playoffs. And, 3 times, tripled the win total. And it's remarkable. And it also goes to, and you could say, some of the job was, it was Brad Holmes continuing to add to the roster when guys would get hurt. Some of it was what Trajan Langdon did before the season of somewhat unlocking Cade Cunningham and bringing in Malik Beasley and Tobias Harris.
Ticket texter. Who is JB Bickerstaff? Signed Shaq. Thought Chauncey was the coach. Detroit versus everybody, getting that rallying cry. JB didn't win Coach of the Year because he argued too much. And how about this? Guys, who cares? Awards are meaningless. Nobody cares. Just win. I think you're allowed to want your guys to get respect. I think you're allowed to pound the table for your guys to get respect, to have some semblance of consistency in how the awards handed out, so that our guys occasionally get a share of the credit they deserve.
Well, and we just spent time talking about, now people probably do realize it was Cleveland's manager that won it, but until we told them who won Coach of the Year last year, probably most people wouldn't be able to tell you. Same thing in another, by the time the season starts for football, who was the Coach of the Year last year?
No, but
nobody's going to remember it was Kevin O'Connell.
No, but I get it, Ticket Texture. You're cooler than everybody else. These awards don't mean anything to you. It's okay to care. It's not uncool to want your guys to get respect, and I think our guys deserve it. At least one of them should have won Coach of the Year. So you let us know who the biggest snub was and why this keeps happening. It's 97.1.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage the accounts on the go. Their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me for a number of years. They also do it for the rest of my family, my wife, and my kids, and why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. Visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Look, I know some of you are too cool for school and awards are stupid and who cares? I just think it's a bit ridiculous that 3 different Detroit coaches had 3 different arguments and none of them were rewarded with the Coach of the Year. By any definition, if this is the award for whoever achieves the most, Dan Campbell and the Lions won 15 games, went perfect in their division, a division that was believed to be the toughest in football, and he beat the Coach of the Year 2-0. Oh, and he did it with 20-plus injuries, mostly on defense. Didn't win Coach of the Year. Okay, it's because Kevin O'Connell exceeded expectations by more than the Lions did. Okay, fine, I'll play your game. J.B. Bickerstaff, last night, not the Coach of the Year in the NBA. He inherited a 14-win team that was barely expected to win 25 games. They won 44, tripled their win total, made the playoffs.
Almost doubled their expectation in terms of over-under, what the line was set at.
Yeah, nobody overachieved more than the Pistons, so fine. It's not about overachieving. Fine, it's kind of a mix of the two, right? You have to overcome adversity, overcome expectations, still achieve something of significance. I present to you the perfect example of that, A.J. Hinch. A.J. Hinch's baseball team sold at the trade deadline, had less than a percentage chance to make the playoffs, pulled off something that hasn't happened in 50 years. He did it with one pitcher and a bunch of chaos. Bunch of mixing and matching and tinkering and 3 innings from this nobody and 4 innings from this nobody. He did it with an offense that was sputtering for most of the season, and through platooning and smoke and mirrors, found a way to get the Tigers in the postseason a year ago. By any definition, we should have won one of the awards. I'm not saying all of them should win. I'm not trying to be a homer. You got to explain to me what the criteria is for the Coach of the Year. And we want to know who's the biggest snub. I think it's AJ because he blends the two. But if you want to make the case for Dan Campbell, I'm certainly not going to argue against the guy. And if you want to make a case for JB Bickerstaff, I was bummed on his behalf. He doesn't have to care about it. You don't have to believe in awards. I think it's a respect thing. And I think it's okay to demand respect when you earn it.
I understand that. And I get the respect. The ultimate respect to kind of join the two will happen when you win championships.
Yeah.
And you are the coach of that championship team. You attain the ultimate goal, not just getting close, not just improving, but actually being the best of the best.
I would prefer that over any Coach of the Year award, so it's understood. Texter says all 3 coaches lost to people in our division.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on that?
Well, 2 of them to Cleveland.
Yep. Dan Campbell's the biggest snub simply because of who won it. Atkinson and Vogt won their divisions. They earned it too. For O'Connell to get it over a guy who beat him twice and won his own division, that was a mistake.
That's why I think it's Dan Campbell.
Could you imagine if McClellan was able to get the Wings into the playoffs? He would have been up for the Coach of the Year too, and then we would have 4 that got snubbed. Ben in Southfield. I would have understood, though, McClellan not being the coach for the full season, not winning Coach of the Year.
Yeah. I mean, and the fact that, okay, I don't think there was any way that was going to happen.
No, in this magical world where the Wings played playoff hockey, I think they just stay there for a second. This one says, funny that all 3 of our coaches got robbed by a Cleveland coach. Campbell in 24 got robbed by a Cleveland coach.
Oh, was that
the
Stefanski?
Year before when Stefanski won it.
Yeah, look where they were last year.
Yep, ticket text 248-539-9797. I'm not sure what the criteria is. Campbell overcame injuries but had a great offense. AJ had a monumental comeback, but it took an epic collapse from the Twins. Does that take anything away? I mean, they didn't get in with like 82 wins. They still got in with like a respectable
86.
Yeah, which is, I feel like, right around the wild card edge most seasons.
Yeah, but I mean, if you just take where they were, now he was a part of where they were, how they got there. And you could say, how much of the blame goes around. You asked him if he was doing a good job.
Right.
But then he was certainly a part of the turnaround. So I think there's a little give and take with AJ. That's why I think it was more Dan Campbell. But as we do that, we're arguing between those two. I don't want to leave out JB and the unbelievable job that he did.
It's funny, people try to nitpick. They go, it's because he complained at the officials too much, or because AJ's checkered past. And I don't know what Dan Campbell did to anybody, but none of our coaches won Coach of the Year. Gator is just shaking your head. You've got this look on your face. We asked the question, who is the biggest snub? And what is even the criteria anymore?
To be Coach of the Year?
Yeah, I know it can vary from sport to sport, but there's no consistency.
No, there really isn't. I mean, I don't know, when you triple your win output from one year to the next in a way that's never been done before, I think that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, the coach at Cleveland has elevated his team. There's no question. There's no question he's a good coach. But, I mean, what Bickerstaff has done with the Pistons is way more impressive.
Do you realize some people left Bickerstaff off their top 3? Explain that. Fine, you want to give it to Cleveland's coach. They also overachieved. They're the 1 seed. Fine, it's the Campbell argument from the NFL. Fine.
Were they from New York and Cleveland?
But to get no votes?
That's ridiculous.
People left him off the ballot?
It doesn't make any sense. It's like people that back in the day when the baseball writers wouldn't give people 100% of the vote just because.
Because no one's that good. No one's unanimous.
Right. Right, Babe Ruth, Ty Cobb, they shouldn't get in right away. That makes sense. I always hated that stance. And to this day, when there's somebody that's so obvious, like, yeah, just vote him in 100%.
Yeah, that Griffey guy, I think he's a Hall of Famer.
But those guys didn't get in 100%. I don't care what happened.
Stop perpetuating some stupidity.
Yeah, but this is the same thing. You're right. I mean, everybody's Campbell getting snubbed, JB getting snubbed, AJ Hinch will get snubbed. I mean, people are always going to hold a bias against AJ Hinch, I think, because of the cheating stuff that went on with Houston. Whatever. It has nothing to do with the Tigers.
No.
And what he's done here is, I mean, last year, what the Tigers did was absolutely positive and remarkable. And you could, attribute it to one man.
Yeah.
And they don't want to do it. So it is what it is.
What's the game plan today?
We're going to start the show doing something we haven't done in a long, long time. And that is we're going to take 10 texts.
Oh, 10 texts.
10 texts
now.
handed down from God.
Yeah.
We're going to do a 10 text question right out of the gate. It's kind of exciting. I'm not sure what it is. Doug's excited.
You're in the dark.
Oh, yeah, he's giggling.
Yeah, he is giggling.
Maniacal over there.
A little maniacal. Sure. So
Okay.
kind of excited about that.
Perfect. All right. Well, we will stay tuned for that question and the 10 texts and more. It's Karsch Anderson next, 97.1.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program. I'm Doug Karsch. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. Hello, Scott the Gator Anderson. How are you?
I'm fine, Doug. How are you?
I'm okay. Another dreary day in Detroit. Supposedly the weather's going to get nicer.
Yeah,
I'm sick of gray weather. Absolutely sick of gray weather.
It turned out to be pretty really nice yesterday.
It
Actually,
did,
into the evening, and then we had some thunderstorms around the area. But
It's funny because, I spend a lot of Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays watching high school baseball. And
it's kind of creepy.
And last night, well, my kid plays. I'm watching my,
well, that's creepy.
watching my own kid, Scott.
It's weird. Doug's going to have the high school game again.
I'm just
wanna
looking for
talk to you.
random games 3 nights a week to go watch other people's kids play. So no, it did get cold by the end of the night last night. I went from t-shirt to sweatshirt and vest, and by the end I had a hat on. It would just
What time was the
drop.
game at? Like at 1 in the morning?
Well, the truth is, I went from. I did go to another game after that my kid wasn't playing in. It was a big showdown. It was a big showdown, man. Big lacrosse showdown. So I went and watched that. But
what?
One of our good friends' kids was playing. Went to watch him.
All right.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Do you remember the time you went and watched my kid play tennis?
Yes, I do.
It was awesome. My son was a senior. He was playing tennis. What school was it? Brother Rice?
It was a Brother Rice.
Yep. Let's go, Rice. Anyway, it's a Brother Rice, and Gator shows up in his shorts and was it a Van Halen t-shirt?
It was a Metallica t-shirt.
Metallica t-shirt.
Master of Puppets t-shirt. Got to make a statement.
Let's just say the tennis moms were dressed as tennis moms are. You know?
Yeah, they were very excited.
And here comes Gator rolling in his Metallica Master of Puppets t-shirt.
Hello, ladies. Dun, 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 dun.
It was so great.
Start chirping at Brendan's
You know,
opponent.
these moms over there going, let's go, Spalding. And here comes Gator.
Go be Shizzle!
Kick his ass!
Serve it down his freaking throat.
Oh, so funny. All right, so how was your Monday? Anything exciting?
I went out to dinner for my nephew's birthday, and we did not go to a Mexican place on Cinco de Mayo.
I did.
I would say I'm jealous, but the dinner we had was really good. We went to a steakhouse, and
What kind of cut did you get?
I had in mind I was going to go what I'd normally go with at a steakhouse, which would be the filet mignon at medium rare, and then I saw it on the menu.
Wait.
Kang knows what I saw on the menu.
Can't resist.
Cannot resist.
Kick his ass, Seabass.
It was there. I had to. Felt compelled.
Yes. I'm glad someone's like me.
I mean, I cannot escape Seabass. I can't do it. I can't do it, Captain. It's there. I have to have it.
So you ordered the Seabass over the filet?
Yes. Yes. And it was delicious. It was amazing with some sort of miso glaze. And
the miso glaze? I love that.
Man, some spinach and some pickled onions. And it was great.
Sounds good.
I had the French onion soup, too, for the appetizer.
Sounds really good.
It was really good. Really good. So I don't know what it is. I am controlled by Seabass.
It's funny because Kang mentioned yesterday, we never got around to it because yesterday being Cinco de Mayo. Kang, there's something you can't resist. You stop every time.
For a Mexican, yeah, it's if it's on the menu, I guess we are screwed by this, Gator, that we see something on the menu and we want something else, but we always have to go to it.
Yeah.
A lot of times, chimichanga. I see a chimichanga on the menu because it's actually not in every Mexican menu.
No, it's not.
I like this.
Tex-Mex thing.
Yeah, it's a Tex-Mex thing.
That you guys just are slaves to these orders.
Yep.
Absolute slaves to these orders.
I think the reason with me with Seabass is that I only have it a few times a year. It's not like I don't go out to eat a ton.
Yeah.
And if I go to a fine dining place, if it's there, I have to. But it's not always there. But damn it, I just can't resist it. I need to learn how to cook it. That's a thing. Now, I mean, it's not something I would have every day. But like I said, because you only 3 to 5 times, not even 5 times a year, like 3 times a year, 4 times a year. You see it, you got to have it.
You can't resist it.
Can't resist it.
Yeah.
No. And then came home, and then I started watching a movie that was really weird.
We'll get into that later. Kang, how do you do when you drive past a taco truck?
Do 85%.
You're at 85%.
85%.
You pull over.
I got to pull over and get it.
Pull over.
Like,
your taco truck hit rate is 85%.
It's bad, man. It's I'll turn around. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those like like I won't turn. Like if you know how you go too far from your house, you won't get your phone. Taco's different. Taco
truck is different.
Yeah.
Stop and go back.
What if you already ate?
I want to try it.
Just give me one. Give me one.
Right?
One taco.
Yeah.
That's the 15%. that he doesn't stop. I'm too full. What about you? What's your taco truck drive-by rate? It's less than 85.
Yeah, it's way less than 85, but it's in the back of my mind 100% that every time I go by, keep that in mind. There's taco.
Yep. File it away.
Yeah.
My other one is country fried steak. I told you guys that, right? If it's on the menu, I gotta try it. It sucks. I have to.
Yep.
I have to.
I don't think I've ever had country fried or chicken
Still?
fried steak.
We talked about this
I know.
before.
I haven't done it yet.
That's
It
fine.
sounds like it'd be great because it keep all the moisture in, right?
Yeah. Like you tenderize the steak first,
Yeah.
and then you drench it and you batter it, and there's this awesome gravy that goes on top.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like
There's
I'd be all
country fried
about it.
Yeah.
It's just steak with a crunch.
But we also gave Doug an assignment last night.
Oh, we did.
Yeah, it didn't happen. I apologize, but that wasn't the plan. But the wife was like, "We're going to go out," and I couldn't get a bottle of Modelo, so yeah.
Come on.
I know, but I will
about
do the
tonight?
Modelo foil test. Probably. So last night I ordered a large beer and it came like an oil drum. It was the biggest beer I've ever had, so I don't need to go beer back to back. I'm good. But I will do it this week. I promise. I'll do the Modelo foil test this week at some point. All right. Speaking of last night, two things happened. JB Bickerstaff did not win NBA Coach of the Year, and the Detroit Red Wings dropped in the lottery. JB Bickerstaff had not a franchise turnaround record, a league record turnaround in the history of the NBA. It's the greatest turnaround in the history of the NBA. And they did it. Every time anybody came close to this, they added a Hall of Fame player. Literally added a Hall of Fame player. So unless Tobias, Malik Beasley, Tim Hardaway going to the Hall of Fame, they did it without adding a Hall of Fame player. He did not win NBA Coach of the Year. The Detroit Red Wings dropped in the lottery because Utah, who had a 1.5% chance of winning the lottery, ascended up ahead of Detroit and dropped the Red Wings from 12th to 13th. Since the Red Wings missed the playoffs, they have been in 9 lotteries. They have dropped in 5 of the 9. The other 4, they stood where they were. They've dropped a total of 9 spots. I don't have the data for, but in this period of time, over the last 9 years, no team has had worse lottery luck. Going into this year's lottery, no team has had worse lottery luck in the NBA or the NHL than the Detroit Pistons. Than the Detroit Red Wings. No team has had worse lottery luck in the NBA or NHL than the Red Wings. We had that data a couple of years ago. I suspect after dropping again, it still holds. The Pistons got screwed again. So our question at 248-539-9797, we'll take your 10 texts now. Which bothers you more? JB Bickerstaff not winning Coach of the Year or the Red Wings dropping in the lottery? Text us right now at 248-539-9797. Sign your text and tell us the reason. Or God will strike you down with a lightning bolt. Sign your text and give us a reason why. Which one bothers you more? JB Bickerstaff not winning NBA Coach of the Year. The Red Wings dropping in the lottery again. We will get to your 10 texts. We'll talk about it straight ahead at 10:20. Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, if you're having any problems whatsoever with your garage doors, you've got to call Precision Garage Door Service today. They're the best team in town. They're going to make sure that everything is working properly for you. And the best thing about Precision, aside from the fact that they've got all these guys that know exactly what they're doing, each technician's truck is essentially a warehouse on wheels. So they typically have the necessary parts on hand to complete your repairs on the spot rather than having to say, sorry, I don't have the stuff here. I'm going to have to go back to the shop. Have to set up another appointment. I don't know if they'll sound like that. I know the guys at Precision don't, but the other people, who knows what the hell they sound like. But if you need new garage doors as well, like I did a couple years ago, call Precision. They're going to help you out with that. Choose the best option for you. They've got garage doors actually in stock in a warehouse, so they can install them in less than 24 hours in some cases. Give them a call today. Precision Garage Door Service, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can visit at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. We'll get to the 10 texts in a moment at 248-539-9797. Just an all-in-all sort of crappy night for Detroit sports on a night where nobody played. Bickerstaff doesn't win NBA Coach of the Year, and the Red Wings drop in the lottery. Which bothers you more? 248-539-9797 was our 10 text question, and we'll get to that in a minute. Just a reminder that Champ and Chump are posting on our website, brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. Go to 971theticket.com, and you can see who the people selected as Champ and Chump of the weekend. Also, just a reminder, we are part of hosting and promoting the 97 The Ticket at Detroit Pal Middle School Combine at the Corner Ballpark, which is where the Tigers used to play. They got the field still there, and it is now a baseball field. The stadium's gone, as you may know. Grades 5 through 8 coming up on Wednesday, July 16th. 5th and 6th graders from 9 a.m. to noon. 7th and 8th graders from 2 to 5. Inviting all these middle school kids to be part of the junior NFL-style combine. So you can run the 40, the vertical jump, broad jump, three-cone drill, all that stuff. This event open all boys and girls 5th through 8th grades who play any sport. You can register up until May 16th. $50 for early bird registration. So it's something we're supporting. Although, do they give us the website on this, Reed? It does not appear there is a website, Jimmy. Am I missing it? I'm sure you can Google search it, but thanks, Jimmy. No website. All right. So anyway.
Wow.
Let's get to the
tomorrow on the show. Scott Anderson will be solo.
All right, here we go. These are the 10 texts. JB Bickerstaff for sure. He made history in the NBA and got snubbed. Combine that with Dan Campbell getting snubbed. It makes me bitter. That's from Zach in a work van. JB all day. He took a team that was poorly coached, a team that didn't seem to want to play for said coach, turned them around, made them a playoff team in his first year in the organization. That's Tom in a garbage truck. Rick in a car. JB bothers me more because he came in and turned this team around from last to a contender, tripling their win total. Robin Redford. JB Bickerstaff. It bothers me more. No team has ever done better with a change of coach than the Pistons did this season. No, period. Team, period. Ever. Period. The Wings dropping in the draft again actually affects the rebuild. Losing Coach of the Year is annoying, but it does not change the on-court product. That's from Seth. JB Moore. I'm so used to the Wings not having luck in the lottery. That's from Jeff in a truck. Mark in Grosse Pointe. The Red Wings thing is ridiculous, and more people are convinced the complicated setup of the lottery makes it more likely that it is fixed.
It's convoluted.
Yep. JB Bickerstaff, he literally changed the entire culture of the Pistons camp, a difficult thing to do, a historic change. Scott and Canton. Kenny in Westland. Bickerstaff not winning because he lost to a coach who won for similar reasons that caused Dan Campbell to lose Coach of the Year. The revolving criteria is frustrating. Peter in Ann Arbor. Red Wings lottery luck is just math. What Bickerstaff did was all-time unique. Totally upset with the NBA Coach of the Year choice. This is interesting because for the one person who hit the nail on the head, the Wings dropping again actually affects the rebuild. Losing Coach of the Year is annoying, but doesn't change the on-court product. That was Seth. He's right.
That's the way I feel about it.
But 7 out of the 10 say it's JB Bickerstaff.
I mean, it's such a snub, and I can get worked up about it. But if you're going to compare it to the Red Wings dropping in the draft, I mean, that is literally something that could affect the outcome of the franchise.
Yep.
Not getting an accolade it's not that big of a deal, but we can make it a big deal.
I mean,
I think it's crap. And when you think about it, he did what no other coach and no other team has done in NBA history. To go from 14 to 44 wins is crazy in one season. And the guy who wins it, did Cleveland have a good year last year?
They're better than the Pistons for sure. Yeah.
So I mean, I don't understand this.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird because Dan Campbell winning Coach of the Year didn't bother me. AJ Hinch not winning Manager of the Year didn't bother me. JB Bickerstaff not winning Coach of the Year doesn't bother me. All individually. The three of them, nobody getting anything. Does make me raise my eyebrow a little bit here. Is anybody paying attention what's going on up here in Detroit? Is anyone paying attention? Hello? Is this thing on? Is anyone paying attention? So, historic turnaround, unbelievable comeback for the Tigers. Okay, A.J. Hinch, late to the party. I could see it. I mean, I could see all of them losing, but why didn't Dan Campbell win it? Dan Campbell, and look, different leagues, different voters, so they have their different sets of their own criteria. But I guess Dan Campbell didn't win it because the team was so incredibly talented that 15-2, in spite of all the injuries, wasn't impressive. That wasn't impressive enough to win Coach of the Year. Okay. Got it. Wasn't mad. Now you stack the JB Bickerstaff thing on top of it, where they did have the historic turnaround. And oh, by the way, they did have injuries, including losing a starter.
No.
Hello?
Somewhere there's an engineer that's really upset with you.
Up here in Detroit, we do stuff too. We play games. If anybody noticed. Is this starts to feel a little bit like nobody's paying attention to what's going on in Detroit.
What?
So, yeah, when you have team success, I don't care about individual awards. I've said it forever. If I have my team stinks and all I have to root for is, my player to win a batting title, that's what I'll root for. But in this particular instance, when you start looking at the success that our guys have had here, and none of them win their coach or manager of the year in their respective leagues. Are our games televised? I'm sorry, are our games not on TV anymore? Is that what it is?
Did Shaq get a vote?
Maybe.
Is that who was voting?
I think Flip Saunders done a great job in Detroit. I mean, seriously. None of them?
Really support him out there in the Palace.
Right? I mean, so no love. No love for any of our guys. Does that start to feel a little bit weird?
It's a little weird.
Is it?
Yeah, it is. I was looking back to see if did they give it to Larry Brown when they won the championship, and they did not. It probably rightfully so, because the Pistons had it, and that's why I was going to kind of do the criteria thing with. But this is what it goes. Like, Pistons were a good team with Rick Carlisle, who did win Coach of the Year in 01-02. 2 years later, they win the NBA championship after another couple 50-win seasons or whatever, and Larry Brown doesn't win it. So Cleveland went a good team last year. Isn't it the same thing? It's like going from good to great or whatever. Or the season's not done yet for Cleveland, but the voting is. Yep. So I'm not sure I understand this. JB coached Cleveland, did well with Cleveland, gets fired, so they hire this guy, and he takes over, and now he's Coach of the Year. But JB takes over a team that was worse than basketball.
Yep.
And triples the win total in one off season. And let me see. The players they had in the off season, were they all-stars? No. Superstars, probably? One superstar? No? Nothing?
I mean, developing one, but yeah, I mean, he developed under JB Bickerstaff.
Well, that's the thing. Whatever. I mean, is it a snub? Is it a slight? I think it is. But nothing's going to be done about it. And I don't know if anything should be done, but it'd be nice if they actually had more recognition. I mean, I'm surprised that the first place vote was a 56-31.
Yeah, it wasn't particularly close.
Votes. And then Costa was saying that there wasn't, on some people's ballots, they didn't even vote for JB Bickerstaff. Like, how do you have a vote in this thing, be someone who literally votes for the winner of this, and you're going to look at it and say, yeah, you know what? No, JB Bickerstaff, Pistons, don't think so.
Yeah.
Like, how? Huh? What are you looking at?
I don't know.
Like, what's your criteria?
Again, our games must not be on TV. 248-539-9797. Those guys didn't get a copy of the standings. Perhaps that's it.
That could be.
They didn't get a copy of the standings. We need to do a better job getting copies of the standings sent out.
Well, the Pistons probably just got into the play-in portion, right? They didn't make them. Oh, wait a minute. They made the playoffs.
Oh, they did, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it is kind of to not even vote for him is an absolute abomination. A abandonment of responsibility. But
wow.
All right, but let's get into the Red Wing thing too, because that's a blanking joke as well. I mean, you got to be. We'll get to that at 10:32. What bothered you more, JB Bickerstaff not winning NBA Coach of the Year, or the Red Wings dropping in a lottery? And I'm open. I'm open to taking. We don't do this a lot, but I'm open to taking calls about how come none of our guys get this acknowledgement. No AJ Hinch, no Dan Campbell, no JB Bickerstaff. I can make a case against all three of them, but you start tallying them up and you go, is something going on where people are not paying attention to what's happening in Detroit? This isn't Siberia. We're not some remote outpost here. We're in the United States of America.
This is true.
The heart of the Midwest. 97.1 the ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson. All right, so look, the JB Bickerstaff not winning Coach of the Year. In a vacuum, just judging that, you go, all right, well, Kenny Atkinson did win 16 more games, the best record in the East, second best record in franchise history. I'll make a case for J.B. Bickerstaff, but all right, so he didn't win Coach of the Year. Dan Campbell didn't win Coach of the Year. A.J. Hinch didn't win Manager of the Year. What A.J. Hinch did with that team last year. Did he do anything? The thing about Hinch, some guys just sit back, fill out a lineup card, and then their guys go win them games, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did A.J. Hinch come up with something and do something maybe out of the box to help propel his team? Or did he just make out a lineup card and they were so freaking talented that they just rolled?
Well, the crazy thing is he made up a lineup card for the pitching staff because they would go through 9 pitchers a game for the last 6 weeks of the season and then into the playoffs.
So did he get back? Can you say that he essentially managed his team into the postseason?
Look, there's no question in my mind that he was the best manager in baseball last year. Mm-hmm. A team that had below average talent for sure. In terms of their batting lineup, I mean, they were below average in so many areas when it came to stats. And obviously what they did with the pitching staff with maybe 2 at best starters down the stretch, it's amazing. But he's got the baggage with him. He's got the baggage with him because he was the manager of that Astros team and the sign stealing and all that crap. And
what did it have to do with last year, though?
It's just people hold grudges. Yeah. I see it. You can always say once a cheater, always a cheater, right? And I don't agree with that. It's easier for me to say that now because he's our manager, and I feel very strongly about A.J. Hinch, and I think that there is perhaps a ton of separation between him and the players with Houston that were involved in that stuff. Didn't seem like A.J. knew what was going on with that, but people are just they're gonna hold a grudge with that, and they'll never forget it and say, hey, he's a great manager, but he does have that taint associated with him. And I
suppose people vote for the Hall of Fame and the steroid players, but in the end of the day, the combination of all these Detroit coaches with incredibly strong resumes, none of them winning Coach of the Year, makes one think. As far as the Red Wings are concerned and the draft lottery BS, since they've missed the playoffs, okay, they dropped. This is what they've done in the 9 lotteries. The first one, 2017, 7th to 9th. 2018, 5th to 6th. 2019, 4th to 6th. 2020, 1st to 4th. 2021.
That was the fun one that the Rangers won it.
Yep.
Despite the fact that the Rangers were literally a playoff team.
2020. Stayed at 6, 2022 stayed at 8, 2023 stayed at 9, 2024 stayed at 15, 2025 dropped from 12 to 13. So if you're counting at home, that's 9 lotteries, 0 times moving up, 5 times moving back, 4 times standing pat, and 9 draft spots lost. Now, I don't know if this is true. Take it for what it's worth. Ryan Hanna, host of the Winged Wheel podcast, tweeted out the following. The 4-digit combination that won Utah the second lottery draw and pushed Detroit from 12 to 13, the 4-digit combination was 13512. 13512. The 4-digit combination that would have won the second overall pick for the Red Wings was 13511. 13512 was the combination that Utah used to move up. If it had been 13511, Detroit would have moved up to number 2 overall.
But they didn't.
Nope. On a night that nobody played, I feel like we took huge L's in Detroit. And the Red Wings in the lottery, and let me be clear here. Steve Yzerman always says it's not an excuse. He's always said, I don't care where we're picking. My job's to find players. I'm going to find players. And he's actually done a pretty decent job.
Yeah, but despite slipping back, they did select Mo Sider, which everyone kind of scratched their head. What are you doing? And then they took Lucas Raymond in one of those drafts as well. Those 2 have worked out very well for the Red Wings.
Okay, so here we sit. And which one bothers you more? 248-539-9797. Andy in Westland. Hi, Andy.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Okay. It's a grievance Tuesday.
Yeah, well, I got a grievance. I'm just curious, what is the criteria to pick Coach of the Year? because Dan Campbell won the most games, right, that year, and still wasn't coach of the year. Now, Cleveland won the most games this year, but he took a good team, like you all said earlier, and made more wins than the Pistons. But how do you triple the number of wins and not win coach of the year on a team that was expected to do nothing? I don't get what's the criteria that they're actually.
Well, it
using?
depends on the league. If it's the NFL, what you do is apparently you take the resumes of the coaches of 31 of the 32 teams and consider them for coach of the year. If it's Major League Baseball, you take the resumes of 29 of the 30 coaches and you consider them for coach of the year. And if it's the NBA, you take the resumes of 29 of the 30 coaches and you just ignore the Detroit guy. That's the criteria.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Because AJ, first of all, I know your question is Red Wings draft. By the way, they're killing us in that. But what AJ did last year was take a nothing burger and turned it into a playoff team and won a series against Houston, which was a World Series winner, and something nobody's ever seen before. And the last thing I'll say about this, because I know you got to get going, is Detroit versus everybody is a real thing. It has to be. There's no way it's not, because there's no way none of our coaches even should be not considered just one of them to be coach of the year. There's no way it can't happen.
It feels a little odd that it keeps happening. 248-539-9797. They are making me care. This is interesting. I genuinely care about this, and I never have. It's because it's stacked upon one another. I don't believe in conspiracies either.
But
what the hell's going on around here? Let's go to Ethan and Warren. Hi, Ethan.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
You had to reopen the wound. I'm so invested in the Tigers right now. I'm loving what they're doing. And last year, when AJ Hinch didn't win Manager of the Year, I knew all of those awards are just garbage anyway. Look at how many times. Okay, let's take the NBA for instance. How many times has a coach won Coach of the Year in the NBA only to be fired by his team either that off season because of underperforming in the playoffs and or the very next season?
It
that
does
coach
happen.
Gets fired.
It does happen. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the Pistons hired one. How'd that work out? Dial tone. So. It really just irks me because and I truly believe this, and AJ Hinch is the best manager in baseball, and I could bring up 6 or 7 different ways why I think that is the case. The way that he was able to manipulate that roster last season, specifically the pitching staff with pitching chaos. Hey, how do you make the playoffs in a 40-game stretch where you have a 0.2% chance and you have 2 starting pitchers on the team? Well, AJ Hinch, that's how. Yep. And not to take anything away from the players, they did incredible stuff. But I just, man, that really irked me. Him not winning that award was just like, and I do think that baseball's got a little bit of a vendetta against him with what happened with the Astros, which fine, whatever. I get it. You cheated. It's bad. Don't do it.
Look, it makes sense. AJ Hinch years ago, part of that Houston scandal. So what's the result? J.B. Bickerstaff doesn't win NBA Coach of the Year. Something's going on, man. 248-539-9797. Coming up today at 11:02. Gator, you do not like to be told what to do.
No, I do not.
Is what happened last night in OKC fair or foul? We'll get to that today at 11:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. FanDuel is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season, because with Dinger Tuesday, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So I was looking at this. Colorado tonight, it's a 50% profit boost on my app. Right-handed starter, left-handed hitters. We got some. Ball flies out of Colorado. Tonight might be the night. if it doesn't get rained out. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Doug to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook and the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Hey, good news. We do have the website for people who want to register their 5th through 8th grader boys and girls for the 97 Won a Ticket Detroit Pal Middle School Combine at the Corner Ballpark. DetroitPal.org/events. DetroitPal.org/events. You can go there for details. Wednesday, July 16th, morning or afternoon, depending on your age. Chance to participate in Combine-like activities. Could be fun for the kids. DetroitPal.org/events. 248-539-9797. You made a great point about, I think it was the draft, that the Red Wings dropped from 1 to 4. 1 to 4. 2020. They went from 1 to 4. Because look, this is a total separate topic of whether or not Steve Yzerman's doing the job. I think sometimes people conflate this with that. The truth is, the problem really hasn't been his drafting. The problem has been his veteran and player acquisition in totality. But Scott Anderson, you made a great point about the 2020 draft, which I believe they changed the rules the next year because it was so ridiculously punitive to the worst team in hockey.
They did, and it was a strange draft anyway because it was the COVID year where everything got shut down, and they picked the season back up later, and that's when the Rangers ended up getting the top pick despite the fact that they were in the playoffs. So the Rangers ended up taking Alexis Lafreniere first overall.
Mm-hmm.
The Red Wings ended up with the 4th overall pick, and they probably got the best player in the draft in Lucas Raymond.
Mm-hmm.
Tim Stutzla went 3rd overall. He's really good, but I think Lucas Raymond probably the best player in that draft.
And whether he is or he isn't, the point is, wherever you're picking, there's going to be good players there in the first round because there are guys that are going to go in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round that turn into stars because it's just the way it is. So your job is to identify and take said players. And Yzerman has done his own thing, and there's been some success in the draft and at the top of the draft. We'll see how it plays out, because a lot is riding on these last couple of draft picks. But I mean, Marco Kasper's playing well, Lucas Raymond's playing well. And was Seider his first pick? Seider was his first pick.
Seider was his first pick, and it was one that people were like, "Why? What?"
Yep, it's been a pretty good pick.
Great pick.
So as it stands right now, dropping from 12th to 13th doesn't feel as crushing as some previous plunges.
It does not. Not at this point. We'll find out in 5 years, I guess. But
right,
that's but the fact is, they keep slipping. They keep falling back because there is no luck whatsoever when it comes to the Red Wings in the NHL draft. None.
Kang, you've been watching the feedback come in on all this, and you obviously pay huge attention to the NBA and Detroiter through and through. What do you make of all this?
With the feedback, it's clearly the fans are really upset about JB not winning the Coach of the Year award. I'm actually a little surprised, but I think it falls back to the mentality of Detroit versus everybody, like we've mentioned. It's the ultimate chip on the shoulder slogan, right? Like, hey, we'll never get our due. It's if we don't stand up for ourselves, nobody will. I think with the Wings dropping 12 to 13, it's so small, but it's so at this point comical. Like, I think people are just laughing it off at this point because it's just. I think I joke that if the Wings only had the best chance to just get the last pick in the lottery, they would somehow lose their pick, right? Like that's there's no other way to go. Like, all right, and the Red Wings get the 13th pick. But wait a second, we're getting news.
The last is 16.
Or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, they're actually losing their pick.
Lost the lottery and will be forfeiting their pick.
Yes.
You're right. You're right. They'll be the first team that the lottery takes place, and they go, we forgot about Detroit, but hey, those are the breaks. You're not in it.
I mean, it's pretty crazy, the turnarounds of all the sports teams here, and they're spearheaded by the head coaches, and none of them won Coach of the Year. The Pistons this year, historic turnaround. And they went 0 for 3 in the offseason awards with 6th Man of the Year, Most Improved Player of the Year, and now Coach of the Year. So, yeah, I mean, this is what people here lean on, and they're going to continue to lean on it as long as it keeps happening.
And it just keeps happening. 248-539-9797. So we'll start working on our hockey mock drafts here soon. The first one I saw was actually on the Tankathon website where the Red Wings walk away with Lyndon Lakovich, a forward out of Moose Jaw. And I always feel good about players out of Moose Jaw. There are certain cities, certain college programs. When you get somebody out of Moose Jaw, you get somebody out of Boston College or Boston University.
Well, I'm already disappointed.
You get somebody out of Sweden. You're already disappointed in the mock draft?
Yeah.
Is there a player you want?
Well, I don't know yet. Max Bolton had put out an article yesterday in The Athletic about Red Wing draft targets who could be there at 13.
Yeah.
And the player you mentioned was not one of these players.
Lyndon Lakovic?
Yeah.
All right.
So
who you got?
I like size. So there was a guy who was.
They got to get tougher on the blue line, Gator.
not necessarily blue line, but I don't mind a size up front. I think it sounds like that. But the player that his number one guy, it would be great if they were to get lucky, would be Brady Martin, a center from the Sioux.
Mm-hmm.
Not huge. 6 feet tall, but it says sturdily built. Had 33 goals, 72 points in 57 games in the OHL.
Yeah.
And he's an abrasive type player. So sounds exactly.
I'm gonna sure what the F kind of place when it comes to this because just bitterness reigns today on a Tuesday, a grievance Tuesday here on Carson Anderson. 248-539-9797. Speaking of the Red Wings, this can't be good. Did you see what's going on in Grand Rapids?
No, I did not. Oh, that's right. They played last night, right?
Well, they played game 1 6 days ago.
Yeah.
And they lost 4-0.
Yes.
And Sebastian Kosa got pulled.
Yeah.
And after 6 days off, last night they started Jack Campbell in net.
The linebacker?
No, the goalie.
Thank you.
Yeah. And they lost 4-2. They benched the top goalie prospect currently in the organization. They benched him.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a couple things about this. My first thought is, and I went back and looked at the goals and, the minor league hockey, and I couldn't really see replays, but they didn't look like they were very strong goals given up by Kosa, but they pulled him out. Maybe he's hurt. I don't know. But at the minor league level, it's the organization at the top can say, play him. Because you either sink or swim with your guy because you're in the process of developing him. So why would you bench Sebastian Kosa? And I guess the reason to bench Sebastian Kosa is because you have other guys playing at Grand Rapids that you want to see develop, and you want more than them just getting bounced in the first round. You want them to play more. And so maybe you do want to win, but I talked to somebody in the league and said, that's one of the problems when you have all these draft picks and all these prospects is that they're all trying to develop at the same time. They're developing at different rates. It's a lot easier when you're good and you have 1 or 2 prospects and you have career minor leaguers that can help your guys along instead of a whole bunch of kids trying to develop at the same time. But nonetheless, Kosa got benched.
Well,
Now,
we'll
maybe,
see.
again, maybe he's hurt. I didn't see anything about an injury.
Or maybe, he just wasn't good in the first game, and Campbell was when he got in there. So Campbell got the start in game 2 and gives up 4 goals. Maybe we'll see Seabass get back to between the pipes the next game. There was a positive out of the game. Michael Brandzik-Nygaard, the first-round pick from a couple years ago, did have a goal and an assist.
Okay.
So good for him.
Yep.
That was good.
Well, the thing about Campbell is that Campbell's a 33-year-old veteran. Like it's no, just because he's playing better doesn't mean you play him at the minor league level. It doesn't, whether or not they win this playoff series is irrelevant. What we need, like you are a big bring Kosa up guy.
Just to see.
Yeah, but he's not even getting the start in Grand Rapids.
Well, he
in
did,
the postseason.
He did in game 1, and he wasn't good.
And got benched for game 2.
So let's see what happens in game 3.
How? I mean, again, I saw the goals. I didn't look at anything and go, "Oh my God, was he wearing skates?" Like it was nothing like that. But but they didn't have great replays or anything like that. And there was a lot of traffic out in front of him on a couple of them. But obviously, they deemed it, unless he got hurt, and you think there'd be reports of that, they deemed it he was worthy of a benching. So
well, they're trying to win the game and not just develop the player. I mean, they're doing both things here at this point.
Well, he's not going to develop on the bench.
Well, he's not, but you're putting a lot of stock into him not starting
Well,
game 2.
I kind of am because I want to see him play too, but if he's not even playing at the minor league level, how does he get that opportunity? But 248-539-9797. We shall see. Maybe he'll do it some good. All right, straight ahead. Fair or foul? It happened in the NBA last night. Gator, I'm going to be intrigued to get your take on this. We will do that at 11:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. The grievance hour is officially closed. It is the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Let's move on to something else. NBA playoffs last night, Gator. I can't wait to get your take on this. You do not like to be told what to do. You saw, and anybody who watched the Oklahoma City-Denver game, you couldn't help but notice the shirts. The shirts that they put together really popped, and they looked great on TV. It actually looked like a computer-generated audience from a video game because there was so much symmetry and compliance with these shirts that they put on the seats at the game. And the particular shirts were kind of either a dark blue or a black. They had big yellow retro-style letters, yellow and orange really, that spelled out OKC and Thunder on the front. They said playoffs on them. And if you haven't seen it, a quick Google search, you can see it. It's pretty awesome. As far as like the Penn State whiteout, I think is considered the benchmark in football. I don't know what Winnipeg did a great job with the white shirts. This Oklahoma City crowd, I don't know if this becomes the standard which with all shirt promotions are measured against, but it was pretty damn good. But here's the thing. They said during the broadcast, if you did not put the shirt on, they would put you on the Jumbotron and everybody would boo you until you did.
They'd shame you, huh?
They would shame you into putting the shirt on.
All right.
And we went through this last week with the Pistons when the white shirts were handed out and there was a movement to put on the damn shirt. And when we did this as a topic, we got some feedback from people saying, I'll wear whatever the hell I want. And we're like, okay, if you don't want to wear a T-shirt, if you're that guy that you need to have the clean pressed dress shirt, if you're going to be seen and you want to be, you want to look drippy, right? You go with a white shirt, please. Go with the white shirt. Your dress shirt or your turtleneck. Go white, whatever it is.
Turtleneck.
Yeah.
What a mock.
Making a comeback. Is this fair or foul, putting people who are not complying with the shirts on the Jumbotron and letting them get booed into compliance? A full-on stadium shaming of those who did not wear the shirt.
All right, I think it's funny, and I think it's probably done in good spirits and just poking fun, and everybody let's laugh about it and have a good time, as opposed to somebody who's really going to get upset.
Mm-hmm. Don't you want the Sounders to win? You mean that guy that I almost got in a fight with because I wouldn't stand during a Seattle Sounders game?
Those people are bad. But this is something for the whole crowd. They put a T-shirt there. Now, for me, I'm trying to think about me personally. Let's just assume for the sake of argument it's a T-shirt that fits. Okay?
Yep.
Because there'll be those. I mean, a large T-shirt does not fit everybody.
No.
So let's assume that the T-shirt fits. Yeah, I'd wear it.
You would?
Yeah. And not because of the threat of being embarrassed on the Jumbotron, just because it's fun to be part of it. And it looks great on TV. I'm sure the players appreciate it. Why not?
Okay, so
I don't have an issue.
That's interesting because I just wondered how that would, how you'd feel about it because you don't like to be told what to do.
I don't, but I can understand this from a audience participation type thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're there and you're rooting for the other team. And if you're rooting for the other team, obviously you're wearing your other team's colors or whatever, and you're defiant.
I would defiantly,
and I will accept the booze.
I completely agree with you. I would defiantly not wear the shirt. Kang, what do you make of this?
I would wear it. Like if everyone around me's wearing it, I would wear it, but I wouldn't bully other people into wearing it. But if it was obvious, like I don't want to, and I'm a fan of the team, right? We're just assuming that, of course. Yeah, I would wear it. I don't want to be that guy and be like, "Oh, look at Mr. No Fun over here."
Yep.
No, I'm fun.
Too good for the T-shirt, huh?
Right? Yeah.
Have you ever seen a better shirt promotion in the NBA than that one last night in OKC?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head. It looks really cool.
I want to say, didn't like the Miami Heat fans wear like white?
Oh, they've done whiteouts. Yeah,
it looks
big time.
great.
It looks good.
The
Winnipeg Jets in hockey.
The Winnipeg Jets is
fantastic.
They're the ones. They are the ones. Well, we went through this a little bit last week in Detroit with the Pistons being back in, and we actually got calls of people saying, "Hey, wear the damn shirt," and others saying, "I'll wear whatever the hell I want." When everybody does comply, and the way it looked last night, and the particular shirts they had, I don't know how to describe them other than
I think you like them because they look like retro video
the
game-ish
shirt
or
was
something.
cool.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I felt like I was playing Blades of Steel or something like that. It was really a sweet retro look. But on TV, you couldn't even tell what they were. I had to go look up what they were. But the shirts almost looked like more heads. It looked like there was just
more people in the crowd.
Yeah, it looked crazy. So I give them credit, but I don't know, fair or foul. They shamed people into putting the shirts on.
Do you think it's Mickey Mouse when like Detroit, like sports rich towns have to do that? I think that's the complaint some people had last week was like, hey, we're Detroit. We know sports. We don't have to do gimmicky stuff like this. Yeah. Or you think, hey, it's fun. It looks cool.
I can see both sides of the argument. I think in a town like Detroit where, when you go to a Red Wing game, everyone's wearing Red Wing gear. Like if you go to a Lions game, everyone's wearing Lions gear. Pistons game, it feels there's a lot of people wearing Pistons stuff, and same with the Tigers. I think we represent well. We go to the game, we want to gear up, and I guess we don't need to do the T-shirt thing. But I think if they put the T-shirts on the chairs, people would go for it because, as we know, the free T-shirt,
dude,
at a sporting event is the currency of gold.
Or not just a sporting event, radio on-site promotions.
Yes. Yeah, that is too.
And what you never, ever want to do is run out of shirts, we've discovered.
Don't do that. So when they put a T-shirt on every single seat at LCA,
yep.
Yeah, I feel like the vast majority of those people are going to put that T-shirt on.
Yeah, and it's cool. Look, it really does look good when everybody complies.
But at the same time, like you have to know ahead of time that's going to happen because, like, if I'm going to a Red Wing game, if I'm going to sit in the crowd,
yeah,
I've got my Red Wing sweatshirt that I love to wear, and I think it looks awesome, and I'm going to go in that. And then if I get there and now, I'm supposed to wear a T-shirt, but I want to wear this. I feel like this is more. I get it.
And sizing can be a problem. Not everybody, most of those shirts.
Not everybody
it's funny.
can wear a medium.
Have you those shirts that get fired off in the T-shirt cannon? Like those shirts sometimes are like 2X or small that they didn't sell, and so they put them in the T-shirt cannon, and it adds to the stadium atmosphere. But they're just trying to unload unsold sizes that they couldn't get rid of. But fair or foul. Booing fans that didn't comply when they put their pictures on the Jumbotron. I will say, whoever's running the Jumbotron, pretty clever idea, as long as nothing gets too violent and nobody gets out of control. All right, straight ahead. Tigers on the road in Denver. We'll talk a little bit about that and a little sidebar topic as it pertains to the Tigers in Denver. That coming up today at 11:16 here on Karsch and Anderson. Just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can watch this show and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket from anywhere in the United States. Also stream through our website, 971theticket.com, where Evan and the Birch Kid are responsible for all the fine content. Additionally, stream with video. Go to twitch.tv and youtube.com. On both those websites, people are on there watching and commenting on the streaming chat. Feel free to participate. We read some of your comments on the air. Let's get to some Tiger stuff next. It's Karsch and Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Do you know your home's water score? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin indicate your water score needs to get better. Improve your water score by calling CGC Water at 855-339-4242. This month, get a free Kinetico reverse osmosis system with purchase of a Kinetico Premier Softener. If you're not filtering your water, you're the filter. Don't be the filter. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com today. Improve your water score. Contact CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Tell them Doug Karsch sent you. for a night that nobody played, honestly, nobody local played. Honestly, last night sucked in just about every way. Hockey team dropped in the NHL draft lottery. The basketball coach, most deserving of NBA Coach of the Year, didn't win it. Did you see the Knicks one?
Oh, great.
Yep.
Yeah, they came back from 20 down.
Yep.
And took on a team that was in the three-point shooting contest, apparently.
They took 63s. You know what's funny is ESPN had a debate going on this morning. It was
Say that number again.
60. They took 63.
They took 63-point shot attempts and made 15 of them.
Yeah. And Greggy, we were sitting out there in the bullpen, and ESPN's got a debate raging on. Is all the three-point shooting going to cost Boston? And Greggy looks at it and goes, did they just ask, is the thing that led Boston to a championship the thing that's going to cost them a championship? Because didn't they just shoot their way to a championship? Yeah, they did. All the missed shots could cost them a championship on a night where you don't make them. But it was funny because, I mentioned I was at my kids' game. I walked into the Mexican place that we went to last night on Cinco de Mayo, and Boston had 100 points, and I still feel like 15 minutes later of real time, Boston was still sitting on 100.
They may have been.
But anyway,
that's a formula when the Pistons beat them by 20 at LCA.
Yeah.
That's kind of what happened. Boston just sat there and just kept jacking up three-point shot after three-point shot, and they weren't making them. So
just hope they miss.
Yeah, if you're not on a night, then you're going to lose because that is literally their game.
So the hourly forecast for Denver is 100% chance of rain this afternoon. Drops down to 84% chance of rain tonight. There is a chance that tonight's Tiger-Rocky game gets rained out, in which case it'll probably be a doubleheader tomorrow. But I hope they play the game. I hope for a variety of reasons, but you always want to get them in against the worst team in baseball by far.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the downsides, if they go to a doubleheader, you can expand your roster by a player, right? But that means you got to fly somebody over from Toledo to Denver, which isn't as easy as just picking up the phone and saying, "Hey, drive up."
Yep.
So there's that downer part of it.
We're sending a Prius.
Yes. Yeah. At the very least. But they they're taking on the worst team in baseball. I'm excited to see the offense continue to click and just. How good can this look? Because they look so good against the Angels in 3 of the 4 games.
Yes.
They really just showed up. And so, albeit 2 of those games, it was late, but they put up a bunch of runs on the board late in the game. Still fun to watch. And this is a team that I think they still lead the league in run differential with the plus 63. You've got a team that's won 6 games all season long that they're facing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost – I just want them to win a series, but there's part of me that says, is it – or even asks, is it a failure if you don't sweep?
Well, I mean, it's never a failure if you win a series, but in baseball, anything can happen. It'll be a minor disappointment if they don't sweep. It'll be a major disappointment if they don't win the series. It is what it is, right? I mean, that's just – and seasons are long, and in the course of the season, Colorado's going to sweep somebody because that's just the way things go. But – you asked a question on your show sheet about Denver. Denver as a city is a city that I have struggled with my love for. Because of the Avalanche.
Oh.
I dislike myself.
Not the seismic event.
No, I'm talking about the Colorado
team.
Avalanche. And historically, what they meant to Detroit. I like myself less because I like Denver as a city a lot. And it just sucks that that's like one of the most bitter moments in sports fandom in Detroit is the Red Wings Avalanche series. And I guess we were all better for it on both sides, Colorado and Detroit. It probably led to some of the best hockey we've ever seen, some of the most intense games we've ever seen, one of the greatest regular season games ever, and certainly some elite series. But I hate how much I like that city. And I like it year-round. You wondered what it was like in your show sheet. Is it good in the spring and the summer?
I can only imagine it's fantastic.
Dude, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. It's a beautiful city. It's got a great downtown. And I'm sure I almost want people to call us and tell us why Denver sucks, because I want to like it less.
Well, I'm not a skier. I don't love the winter.
The good news is there's no actual skiing in Denver proper.
That's good to know.
You just fly in and then you branch out from there.
But I mean, it's certainly no place I want to be near from, say, November through April. That's not my kind of place. But everything I see on TV,
yeah,
it looks unbelievable in the spring and in the summer. It's like there are places that it's like their own little secret. I don't know if Denver's a secret or not, about how great it is. I mean, like Seattle is kind of in the summer when you get the month of the year that's incredible.
Those days it doesn't rain.
That it's like
they had
the
a day
greatest
last
place ever.
month where it didn't even rain.
But I've never been to Denver. I don't think I've ever even stopped over.
You've never been there, huh?
I don't know. I've never.
I've probably been there 4 or 5 times for a variety of reasons. I've flown through it, but that doesn't really count. I do want to hear, is there any reason why Denver sucks? 248-539-9797. Somebody's got to know something. Apparently their airport, have you ever Google searched weird things at the Denver airport?
No.
There's all kinds of strange stuff. I know one of them is they got this giant Mustang outside the airport, this huge sculpture of a blue glass Mustang. And at one point when it was being created, it fell and killed the artist that created it. But there's like a weird layout to the Denver airport. There's cavernous tunnels underneath it that are.
So I Googled weird things at the Denver airport.
Yeah.
The first story that comes up is 5 wild conspiracy theories about the Denver International Airport.
Okay, what do you got?
Number 1, it was built by the New World Order.
Okay.
2,
New World Order Construction Company.
There you go. The giant blue horse sculpture is a nod to the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, because the horse has like red eyes.
Yeah.
It contains the Illuminati headquarters.
Okay.
Its underground tunnels have secret bunkers.
There you go.
And lastly, the artwork provides clues about the end of the world.
That's the Denver airport for you.
Those are weird things.
So
that is a weird mural that is up there with some sort of military person.
Yeah.
With a massive sword in one hand and a some sort of machine gun in the other hand, while he is standing over people that are hiding in a bunker below him or something. It's weird.
That's airport art at Denver.
What the hell, man?
Dude, I'm telling you. I think the runway layout, they say, is like the Nazi swastika.
Great.
Yep. I'm telling you, that's the only thing I can come up with Denver. That and the Avalanche suck. Hate the Avalanche.
That's not airport art. That's like, those are signs, Doug. Those are clues.
The blue horse nickname is Blucifer.
It's a great name. The airport involved with biological warfare.
The sculpture is cursed after the accidental death of its sculptor, Luis Jimenez. He was killed in an industrial accident during the construction of the Blue Mustang when a piece fell on him. Near baggage claim, 2 gargoyles watch over your luggage as if ferried in, while seated inside open suitcases and simply inspired the Gothic architecture. Many consider the gargoyles to be frightening, but the gargoyles are simply intended for protection. Weird. 248-539-9797. Carrie, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Carrie.
Hello. I got some information for you about Denver that will help you not love it as much.
Good. Let's go.
The wintertime, I lived there north of Denver for a long, long time. And in the winter, because of the position of the Rocky Mountains and other things, other meteorological factors, the smoke gets held down, so it looks like LA in the summertime. The weather's actually, they don't let people use their fireplaces in the Denver area a lot of times in the winter because it's so bad. The smog is so bad.
Really?
And Denver does a good job to cover that up, but it's a fact, and it's really nasty. So that's something you can put in your kit.
Okay, so Denver has a smog issue in the winter?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's a fact. I mean, it's because of the way the weather goes over the Rocky Mountains, and it kind of pushes the households down there, because they're on the east side of the range. And it doesn't get, till the weather comes, like the wind comes from the south or something, the smoke just doesn't get pushed out of there. So you really can't use your fireplaces or have any kind of thing like that. You're not supposed to. At certain times in the winter, it's nasty bad.
There's something about Denver that isn't great. Smog issues in the winter. Tigers in Denver, games likely to get rain out. I'm mad that I love Denver because of the Avalanche. I want reasons to not love Denver. And I feel like smog in the winter feels weird. 248-539-9797. Get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up a little bit later on. Got a Piston question for you on a Carson Anderson Tuesday here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tigers are in Denver. It sucks that city's so great. That state is awesome. I want to hate it because of the Colorado Avalanche. This is deep-seated, old-school sports bitterness, but
this really must tear at you.
It does bother me how much I like it, so we're looking for reasons not to like Denver. Their baseball team is terrible. I hope that hurts the Avalanche fans.
Can you just say the state of Colorado, maybe not include Denver?
What do you mean? Like things that I don't like it, because I love the state of Colorado. You've never been to Colorado?
No.
You've never experienced the Rocky Mountain High? Kang, have you ever been to Colorado? You ever been to Denver?
Nope.
All right.
Nope.
Aspen. Beautiful. That's what I've heard.
I have no idea. Breckenridge.
Yeah.
Sure, sounds great.
Mm-hmm.
Nice bourbon, but
yeah.
Never been there.
No? We've been skiing in Colorado a couple times.
Is there a Greeley, Colorado?
I think there is.
Yeah. Never been there.
Yep.
Don't know.
My son lived there last summer. He worked on a ranch.
Yeah.
Great college job. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Kevin in Colorado. You're on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, guys. Tell you a little bit of my story here. I moved out to the Denver area from Detroit 47 years ago to finish school up in Boulder.
Yeah. Boulder's great.
Yeah, it is. But it was it is really beautiful. But in the last 5 years, things have really changed here. The city has become, and I don't want to get into politics too much, but there's a lot of crime downtown. There are tents on the street 3 blocks from Coors Field.
Yeah.
The traffic is horrible. The price of housing is ridiculous. I mean, a studio apartment out here goes for about $1,800 a month. Average price of a house is, I think, in the 700s.
Wow.
It's gone downhill a lot in the last 5 years.
Well,
and the sports community, real quickly, I'll say everything's focused on the Broncos. I have a saying that if there was a nuclear war, they would start the news by saying nuclear war broke out, but first the Broncos played, and that's all they care about.
Nuclear war expected to impact Broncos season.
Yeah, and they really. I mean, there's a small contingent of diehard hockey fans and basketball fans if they're doing good. The Rockies only draw well because they are either drawing from the visiting teams fans, which I'm sure I'm not going to go tonight because it's still raining. But I plan on going tomorrow and Thursday.
Sweet.
Half the stadium will be Tiger fans, and the other half are up in they have a pavilion in the upper right field deck. That's a bar, and it's just a social event. People go because they sit there and drink, and you go to a baseball game, and everybody's just sitting around talking. They're not watching.
Well, some cities are guilty of that.
I always wanted to go to the game there because the stadium does look cool.
It does look very cool.
I mean, anytime you have like pine trees as part of the stadium,
yeah,
it's not bad.
Unnamed texter: Rocky Mountain National Park sucks compared to Yellowstone and Zion National Parks.
Yeah, preach.
Good morning. 2 things that suck about Denver. First, they don't use salt on the roads. At least they didn't when I lived there. Second, they have a brown cloud of pollution that takes over the city. You can see it from the suburbs.
That pollution thing is real, and that sucks. And part of that, I think, is being the mile high up in the air. But the what was the first part of that?
They don't use salt on the roads at Denver.
So is that because they have a better solution?
I don't know.
I mean, they do get more snow than we do.
All right, here we go. The Denver airport is weird. The horse is named Lucifer. It has red eyes and very detailed genitalia.
Seriously?
The murals at Denver's airport are freaky with dead kids and stabbing of a dove. They used to have an Egyptian statue of death facing the airport. The airport is laid out in the shape of a swastika. It is so crazy. That's from Tim in Farmington Hills. Fat Mark in Brighton says Denver sucks because of the Avalanche and that stupid Denver omelet.
Yeah, Gator, what's a Denver omelet?
It's like Western omelet, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's green pepper.
Well, why are they
onions,
trying to claim it?
And bacon. I don't know.
Is it a Denver omelet or is it Western?
Are they the same thing?
Tigers are in Denver. I hate how much I like Denver because of the Avalanche, but every time I've been there, I've loved it. 248-539-9797. Bernard, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bernard.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing?
Doug, good, thanks. As somebody who likes to be prepared for the elements, this one might hit close to home.
Okay.
There is always a sneaky risk of sunburn in Denver. If the sun is out, it is intense. Even middle of the winter, skiing, no matter what, you could get a Florida-style sunburn without even trying if you're not prepared.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah, because you're above the clouds. And so it's intense. And also the hangovers there are 3 times as bad because of the altitude. So that's another reason why Denver sucks.
There you go. Thank you. Somebody just played the trump card. How'd you like Cordell Stewart, Doug?
Oh boy.
I'm in that highlight. I'm standing on the sidelines. You can see me.
Don't Google search Lucifer's junk.
You have to tell us that? You type it in?
I typed in something else, but it was it is an anatomically correct horse.
Are you serious?
Yes.
So the dude who said the horse outside the Denver airport that his genitalia is very detailed is correct?
Yeah. Yep.
Were there other things that popped up when you Google search
No,
that?
it was just,
It was just that?
Just different angles of the picture of the blue horse. And its accompaniment.
Impressive?
Let's just say the berries are exposed.
How can you have an airport without that?
I mean, yeah, I think you need that. Gotta. Hang on, let me check something about this horse. Oh, it is a male horse.
Yeah, okay. Good to know.
It's a steed.
All right, regarding the T-shirt bullying that took place last night in Oklahoma City. And look,
T-shirt bullying.
Yeah, well, whatever it was. I mean, it was the fans that didn't wear the T-shirts that they handed out got put on the Jumbotron and booed until they complied, according to the broadcast. Dave writes in, bullying in any form is not proper in today's society. Bad marketing. Wear a shirt and you can win a prize. I think that's what he means. Do that instead. Tell me what color shirt to wear and I'll wear my own. That's from an unnamed texter. This is absolutely fair. If there's a shirt on your seat at a playoff game, you absolutely need to wear it. Next text. I don't like seeing crowds with a ton of different colors. I think it looks so much better when they have unity. I wish they did it for every playoff game. Next text. I spent $150 on a jersey. I'm not covering it up with a wrinkled $10 T-shirt that doesn't fit. That's from Dan in Plymouth. Everybody's got their right to do it. 248-539-9797. Gator, quiet for over 1 minute, then chimes in. Don't Google search Lucifer's junk.
Public service.
Classic.
Public service. Just trying to spread the word. Don't do this.
Yep. 248-539-9797.
Kenny, don't do it.
I don't think we need to worry about it.
He's just showing Kang something on his phone.
He's watching. He's probably watching the Grand Rapids game, streaming on his phone from last.
Been a long time for that horse, huh?
It's blue.
True that. All right. If the Lions make this one move, does it stop the complaining? Or people go, okay, we're good. We're good. We'll get to that one move today at 11:46. It is Karsh and Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsh. Memorial Day deals are going on all month long at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 for just $282 a month for 24 months with $19.99 down. $282. Go now to 17.5 at Van Dyke at Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount and Chevy lease in the household. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends June 2nd. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're all doing well on a Tuesday, dreary day. We do hope that the Tigers do play tonight. It does not look particularly promising, the forecast in Denver. But if not, looking at a doubleheader tomorrow as we get into the Tigers hopefully having an entire summer in Detroit with people being able to be dialed in because this team's going to be competing, which would be awesome. Way different than last year when it was out of the blue late in the year and we packed all the excitement into like the last 2 weeks in September. Even though they've been hot for a while, people really didn't start taking them seriously till right at the end. With that said, Gator, it is now early May. And before long, we're going to have off-season mini camp and all that stuff for the Detroit Lions.
I think they're going to have their rookie camp this weekend.
It's coming up this weekend, right?
Yeah.
So here's a question. When we operate in the most realistic scenarios of what is going to happen with the Detroit Lions roster, we have spent some time outside of those boundaries, most likely, seeking for creative ways to land players like Myles Garrett, Max Crosby, now Trey Hendrickson. These have included other unrealistic scenarios, most likely go get J.J. Watt out of retirement, right? These are things that all inquiring about these things makes sense. But the practicality of the what it would mean for the salary cap, it really probably been outside the realm of realism when it comes to what they could do with their roster. But there were things that were well within the boundaries. One was draft an edge rusher opposite of Aiden Hutchinson.
Mm-hmm.
They did that, but they did it with a late draft pick that feels like a bit of a project. If he makes an impact in year one, it will be one of the greatest Brad Holmes specials of all time. And I'm not talking about makes an impact eventually. If he makes an impact in year one, any kind of impact.
Drafting an Egyptian-born edge rusher who played his college ball at Boise State.
Yep.
Is a bit of a stretch.
Yep. But, hey.
But he was productive.
He was productive.
Had 2 really good years there.
I think there's reason to be intrigued by this prospect.
Intrigued is a great word.
However, remember I'm saying year one.
I'm not expecting much in year one.
Because they need somebody. Many believe they desperately need somebody opposite Aiden Hutchinson.
Yes.
When you start looking at realistic possibilities, if they bring back Zadarius Smith, are we good? And I don't mean like they've added an elite edge rusher, but does that check a box that will get many fans that are worried about this to chill out? And I feel like I'm being unfair to them. Will it help enough to make people go, okay, I'm not as worried anymore?
I think it would alleviate some of the concern, not all of the concern, but I think it would alleviate some. Because count me on board with people that want to see both of those guys playing together on the field at the same time.
Yep.
It's unfortunate we didn't get to see that last year, but that's probably the reason they got him in the first place is because Hutchinson got hurt. I don't know if they would have gone after him if Hutch were healthy. I don't know. But it feels like right now that, yeah, I would love to see Zadarius Smith come here. Or I've been preaching for months, Von Miller, taking a chance on somebody and try to do an incentive-laden contract and 1-year deal. Come on aboard.
Yeah.
See what can happen. But yeah, because I was hoping they were going to address edge rusher with one of the first 3 picks that they had in the draft, and they did not. They took a defensive tackle, and they feel very strongly about that. And I said, okay, fair enough, because that tells me that they value him more so than the edge rushers that were available to them. So that kind of downgrades those edge rushers in my mind. Okay, then I guess Mike Green's not going to be.
You mean downgrades the edge rushers that they passed on in the draft?
Mike Green and Ezraku, which were the two big names out there that they could have had that they passed on, and so did other teams. James Pierce, another one. Whatever you want to look at, all these edge rushers they passed on. It doesn't put any pressure on Tyleik Williams. It doesn't put any pressure on anybody. But what it does is the fans, and I'm including myself in this, it's like, okay, Brad, I do trust you. I'm hoping for big things now from Tyleik Williams. And I'm kind of also expecting that these guys you passed on, that they're just not going to be as good as maybe we thought that they would be coming out of college. But we'll see.
Yeah, he's kind of earned a little bit of.
He has. He absolutely has. And but to the point of what's still to come in free agency, I think they will still add somebody, and I think it's going to be Zadarius Smith.
His cap hit last year on the Lions was $605,000. Had he stayed, his cap hit would have been $5.757 million. And I believe there were voidable years that they would have had cap hits after that. If they bring him back, it checks a box. It probably gets people that are really, really concerned to relax a little bit. And are they bringing him back at significantly less than 5.75?
It would be a Jedi mind trick kind of move.
It would be a magic trick. It would be a cap magic trick where you got the same player, but you got him for less. And if the Lions value him this much, but they just couldn't afford him, and stay in touch and just say, look, we understand you want to get paid. Like if you do it right, you go, hey man, you have every right to make more money than we can afford. We want you here. But go hit the market, my man.
Mm-hmm.
Get paid what you think you deserve. But we're always here if you want to come back. We just can't afford what you're going to get paid on the cap. I mean, it might be as simple as they bring him back for a contract close to what they had him at, but without voidable years. I mean, if they cut him and then get him for cheaper, presto.
It's kind of like Scott Harris trading Jack Flaherty and then signing Jack Flaherty in free agency.
Yeah. And I again, this isn't Max Crosby, got it. But how far would bringing back Zadarius Smith go and getting the fans to? I hate using the word chill out. I'm getting the fans to be on board with. Okay, they've addressed it. They now have both these guys together. You can kind of get a sense. Zadarius Smith last year basically had the same production in Cleveland when he was playing opposite Myles Garrett as he had in Detroit when he was playing opposite of nobody. He produced, in terms of sack numbers, everything isn't measured by sacks, but it seems to be what is on the bullet point one on the resume. But I feel like this move, if it were to happen, goes a long way. What else is weird about it is it feels like an abundance of people are predicting it to happen. Like people really think Zadarius Smith's coming back.
Well, he's still out there.
I know.
So I think that's what gives people that feeling. And if you're going to sign him, I mean, I imagine it'd be a 1-year deal.
Mm-hmm.
And they know how much cap space they have. They know what they can afford to do, what they can't afford to do. So I see it being I see it happening, frankly. And it makes sense. And now the other thing it does, it just, again, it's more depth to that position. Because you've got Davenport here on the contract that makes all the sense in the world. The Lions are totally protected in the Davenport contract if he gets hurt again and doesn't perform. They brought back Onwuzurike, and they've got Pascal. They got these guys are kind of tweeners. Are they defensive tackles? Are they defensive ends? You know what Zadarius Smith is. He's a pass rusher.
Yep.
That's his job. So I like if they add him, if they're able to find room for him, and I think they should and will, it makes all the sense in the world. Or somebody else like that. I think they do need to add it.
Kang, what do you make of this? If they bring back Zadarius Smith, are we good?
You mean is the fan base good?
Yeah.
I think they'll be much more relaxed. I mean, I don't think they'll be good, but they're going to be like, all right, that's something. Because right now, they're restless. The natives are restless. They don't feel it's been addressed at all. A 6th-round pick's not doing it for them. Bringing back the same guys, Davenport, Pascal, that's not doing it for them. Obviously, they wanted a bigger splash. Those have been shut down. They want something. I think Zadarius would definitely calm them down, but it wouldn't they're not going to say Super Bowl all of a sudden because I think that fan out there still is worried about Hutch's injury.
Yeah. Well, it'd be something that, would just, if they're, we got to be getting close to some sort of decision. I mean, when I say getting close, Zadarius Smith he's got to be getting some phone calls, wouldn't you think? Some phone calls?
I would imagine he has to be getting some phone calls. But when you don't get signed in the first 3 days of free agency or the first week or two of free agency, it feels like, all right, you're going in the bargain bin.
You're going in the bargain bin, or, I mean, the other option is you just wait until somebody loses their guy in camp. You know, training camp starts.
There's that, but you're not going to get the contract that you thought you were going to get.
No.
After a couple days have passed.
This is true.
The harsh realization comes in, and that you're no longer thought of as that impact player, that you're going to command that, $10 to $20 million salary. You're not that guy. So you have to then reevaluate what's important to you. Where do you want to play? What do you want to accomplish? Where do you feel comfortable? And it sounds like they've absolutely kept the communication lines open. And when all is said and done, I imagine he's going to be a Detroit Lion.
All right, straight ahead, I have a confession to make. We'll get to that today at 12:05. 12:35, another edition of Who's on Top here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. A lot of talk today, early in the show, about what was worse, J.B. Bickerstaff not winning NBA Coach of the Year. Cavaliers coach Kenny Atkinson won the award as they went from 48 wins to 64 wins. The Pistons, which was the second best record in franchise history. That's a good job. Second best in the history of the franchise. Pistons became the first team in history to triple their win total from the previous season in the history of the league.
I mean, not just the Detroit Pistons?
Not just Detroit, and not second best. Tripled their win total. But he didn't win Coach of the Year. Typically, I don't care about these things, but I do start to wonder when A.J. Hinch doesn't win Manager of the Year, Dan Campbell doesn't win NFL Coach of the Year, and now J.B. Bickerstaff doesn't win NBA Coach of the Year, and all the criteria. Look, each league is different. The voting base is different, but seems to whatever the criteria is that would benefit our guy seems to become less important. Which makes me think our games aren't on television and they must not put our name in the standings, because how can all of these Detroit coaches, one in A.J. Hinch, who very specifically went out of the way and did something out of the box that propelled his team to the playoffs, two in Dan Campbell, who took a team ravaged by injuries to a 15-2 season, three, J.B. Bickerstaff orchestrated the greatest turnaround in NBA history and didn't add a Hall of Famer, and any other comparable turnaround included a Hall of Famer being added to the roster. Literally, when all of these guys get snubbed, it makes you wonder if anybody's paying attention to what's going on up here in apparently this outpost of Detroit that nobody's paying attention to. So if that didn't suck enough, the Red Wings dropped in the draft lottery, as you heard in the update. They've been in the lottery for the last 9 years. They haven't helped themselves with some of what they've done. Got it. Completely different topic is, in 9 draft lotteries, the Red Wings have dropped 5 times, a total of 9 spots in those 5 times that they have dropped. We had documented it a while ago, and I imagine it probably still holds true, that no team in the NBA or NHL have had worse luck in the lottery than the Red Wings. So there's that, too, which is not awesome.
That's aces.
Yep. Tigers are playing tonight, probably going to get rained out. It's just keep on coming.
In Denver.
Yep. In Denver, which we discovered a whole bunch of weird things about their airport today. I'm going to make a confession, though, Gator, because I've heard of this. It's been going on pretty much my entire adult life.
Okay.
And I don't even really know what it is. I have no idea what goes on at the Met Gala. Like when you walk through those doors, is it a show? Is it just a party? Is there a comedian? Is there a rapper?
Is it a fundraising event?
Is it a fun? I every year we hear about the Met Gala and all these people show up in these wacky outfits. And then they go into something. I don't know what it is. I have no idea what happens at the Met Gala. Now, before, do you?
I actually don't.
Okay.
I mean, my guess is that it's
Hold on. Before you even guess.
Yeah?
Kang, do you know what happens inside the doors of the Met Gala?
I had to look it up years ago because I, like you guys, had no idea. And that's their fault because they would never tell us. All they showed was celebrities and athletes and influencers walking in this, the red carpet or whatever it is with these crazy expensive outfits. And then we're supposed to go, the Met Gala again.
Met
huh?
Gala. There we go.
That's
of the year.
Right.
Okay,
that really stuck up on me this year.
What's going on in there? Is there an auction? I have no clue.
So don't look up.
I'm not going to look it up. I suspect. Is there a musical performance? You think you'd hear who was playing halftime?
Recital?
Who's playing halftime at the Met Gala? Hey, it's Nickelback, right?
Is there a bassoon recital?
Could be a bassoon.
Some sort of reed
Is there
instrument.
art? Are they looking at art?
Sounds like it should, right?
Art and hors d'oeuvres?
Art sounds good. I think that's part of it. Hors
Seems like
d'oeuvres? Gotta have
everything
hors
is
d'oeuvres.
happening on the outside, not the inside.
Do you?
Yeah, once they go in, do they just go home? Is there a back door?
Do you think? Do you think we have one listener, one that's been to the Met Gala? Anybody in our audience? Not that you've heard about it. You've actually been.
So you have to be invited, and then you have to purchase a ticket.
I was going to say, can you be a normie and go in there?
You have to be invited, and then you have to purchase a ticket.
How does one get invited to the Met Gala, this mystery
I would
event?
imagine that people of
Is there a
high
what?
influence in industry, like your Penske's of the world, those
Yeah.
type of people, the Dan Gilberts of the world, that maybe they've been invited to this. I don't think that was the,
What, you don't think Albanian Martin's
No,
been
I don't think
invited?
Albanian Martin. I don't think Albanian Martin
D
or
in
Chaldean
Detroit?
Martin. I don't think D or DJ. I don't think either of those guys is going to Met. Although, who knows? DJ might.
DJ might.
DJ just went to the freaking
Derby.
Kentucky Derby. Yeah, he was
And
there.
Turkey.
And Turkey.
I mean, does Wickersham get to go?
Well, it could. I don't know what gets you into the Met Gala, and I don't even know what other lasers.
Does
and-
Valeni get to go to the Met Gala?
Probably.
He turned it down.
He's probably
Probably
So,
turned it
do you know how much a ticket costs? What do you think?
Just so is there preferred seating?
You can. I don't know about that. Yeah,
25 grand.
all in fee.
$25,000. You think
Because I have in my mind what I think it is. I think this is like some sort of fundraising event revolving around fashion and art, and that your ticket cost, you pay your price of the ticket goes to pay for the event, but then also is like a donation, be my guess. So I'm going to make it high price now, say 25 grand.
I'll go. It's higher than 25 grand.
Yeah.
You would have gone lower.
I was going to go lower. 40 grand.
Higher.
75 grand.
Come on.
For one ticket, it's $75,000. But don't worry, you can buy a table for $350,000.
Okay, but hold on.
What are they serving? Is there some sort of strolling buffet? Is there a rubber chicken? Or hang on, is there sea bass? There's sea bass.
You think
I gotta
of
start
going
saving
now.
up for Met Gala 2035.
There's actually those ladies from Costco handing out free samples.
It's not bad. It's not bad. Never tastes the same when you get home, but it's not bad. Never.
So once you're in there, do you think people walk out going, "That's a good bargain"?
Do you get a tote bag?
I hope so.
I mean, here's the thing. There's no doubt there's got to be some sort of goodie bag for those that are paying $75,000.
I would think so. Yeah.
The dinner has to be great.
And you get to
Drinks
see the
dinner and
annual
drinks.
Met Gala rodeo,
Where Lucifer is.
or wherever the hell they're doing in there. Is it okay? Now that we've all admitted we really. Oh, Kang, you said you looked it up years ago.
Yeah.
Are any texters? Does anybody know what's going on inside the Met Gala?
Jim and Trent just said he actually worked it as a bartender. It was the biggest snob fest he's ever been around.
Okay.
Are there two kinds of Met Gala? Is there like a pre-Diddy and post-Diddy?
Some people think this is a Diddy party in plain sight.
Is that right?
So I'm asking. Has the Met Gala changed over the last couple of years?
They toned it down a little bit.
Hey.
We're going to comply with federal law.
Yeah.
Some people think Darryl Strawberry signing autographs inside.
I mean, big autograph signing. I don't know. I don't know the first thing about it. The first freaking thing about it. But it gets covered every year.
Is there a Pope cardboard cutout? You get your picture taken as if you're the pontiff?
There's a photo booth.
Yeah.
Too soon. Dude, too soon.
Too soon? Sorry. Yeah, this is an interest. I mean, I always thought it was like a fashion show and
think
art exhibit.
Art, fashion, hors d'oeuvres, and
because it's at the Metropolitan Art Museum, right?
Yeah, could be.
So it could be, right?
Sounds about right.
People trying on glass slippers and stuff. I don't know. What do we got?
I don't know the first effing thing about the Met Gala.
If you were invited and you cost. Let's say that you weren't paying for it. Okay.
Yeah.
Like Valenti's going. Valenti's got an extra
Again.
ticket, and he's like, done.
Yeah, sure. Again.
I got it. Trust me, I got this. And Mike's gonna pay for your ticket.
So Mike says, "Trust me, I got
Yeah,
this."
says trust you, he's got this. And Mike's gonna take you to the Met Gala. You gonna go?
No.
But he's taking you.
If I have the ticket in hand, okay. So now I go with Mike.
Yeah.
All right.
So you'd go. You would go.
Sure.
But now you got to think. Now you got to have to come up with an ensemble.
Yeah, and I don't have any
You
idea
can't
what
just
I'm
go
walking
there
into.
looking like Doug. I mean,
You don't dress like that for a laser show.
no. This is where you have to start thinking about a month. For you, you have to think about months ahead of time.
Yep.
And maybe you grow the hair out as much as you can, and then you shave around it to grow like the points or whatever you're going to
Hold
do.
on.
Something wild.
We got a guy who's been.
Oh my.
Danny, you been to the Met
Yeah.
Gala?
Yeah, I used to date an actress, and I went with her. And the cool thing is about what I was going to wear there. She had a stylist, so her stylist took care of that for me, and blah blah. But it was from being from Detroit and an outsider. It was a bizarre event, man.
All right,
I
slow
definitely felt
down.
out of place.
Slow down. Everybody right now is spinning right now. So who's the actress you used to date?
I'd rather not say, to be honest with you.
Oh, come on!
I can't, man.
Is she
Like,
okay? Like, can we? Maybe we're gonna play a little guessing game. Is she TV, movies?
She was in all of the Pitch Perfect movies.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you? Was she really
I
short?
used to- I put-
His
put
name
it
was
this way, I
Anna
used to work-
Kendrick.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't Anna. But I used to work in the film industry for like 30 years, and I actually worked on one of the films. Is how I met her and all this stuff.
All right. So you end
I
up.
would never date another actress ever again because they're completely out of their freaking mind. And no, it's not for the normal person. Put it that way.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So did she have a last name that had something to do with the seasons and precipitation?
Yes.
Wow.
All right,
Nice job, my
Yeah.
friend. Nice
Congratulations.
job.
Yeah.
Well played.
All right. So you're at. What is the Met Gala? Once you walk through the doors, what was it?
It's just been like I said, it was bizarre. When I walked in there's lots of pictures that are taken, obviously. There's lots of pictures. If they don't know you, you're really not a part of those pictures. Put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, it was like one of those things. It's like when I was talking to my mom's like, "You gotta go."
What is
You
it?
gotta go.
But what is it, Danny? You walked through the doors. What was it?
To be honest with you, I don't have a fucking clue.
He was there. So he doesn't have an effing clue as to what it is.
That was such a well placed effort. So Ken, are you picking up on who you think he dated?
Dude, everybody is.
I wish everyone could hear that, what he just said,
What he
because it
just
was
said.
perfect. Yeah, I picked up. Congratulations to Danny, by the way.
Yeah.
But once he walked through the doors, he didn't have an effing clue as
Didn't
to
have
what
an
was
effing
going on. Danny went to the Met Gala and has no idea what it is. No clue, as he put it. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, all those female sports fans out there, Tuesdays are the day for you at your favorite Twin Peaks. Grab your friends and join them every Tuesday at Twin Peaks for Ladies Night. $4 Happy Dance, Twisted Teas, mimosas, House Long Islands, margaritas, sangria, $5 lemon drops, martinis, green, white, and orange tea shots, 10-ounce draft ciders, 20% off all food, half off all wine. What better way to enjoy all the hockey and basketball playoff games? Make sure you get there early tonight for your front seat to all the action. You got Detroit baseball scheduled to kick off a series out west. Why go to Twin Peaks for sports? Why not? Enjoy it all. The wall-to-wall TV is the coldest draft beer in the country. This month's featured beer, Line & Kugel Summer Sandy. Not to mention, hands down, the best bar food in the state. Haven't even mentioned the best part, of course, it's all served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Come see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. I have 3 texts from buddies asking me, what did he say? He said he didn't have a blanking clue.
He didn't?
No. That was the one listener that we had that went to the Met Gala, and he doesn't know what it was. We don't know what it is. It is a big party, I guess, for rich people, but my whole thing is when you walk through the doors, is it a concert? Is it an art show? Is it a meal?
Is it someone with iTunes on Bluetooth?
Right. Is there a DJ?
I mentioned the
DJ. Is there
there's a
dancing? Is there dancing at the Met Gala? Is it a presentation of new art? The latest? Is it a fashion show?
Is it just an adventure in phyllo dough with the appetizers? What we got here?
Is it a wine tasting?
Mm.
Is it a tequila tasting?
Are you definitely eating sushi off someone's body? Is that one of these parties?
I would think that in the past has probably been something. Yes.
Yeah.
There's a different room for that?
No, that's like right out in the open.
Would you guys go if you were invited? Like free of charge? Like just
I go.
Yeah. Like to see what's
Come back
going
with
on.
stories.
Yeah.
Like
Hopefully
together?
we have a better idea what it is.
Gator and I
than the
going
last guy.
together?
I mean, we're not together, but
I know.
Yeah, Gator's gonna put the vibe out at the bar. You don't want to. You're not together. So
right. Yeah.
Gator's single, man.
Yeah.
Ready to mingle.
All right. Well, anyway, Met Gala. I'll let you know if we get to go. We're getting some texts on this. The Met Gala sounds a lot like the Cirque du Soleil. Have you ever been? I went to one in Las Vegas and left saying, what the hell just happened? That's from Stephen Milford. Vincent Sterling Heights says, the Met Gala is basically a fashion show for the annual fashion exhibition. Okay. You guys, the Met Gala is the Super Bowl, the World Cup of fashion. The Met Gala is a highly anticipated annual fundraiser for the Metropolitan Museum of Art's Costume Institute, known for its elaborate themed red carpet arrivals, a cocktail hour, formal dinner, and entertainment. The event, which is by invitation only, also features a tour of the Costume Institute's current exhibition. Somebody just cut and pasted that and sent it over to us, and that helps.
Well done.
First rule of the Met Gala, you don't talk about the Met Gala. Okay, good to know. The Met Gala is a 3-on-3 paddleball tournament for rich people.
Is there pickleball? It's too loud. People complain.
248-539-9797. Valenti can't get you in if your name is on the breakdown.
Breakdown. There it is.
The breakdown. Let's go to Lorenzo. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Lorenzo.
How you guys doing, man? Yeah, the Met Gala. Let me sum it up for you. It's ridiculous, over the top fashion with people wearing dresses that you can't wear, with trails and people carrying the trails to get you up the stairs. Or, I mean, one lady Janelle Monáe wore a costume red and black, cut down the middle, right? So it looked like a split costume. I mean, it's crazy, man. So yeah, that's basically all it is.
What this is based upon, Lorenzo? Do you have some connection with the Met Gala?
Well, I have a cousin that used to design clothes,
okay,
and she would design stuff, and she would make me watch on E! Entertainment when they would have the Met Gala. You need to watch this with me, and I'm like, all they're doing is coming in. They're rich, wearing ridiculous clothes that you can't wear every day, right? You can't. It's impossible.
Right.
So it's over the top. It's crazy.
So when you say all these people are coming in, they're coming into what? Like, is it a big
venue? I don't know what I don't know what they do. They drink a lot of champagne, and you have stars and people are in the know. Not even stars, some attorneys and just whoever's the in the know, so to speak. And if they know them, they'll stop them. They take pictures and then they flaunt what they're wearing. It's just crazy, man. It's like a forever red carpet at a party. That's it.
Yeah, I'm still not really quite sure what it is. But thank you for the phone call. Hey, man. I feel happy that I wasn't the only one. I thought you were going to go, hey, dummy. The Met Gala is A, B, or C.
I just know it's an event.
Yeah, it's an event.
That
it's a
lots of pictures and photo ops.
But like I know it's like
fashion.
Could it be an award show?
I
Is
never
there a
thought
best in
award.
show? Is there best in show for the outfits?
I would think this is something that like the E! Network would have in the past. Like Joan Rivers would be judging something like this,
right?
But from the confines of the studios at E! Not. Although now they probably have something live at the Met.
Probably.
Let's get judgmental.
248-539-9797. All right, coming up, we got another edition of Who's on Top. Got some feedback coming in on the Zadarius Smith possibility. Would that make everything good? If they just bring back Zadarius Smith, are we good? Everybody happy? Who's on Top at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. We were talking about the Met Gala and how we don't have any idea what it really is. I just got a text from my buddy who just says, I thought it was a fundraiser for the Metropolitan Museum. It's invite only. I said, yes, but what happens inside? Auction, awards, wine tasting, concerts, lasers? And he wrote back, performers perform.
Performers.
Yeah. Yes, performers perform. I'm sure they do. All right. Regarding Zadarius Smith, if they bring back Zadarius Smith, are we good? Is everything cool? I think Z really wants to play for a contender, so his pool of teams is limited to begin with. He will be a Lion again this year. That's from an unnamed texter. Chris and Troy says, I understand that our 6th-round pick at edge is not sexy, but have you seen the guy's stats over the last few years he played at Boise State? His numbers on paper are electric. Yeah, Chris, when you get somebody from Boise and I guess Boise is a big-time program, but they just don't play a big-time schedule. He really showed out in the Penn State game, and I think that's very encouraging. He had a couple of sacks in the college football playoff. Why does everyone say Hutch needs someone on the other side? If he's that good, why? How many Super Bowl winners have two? I mean, it's valid. You don't need somebody on the other side. You need a player. You don't need an elite player. Most Super Bowl winners don't have two. That text is specifically for the people that are mad they didn't get an elite guy on the other side. But there's a difference between an elite guy and a serviceable Robin. Right?
Yeah, and a difference between Robin and just putting a guy out there. It'd be nice to upgrade the position. If you have the ability to upgrade the position, upgrade the position. I think the Lions have the ability to upgrade the position, so do it.
Well, yes and no. They chose to upgrade other positions. Certainly, they could have upgraded the position.
Well, I'm saying right now. Now you've got your roster. You know what you have here, and where else can you upgrade? Well, if you can upgrade it at edge rusher at this point in time, do it.
I would suspect they're waiting for the right fit at the right price. But still a lot of offseason to go. All right, Gator, it's time for another edition of Who's on Top. So the way this works, and it's going to be slightly different today, is I got a list it's a top 10 list, and Gator's going to guess 3 things that are on the list, and then people can guess what Gator missed. I think number 1 on this list is the most obvious we've ever had. The list is the top 10 most sinful states in America. The most sinful states in America. And I think the number 1 is so obvious that we're going to do outside of number 1. But Gator, your first guess is
Nevada.
That is number 1, the most sinful state in America. Well done.
Well, it does have Sin City.
Yep.
Las Vegas.
So we're doing other than Nevada, which is runaway number 1. And there is an index. And just so you know the methodology, explain to the audience. They're using 54 key indicators of immoral and illicit behavior. The data set ranges from violent crimes per capita to excessive drinking to the share of the population with gambling disorders. Categories include anger and hatred, jealousy rank, excesses and vices rank, greed rank, lust rank, vanity rank, laziness rank. Gator, outside of Nevada, what are the most sinful states?
I will go with the state of New York and the state of Louisiana.
Okay, since we've eliminated Nevada, Gator got number 3 and number 10. Number 3 and number 10.
All right.
Well done.
I did have 2 others on my list, but I will wait.
Yeah, you wait to let the people.
When people say them, I will let you know if that's something I.
And if those 2 states never get said,
then
we'll do it. We'll do it at the end. So, all right, here we go. 248-539-9797. Outside of Nevada, top 10 most sinful states in the United States. And Nevada was 7 full points clear of number 2 on the list. Gator got number 3, Louisiana, and number 10, New York. 248-539-9797. We will line up the people, and you guess what state you would think would fall into the category of the most sinful states in America. 248-539-9797. By the way, well done with Nevada. I'm glad you got the layup.
Thank you. I don't want to miss that.
Let's go to Isaac in Royal Oak. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Isaac.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
California.
California. Do you think California made the list?
Sure.
California checks in at number 1 outside of Nevada, the most sinful state, but we still have 7 more to go. Well done, Isaac.
So it's number 2?
Yeah, essentially, but it's a lot more fun to do it this way.
Okay.
248-539-9797. Pete in Pontiac, you're next. Hi, Pete.
Hey, gents, I'm going to go ahead and say Florida.
Florida. Do you think Florida made the top 10?
I do. It was one of my other 2 that I had written down.
Pete, it is number 2 on the list.
Yes.
Yeah, well
I knew
done.
a lot of crazy stuff goes on in Florida.
You are correct.
This is that's not a lie. That's not a lie at all.
So we now have 4 through 9 available. 248-539-9797. Top 10 most sinful states in America. Nevada was a runaway number 1. So we're doing, other than Nevada, what are the top 10? Scott, you're next. Hi, Scott.
How are you guys?
Great.
All right.
I'm going to go outside the box a little bit. West Virginia.
West Virginia, Gator. Do you think West Virginia made the list?
I'm going to say no, but interesting.
Is there a reason why you picked West Virginia?
You ever been there?
On multiple occasions. It's a different it's different. Well, they did not make the top 10, no. Terry in Lansing, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Terry.
Hey, guys. Let's go Texas.
Texas. Gator, do you think Texas made the list?
I do. That was the other one I had written down.
Texas checks in at number 4 on the list. We got a shot for the first time ever to maybe complete a whole list.
Well, outside of Kang and I knocking it down last week, but it's okay, Doug.
That wasn't a who's on top game.
No, it was even more impressive. Wow.
Whatever makes you feel better. David, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, David.
How you doing?
Great.
I'm gonna go with Alaska.
Alaska, Gator. Do you think Alaska made the list?
I do not.
Alaska did not, David, but interesting guess.
No, but I can understand why you would think that. You're either in Alaska because you were born in Alaska or you're escaping something.
You like meth.
I personally don't, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Ryan in West Bloomfield. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, how's it going? Arizona.
Arizona. Do you think Arizona made the top 10?
I'm going to say no because there's too many old people in Arizona.
Arizona checks in at number 6.
Nice job.
Well done, Ryan. We still have 5, 7, 8, and 9 out there. Can we get all 10? Kevin in Madison Heights, top 10 most sinful states. What's your guess?
I'm going to say New Jersey. I mean, Atlantic City, so.
I like it.
Do you think it made it?
Yep.
Just missed out on the top 10. Not quite. 248-539-9797.
I mean, Sopranos.
We go to Nick in Livonia on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Nick.
Hi, Doug. I got Tennessee.
Tennessee. Gator, do you think Tennessee made the list?
Nash Vegas is there. Why not?
Number 5 on the list. Here we go. We're getting close to completing the list. 7, 8, and 9 are all we're looking for. Who's on top 10 most sinful states? Connor is next. Hi, Connor.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Great.
I have to go with Georgia just because of University of Georgia football players and their driving skills.
Wow.
Gator, do you think Georgia, because of their football players' driving skills, made the list?
I think that's part of the reason. Yes, I think they're there.
Number 9 on the list. Well done.
Come on now. Come on.
We are getting dangerously close. We have 2 more left. Number 7 and number 8. Top 10 most sinful states. Jim is in Milford, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jim.
Hey, guys. Just a wild guess. I want to say New Mexico.
New Mexico. Do you think New Mexico made it?
I do not.
New Mexico. Are you guessing this because of the movie Breaking Bad?
No,
Or the
my
TV
original
show?
guess was Louisiana.
Okay.
No, my original guess was Louisiana, but it was already guessed. So.
The TV show Breaking Bad, that was in New Mexico, right? Yeah, I got that one right. How about that? No, New Mexico did not make the top 10. Sorry. 248-539-9797. Cam, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Top 10 most sinful states.
What's going on, guys? I'm going to go with Illinois, just based off of Chicago.
What do you think, Gator?
Sure.
Number 11 just missed out on the top 10. 248-539-9797. Oh, we're so close. A lot of good guesses. Mike in Roseville. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Doug, I'm guessing Michigan.
Michigan, do you think we made it, Gator?
Yeah.
We did not.
Oh.
Take a couple
We
more.
have gambling. We have crime.
I guess not enough lust. Josh, you're next. Hi, Josh.
Hey guys, how you doing? I'm gonna go with Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. You think Massachusetts made it?
Yes.
It did not, Josh. Sorry.
Wow.
Tom, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tom.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
I'm going to go. Hopefully, this is for an obvious reason, but I'm going to go with Maryland.
Maryland.
Well, high crime. I'm
thinking more on the political scale in that
They
state.
live in that state. People live in that
DC.
state. Do you think they made?
DC's there, right? So
it's
It's its own district. But anyway, do you think Maryland made it, Gator?
I'll say yes.
It did not.
It did not.
No. We'll do one more. Kelsey, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kelsey.
Hi.
Hey.
All right, I'm guessing Colorado.
Colorado. Do you think Colorado made it?
No.
Yeah.
It did not.
Mile high.
It did not. I know. Sorry. We will give you the 2 states that people didn't get on the top 10 most sinful states list. That at 12:48. You're on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
If you have any issues whatsoever with the garage door and you need to find somebody that's going to help you fix them, call Precision Garage Door Service today. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR is the telephone number. Here's what's great. You can schedule an appointment online at precisiondoormi.com. Now, when you do that, you get to set the time that you want them to come out. They're going to work with you on this. It's not just going with their window of opportunity. You get to schedule the time yourself, and that's pretty great. I've used Precision in the past for repairs in my garage door years ago. Called them out. They came out, diagnosed what the problem was, and fixed it immediately. I couldn't be happier. Love what they do. All calls are answered 24/7 by a live person. They offer the industry's leading warranty. It's called the Precision Promise. And weekends, they're available at no extra charge. It's awesome. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule that appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
All right, so based upon rankings of anger, hatred, jealousy, excesses and vices, greed, lust, vanity, gambling addictions, crimes per capita, violent crimes per capita, excessive drinking, Wallet Hub came up with a list of the most sinful states in America. One was an obvious one, number one, Nevada. Outside of that, we did the top 10. So if you don't include Nevada, and the people did very well, we got all but 2. All but 2. Care to offer any more guesses before I run down this top 10?
Pennsylvania.
Okay. That is number 7.
Ohio.
Did not make the top 10. So here we go. At number 9, or number 10 rather, you got this. It was New York. At number 9, Connor got Georgia. At number 8, nobody got South Carolina.
What?
At number 7, Gator just mentioned.
South Carolina?
Yep. It scores very high in anger and hatred.
Oh,
very high in jealousy, for what it's worth. Number 7, you just mentioned Pennsylvania. Number 6, Ryan got Arizona. Number 5, Nick got Tennessee. At number 4, a listener named Terry got Texas. At number 3, Gator, you got Louisiana. At number 2, a listener named Pete got Florida. Number 1, Isaac got California. I just went through. This is from 10 to 1. At 10, Big East or / ACC. At number 9, SEC. At number 8, SEC. At number 7, Big 10. Number 6, Big 12. Number 5, SEC. Number 4, SEC. Number 3, SEC. Number 2, SEC. Number 1 on this list, California, Big 10. Ish. Also ACC. But it seems like the Southeastern Conference did pretty well on this list. Way to go, SEC.
Oh, we're all represented.
We are all represented. But top 10. I do have something to bring up here about the Met Gala. Honestly. And it does pertain to sports. It's not just what the hell is it.
You're still stuck on the Met Gala.
Well, I kind of am. But did you hear about Timothée Chalamet, Oscar-nominated actor? Did you hear about him in the Met Gala?
I haven't heard anything about the Met Gala.
Okay.
So you brought it up today.
So last night, he could have been on the arm of his girlfriend. And you know who his girlfriend is?
I don't know who his girlfriend is.
It's Kylie Jenner.
Okay.
I love a Gator.
And they were invited to and were going to the Met Gala. He apparently spent the $75,000 on a ticket.
I'm guessing she was invited.
Yeah, she went. But he skipped the Met Gala.
He skipped it?
Yep.
But he went with her.
He didn't go, although he might have been in New York. But he didn't go because it was Knicks Celtics. And he's a giant Knicks fan. Now, if he said he was going to go, I do wonder if he spent the $75,000 on the ticket and then said no because of Knicks Celtics game 1. I hate your team, but I have respect for you skipping the Met Gala to watch Knicks Celtics. He watched it on an iPad. He didn't even go to the game.
So is that the Met Gala? Watching on his iPad?
The picture that he put on Instagram, it kind of looked like he was in a hotel room.
Yeah, it looked like he was in a nice New York City, Manhattan hotel room watching the game on his iPad with some friends.
I'm not sure this makes any sense. So there's 2 major events going on that he has access to. One, the Met Gala, whom he could go to with his smoking hot girlfriend and make her happy that he's going to be on her arm. Or 2, the first game between the Celtics and the Knicks in round 2 of the NBA playoffs.
Yes.
2 great events. And he decided, I'm going to stay in my hotel room and watch on my iPad. Not a TV in the hotel room.
No.
Not a TV in the hotel room.
No.
Not at the hotel bar.
No.
Or some other bar, but on his iPad.
Yes. He chose to skip the Met Gala to watch Knicks Celtics. And when I first heard this, I thought, oh, so he went to the game. No, he didn't go to the game. The game was in Boston. Obviously, the Met Gala is in New York. But it sounds like you don't have respect for this.
I kind of lost the respect. Like, if you're going to go, go.
No, he wants to watch the game.
Well, go to the game.
When you say if he wanted to go, do you mean If you want to go to the Met Gala or want to go to
one
the
or
game.
the other. I mean, you could go to the Met Gala and bring your iPad with you and watch it at the Met Gala.
My guess is he probably was like, okay, here's the deal. I'm going to watch in my hotel room, and then I'll meet up with Kylie at the after party.
All right. Well, that I can understand.
Okay.
If that's what's going on.
Now you get it?
See, now somebody else who didn't go to the game and went to the Met Gala was Knicks super fan, Spike Lee.
Yeah.
He chose to go to the Met Gala instead of going to the basketball game.
Well, you know how this works. Chalamet passes Lee in the fan rankings.
I think he probably does, but what is that from Spike Lee? Why does Spike Lee need to go to the Met Gala?
It's important for Spike to be there, I guess.
Was Khloe Kardashian asking him to go?
I did not see.
And who did Spike Lee go to the Met Gala with?
I think he's married. He probably went with his wife, but let's look it up. Spike Lee, Wikipedia, spouse,
With his
Tanya
wife.
Lewis.
Yep.
All right, so he goes with his wife. Have you ever skipped anything super important just to watch a game? You didn't go, but just to watch a game. Because I don't think I've ever gotten in any kind of trouble or done anything. I mean, we have a little bit different because of what our jobs are, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm trying to think of anything in my younger days where I just flat out skips. You know, that's not true. March Madness. I never went to class during March Madness ever. Game started at noon. I wasn't going to class, but that's not particularly important. And everybody skips class.
What?
But March
news
Madness
break to me.
Never was I seen in a class during March Madness. That was back in the days when ESPN had it. But anyway, if you've ever skipped a super important event to watch a game, you and Timothy Chalamet apparently have something in common. Now, I kind of respect this. I hate the team. Can't stand the team. But I kind of like it. So I was looking up some stuff about him today because I knew we were going to talk about this. And they had clips from him on College Game Day.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say that Timothy Chalamet is a big sports fan. He was not messing around on College Game Day when he was the guest, the celebrity picker.
Kang, do you think that Doug just became the biggest Timothy Chalamet fan?
I think that when celebrities do things that regular guys would do, Doug is a big fan of that.
Yep.
Yeah.
This goes back
100%.
to the whole Nick Lachey thing and the Newlywed Show where the guy
did he love Nick Lachey?
Yeah,
Sure did.
He did.
I think Nick Lachey's freaking awesome. I love Mark Cuban. Mark Cuban as an owner acts like every fan would act. Even the people that point him and say, look at this a-hole. No, that's what you do because that's what fans do and that's what he is. And now I can't name one movie Timothy Chalamet is in.
But you
I
will over the
respect you,
when he
my friend. I respect you.
When you come back on Monday's show, you will.
I've seen several of them.
Yeah.
All of a sudden he watched Willy Wonka.
Right.
But
yeah, and you know what else is going to happen? Next time we ask any question about a movie star, Doug's going to say he's going to move on. Instead of Denzel, he's going to go to
I could say
Chalamet.
Timothy Chalamet.
Yeah, I mean, this is like one of those, like, your girlfriend really, this is important to her, clearly. This is the Met Gala.
Yeah.
We don't know what happens
It's the Met Gala.
inside, but the outside's
California
important.
Wine mixer. Catalina wine mixer.
And he said, no, I'm not going with you.
I'm watching
like,
the game.
I have to watch this game.
You know what's funny is I think most sports fans would say, I'm going with Kylie Jenner.
I'm going with Kylie Jenner.
Like everybody else. Much respect for you, Timothy Chalamet. Everybody else would have gone with Kylie Jenner, but hysterical. 248-539-9797. David in Detroit, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, David.
Hey, how we doing, guys?
We're great.
So back in like 2013 range, maybe 2014, my younger sister graduated from Marquette University.
Yeah.
And my whole family were from here. We went out there for her graduation, celebrated. And it was a big deal because my brother lived in New Mexico at the time, and my sister hadn't seen him in like 3 years. And he surprised her out there. You know, she didn't know he was coming, and we were all in Milwaukee for her graduation. And when it came time to go to like the ceremony, the Red Wings were playing the Blackhawks in the playoffs, and I'm like, Dad, like I'm not going. Like I'm going to the bar and watching this game. And they were all pretty mad about it at the time, but they got over it that night after we were, drinking and stuff. And I was definitely glad that I skipped the graduation to watch the hockey game.
It's good to know. And there were no long-term ramifications from that, huh?
No, I mean, at night was the real celebration. We partied and stuff. Like, I just was so glad that I didn't go sit in this hot auditorium. But yeah, at the time, they were pretty mad that we went all the way out there and I didn't even go. So yeah, but they got over it pretty quick.
Good to know. Did you feel any pangs of guilt while you were watching the game?
Absolutely not. It was a great game. Datsuk and Zetterberg were still on the team back then. I played hockey my whole life. I knew I was making the right decision. I was all right.
There you go. 248-539-9797. When did you skip something important to watch a game? You didn't go to watch a game. Like Timothy Chalamet last night skipped the Met Gala with Kylie Jenner to watch Knicks Celtics game 1. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Much respect, Timothy Chalamet skips the Met Gala to watch a basketball game. Good for you. That's awesome. He did basically skip date night with Kylie Jenner, but
did he though? What was he wearing while he was watching the game?
He didn't show himself. He just showed the picture of the iPad he was watching the game on. So, did he meet up with her at the after party?
You know what this tells? This tells me he just snuck it somewhere, some like a coat room or something like that to watch on his iPad. It's like I said, you're going to watch it on a TV, not on your iPad.
So Kang, didn't he say he was at his hotel room in his IG post?
I don't know if he said he was at his hotel room, but he definitely said he's watching on an iPad.
Yeah.
So if you're watching on an iPad, it's because you don't have access to a TV, right? So that means he's sneaking it in, and he's at the event, and he's like, I'll be back. I got to go to the bathroom or something like that, and who knows? Maybe it's one of those highfalutin bathrooms that has a lounge area or something, and he's able to check it out.
Well, interesting move by Timothy Chalamet. What did you skip to watch a big game? 248-539-9797. I did think it was funny. He didn't go, and I'm going to guess he didn't go is because there was some event before or after he had to be at.
Mm-hmm.
And was like, all right, no, I'm not going to go to the game, but I'm sure as hell not missing it. Jake, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Jake.
Hey. So last year, for the ALDS Game 4,
yeah.
I left an exam halfway finished.
What?
Yeah, in the middle of a statistics exam. Game was on. It was about the third inning. Game was about to start in about 20 minutes. When I started my exam, 3-hour exam, left it halfway done, go watch the rest of the Tigers game. Unfortunately, they lost.
And you failed the exam?
Possibly. I passed the course.
Okay.
I knew what I needed. It was a final, I believe.
Okay, so you knew as long as you got a certain score, or even no matter what happened on the exam, you were going to pass the class.
There was a score that I needed to get, and I felt confident enough to leave.
All right. So how much of the exam did you get finished?
Just over half.
Okay. And you got it done.
Well, you failed the exam and passed the class.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, hey, are you done with school yet?
No, last year.
All right. What school is this?
The University of Windsor.
University of Windsor. All right. Cool.
All right.
Well, good luck the rest of your.
What happens, Jake? What happens if the? Well, I guess. When do you graduate?
In 2 semesters.
Okay, so
beginning of 2026.
Okay. Yeah. So let's say that it's October. Tigers are in the playoffs again, and you've got another exam. You gonna do the same thing?
Is it a pivotal game?
I mean, it's a playoff
I guess
game.
all playoff games are. Yeah, I think I would.
All right.
If I was confident in my score and my ability to get at least a certain score on the exam, and I knew I was doing well going into it, there's some factors involved.
Okay.
All right. Well, good for you. You were able to do it with statistics. I mean, I would have failed
You've
either
been an
way, so I
absolute
probably
mess.
would have just skipped it altogether.
Even gone?
I mean, with me, I wouldn't take a statistics course. So.
It's game 4. Sounds like he'd do it again.
Is that math?
Yeah.
And the math told him to do it.
You're right.
He worked it out.
He was able to work it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, it's always against me.
It's an excellent point, King. Excellent point. 248-539-9797. Did you ever skip a important event just to watch a game? A la Timothy Chalamet last night with the Met Gala. All right, Gator. Let's see here. The NBA is naming their executive of the year, and I have the results here. In first place, Sam Presti, Oklahoma City. In second place, Kobe Altman, Cleveland. And in third place, Trajan Langdon, Detroit. Trajan Langdon, who oversaw the greatest turnaround in NBA history with some shrewd moves, he finished third. Sam Presti,
third.
Oklahoma City, finished first.
Well, Oklahoma City did have 68 wins this year.
Mm-hmm.
It's impressive. Best record in basketball.
They had 57 last year, so he improved them by how much?
Well, that's an 11-game improvement. That's impressive.
Mm-hmm. 11 games, they got better, you say?
Well, that's a pretty big jump when you're seeing it's from 57 to 68.
Yep.
That's impressive.
Trajan Langdon took a team from 14 wins to 44 wins.
Yeah, but what did he do? I mean, did he add players to this team that made them better prior to? Did he hire a coach, or actually, I forget if the coach was hired before or what? Did Did he make a trade deadline deal?
He hired the coach.
Did he make a trade deadline deal that
Yes, he
improved
did.
the team?
Yes, he did.
Was there other roster maneuvering that took place?
Well, he brought in some veterans that filled absolute needs. Yes. All of that. He did all of that, Scott. He finished third. Now, once again, same logic applies. I can see a strong case being made for Sam Presti. I can see a strong case being made for Kobe Altman in Cleveland. But when you look at what's happened with all of these awards and these coaches in Detroit, A.J. Hinch not manager of the year, Dan Campbell not coach of the year, J.B. Bickerstaff not coach of the year, Trajan Langdon not executive of the year. Is anybody paying attention to what's going on around here?
Well, they finally gave him a win. He had finished runner-up thrice prior to this, including
Presti?
Yeah, including last year.
Yep.
So last year was runner-up with 57 wins. This year they get 68, so they decided to give him the W.
Mm-hmm. Now, to be fair, I should mention that Brad Holmes is back-to-back executive of the year in the National Football League. But I just wonder why Detroit gets left out on so many of these. So many of these.
It's just the national disrespect.
Yeah. Wow. What a treat this is. Walking into studio.
Is he lost?
Is our good friend. A surprise visit. From
I didn't come in to come on the air. I left my mic muff here. Last night.
I thought you wanted to talk about the Met Gala.
No.
No?
How you doing, Pat Caputo?
Doug, I love you, man. I do. I love you too, Gator, and everything.
A little second late.
But I like Doug. I love Doug more, just simply because, I laugh my ass off all the time when I think of our story. You know what our story is?
Is it getting hit in the hockey game at Joe Louis
No,
Arena?
that was when somebody took a swing at my head, but it does have something to do with that. We played hockey, and I played more than you had played.
Yeah.
We were both, we're both beer leaguer, slappies out there. So we get done playing, and Doug comes up to me, man, with a big smile, and he's like, hey, you're not bad. You're not a bad hockey player. And I just filled up with all kinds of,
You finally got his approval.
Yeah, it's like, man, thanks, Doug, thanks. And then he looks at me and goes, but you're not that good either. And then he has that stupid laugh he just did. He goes, whoa. And I just totally got deflated.
Welcome to my life every day
you
for
totally
the last
got
17 and
me,
a half
man.
years.
So I think about that sometimes.
That's what guys do to each other.
Yeah, that's what, you're not that good either. Which is exactly how you describe me playing beer league hockey.
I can't tell you how many people talked about how good he was, and I can't tell you because nobody said that.
Nobody said that. Nobody.
Trevor Thompson's like, who?
Yeah, Trevor Thompson. Trevor's like the Ovi of the beer leagues.
No, it wasn't you that hit me. It was some Fox intern that lit me up, and I think it's the only time in my life I had a concussion. It was in the media game at the Joe Louis Arena.
Yeah, well, I mean, that means, that just screams, let's play all out. Right?
I was sitting on the
You
bench.
got an intern from Fox who's skating out there like he's Keith Kachuk.
Oh yeah. It was like that. And Doug, and I did get Doug on one because Doug hadn't played much yet. Doug figured this out.
Yeah.
But the puck went down to the other end of the ice. And Doug and I are going for it like two real slow dudes trying to fight their ass off to get to the puck first. So I'd like, okay, Doug doesn't know this. He just started playing. So I let him touch the puck and then lifted his stick.
I was so pissed.
And it was the only time I heard Doug ever use the F word. That was a funny experience.
It was.
And I'm not going to mention the media person who got mad at me and swung his stick full tilt at my head.
Yeah.
And missed by like 2 inches.
Yeah, that was.
It was the media hockey game.
Are they still involved in the media?
Yeah, well, sort of maybe.
I don't know.
On social media, you can probably find them on X or Blue Sky. I'm on Blue Sky now.
Are you?
Okay,
Yeah,
right.
I got 91 followers. I'm I signed up for it. I'm like,
hey, everybody's doing it. Let's do it.
Yeah, I signed up
Here we
for
go.
it. I got following more people that are following me.
So go follow Pat on Pat Caputo on Blue Sky. Yeah.
Blue Sky. All this, and I just came in to get my friggin' mic muff.
Let's see if we can get you up to 95 followers by the end of the day.
Yeah, there you go, man. There you go. You guys are the best, man. You're talking about Denver today. They had me laughing my ass off. Because I've been to Denver a bunch of times.
Have you seen Lucifer?
No, I haven't, but that made me laugh about the genitalia.
Carriage? Yeah.
It's anatomically correct.
And that airport, the airport's
Still
like,
serving Denver.
It's like way out of the city. And when you drive in, the first thing you find out when you go to Denver is they have no trees. We have trees everywhere. You drive from the airport to Denver to downtown, you don't see a tree.
What do you mean
You don't see
trees?
a single friggin' tree.
He's right.
There's not
It's
a
out in
tree.
the middle of nowhere. The
I
airport.
just expect to see nothing but pine trees.
No, around Denver, it's like plains. You have to start up to the mountains and the pine trees.
It is. It's like you're, and you kind of get like, some kind of like glare in there because it takes forever on a straight road with no trees to get to downtown Denver, and then it appears like the Oz or something, out of the blue downtown Denver.
Just follow the Yellow Brick Road.
Yeah. So we always complain about our area and everything, but every area's got its problems. It's a nice town, though, Doug. I
love it, and I hate that I love it so much.
Yeah, well, it's
now
not
I've got
bad.
reasons to dislike it.
Yeah, there you go. But anyway, I've talked enough. I'll be on tonight at midnight after the Tigers game. Talk to you then.
What if there's not a game? If it gets rained out, are you on earlier?
It could be rained out.
I don't know, man. Jimmy, send me a text.
Pat's on from 10 to midnight.
That means I got to get in here like super early.
That's right. Pay attention.
Instead of watching it, sitting around drinking a smoothie and watching on my iPad.
Chalamet
Just like
style.
Timothy Chalamet.
Yeah, a guy could come in here and watch it on the FanDuel Sports Network, couldn't I?
Well, not in here.
Not in here. Not anywhere.
Up there.
It doesn't exist in this building.
Great to see you, Pat.
Great to see you
What a
guys.
breath of fresh air.
Hey, maybe we can head over there and sit in some of those fine seats we got over there and just enjoy it.
Hey, Pat.
Yeah.
Rock me, G.
Rock me, G. Yeah, just like TV, man. There's a guy who played at Falcon Field. Did you know I went to Groves? The entire world knows I went to Groves. How come you don't have to carry that Andover thing on your head like I got to carry Groves?
I carry it proudly.
It's a
Proud
cross.
of rats.
I'm not a Huron guy.
Oh, you're not?
No.
You were a Pioneer guy?
I was not a Pioneer guy.
You were a Skyline guy?
No, Skyline wasn't built.
Where'd you go?
Ann Arbor Community High School. I'm one of them.
What was that? Like
It's the alternative. It's the alternative high school.
Like, because your dad was a professor or something?
No. Back then it was easy. Anybody could go. It was you basically had to get the credits outside of the
Is
classroom.
that so you could start on the basketball team?
Why the smallest school?
I'll see
Hey,
you
that's a
guys.
good insult back. You got me back.
And hockey.
Yeah, and hockey. Well,
Back
thanks,
Caputo.
man. It was good talking.
It was
to you. Now I'm
great
gonna
seeing
get my mic muff. I don't want to forget it.
Pat Caputo, ladies and gentlemen. Hey,
his
Michigan
muff.
Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. They've got larger settlements for their clients. In fact, they've got the largest auto accident settlement and the largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. And their customer service, top notch. I would recommend their firm to friends or family members if they are in need of a law firm for an auto accident. Michigan Auto Law is a law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Mission accomplished. Just logged on to Blue Sky. Pat Caputo now has gone from 91 to exactly 95 followers. Mission accomplished.
You're welcome.
Pat Caputo, ladies and gentlemen.
The legend.
He is kind of a legend. All right, I got another confession to make.
Okay.
So we don't like do huge things, but we do small, subtle little things for Christmas. You know, I got you a Yellowstone themed Christmas package with like a fridge magnet with Rip Wheeler. The best is the candle, right?
Yeah, the candle that smells like a Rip Wheeler.
That's the
That's what it says on it.
Yeah. One of the things I was considering getting you was the Yellowstone brand baked beans.
Gator made them?
They were allegedly for sale, I thought, at Kroger. And so I went to Kroger to get the Yellowstone brand baked beans. And I didn't find them.
Mm.
And I ended up looking elsewhere and went another direction. I just saw the following news story tweeted out by the Ann Arbor News. Possible life-threatening allergic reaction leads to recall of baked beans sold in 23 states. And it's a picture of the Yellowstone brand brown sugar and molasses baked beans.
Oh, no. You tried to poison me? That was your plan all along?
Apparently, I was trying to murder you.
Wow.
Yep. But the FDA says no more. And they are recalling these. Obviously, there's nothing really to laugh about.
Because somebody had an allergic reaction.
Yeah. The beans were produced by Vetti Food Group of Nashville, Tennessee, and distributed to retailers in 23 states, including our state. The recall.
The allergic reaction involved heavy flatulence and diarrhea. Excuse me, sir. These are baked beans.
Didn't you miss a day last week sick?
I did.
Was it the Yellowstone brand baked beans?
I did not have Yellowstone brand baked beans, but may as well have been.
Okay. Well, hey. Sorry, man. My bad. I apologize. I thought about getting you some I was trying to poison Gator.
Wow.
Not my intent.
Trying to take thousands of people to the train station.
Have to watch the show to know what that means, but yes. Other thing you put on your show sheet today, and I was intrigued. You put, is the Belichick thing going to end before it starts at UNC? Do you think?
There's a lot of people that think that he's not even going to coach, like when the season starts. And I'm like,
Jennifer Hudson's going to coach?
Jordan Hudson.
Sorry, Jordan Hudson. Yeah,
Jennifer Hudson. That would mean she's really talented.
Yes.
My apologies.
But
my apologies to Jordan Hudson, football coach.
So
with all respect due.
This whole thing with, his young girlfriend in the interview and all that stuff, and how she shut it down, and there's other stuff coming out that doesn't seem like Bill's really wanting to be in the media eye. Which has he ever really? Unless he's hanging out with his friends, if he's going to do something with Peyton Manning, or the guys that like Terry Bradshaw or something like that, with some of the people in the pregame shows, I don't think he wants to be in the spotlight. He just wants to coach.
I know.
So I always thought this thing was blown out of proportion. Like when the interviewer starts asking him, how did you two meet? And she's like, we're not getting into that. Like, I think, of course not. Belichick is like, on to Seattle. That's him. He doesn't want to deal with all this other stuff. Hey, we know that everybody wants to know the ins and outs of your relationship with a 26-year-old woman, but it's none of your business. Ask me about North Carolina football.
Yeah, but that's not how this works. You don't get to tell people what to ask you.
No, you can.
Well, you can say, I'm not going to answer that.
I'm not going to answer questions about this. I'll talk about the football. But you're Bill Belichick. Of course you can.
Well, Bill Belichick doesn't have to answer. Media can ask whatever they want. He doesn't have to answer.
Of course, yes.
The problem is he is going on a tour to promote his book which is what the interview was in the first place. It was about promoting the book. Now, I'm going to suspect that people actually think that he writes about the relationship in the book. And it's funny because the tweet that accompanied the news, Bill Belichick's The Art of Winning is out today. After a largely inartful book tour, the last thing he wants to do is promote anything other than he doesn't want to promote. He just wants to coach football.
I think he wants to do the bare minimum that's required of him outside of the realm of football.
Yes.
And once he's in football, he's all locked in. So when people are questioning, is he even going to be coaching there? I think absolutely he's going to be coaching there. It's what he wants to do. He wants to coach. He's taking on a huge challenge. And we'll see if he's successful or not. I mean, we saw Deion go to Colorado, and the first year was rough, but he ends up taking the top prospect in the country over with him. And then the next year, they have, a 9-win season this past year?
Mm-hmm.
What's Bill Belichick going to do with in North Carolina? Bill Belichick, who, by the way, has head coaching experience, something Deion didn't have.
Right.
Going to a team that is already reasonably competitive, and now he gets to enter the transfer portal world and just go ahead and pick and choose what he wants. And what kid isn't going to want to play for Bill Belichick? I think he's going to be successful at North Carolina. But there are people that think it's not even getting off the ground because of his girlfriend.
Well, the question becomes, I think this might be the true test of his love for football versus his love for his girlfriend.
I think, that's probably the fair question to ask is which lasts longer, his tenure at UNC or his relationship?
So he's famous for not wanting distractions. She was on the field at the spring game. She was literally on the field talking to him while they were going through warm-ups at the spring game.
That's warm-ups.
Well, I would say that somebody who famously doesn't like distractions has inadvertently created one of the greatest distractions in the history of sports.
Well, you know what? This might be a brilliant plan because it takes all the focus and puts it on him and not an ounce on his players.
Yeah, that's why he's dating a 24-year-old Gator.
There are other benefits.
That's you cracked the code, man.
Yep. Other benefits there. No, do you think this relationship is going to last longer than his tenure at UNC?
Yes. I think that this is not this. I keep thinking you think this is the old Bill Belichick. This is not the Bill Belichick you remember. This is I've joined every social media platform Bill Belichick who hated that stuff in the past, would call it Faceagram or whatever it was. Now he's on all that stuff, and he's posing in her pictures like he's holding her like she's flying in the air.
That was funny.
For likes, okay? And this is what happens when you get in a relationship. He's in a honeymoon phase right now.
You know what else? He might be in the honeymoon phase with social media. Like he's like, boy, this Twitter thing's pretty cool. Like, he's just discovering stuff. She's introducing him to things he never.
Oh, I'm sure she is.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Look at this. Another video with cats and dogs. That's cute. I like that.
So you think he'll be at North Carolina longer than the relationship, or vice versa?
Yeah.
You do.
Yeah.
I would bet on North Carolina longer in the relationship. Kang, you're on an island. He'll be with the girlfriend longer than he coaches North Carolina.
Yes.
All right. Well, we'll see how it plays itself out. In the meantime, good luck promoting the book as he continues his appearance in New York today. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket.
I looked at my backyard this morning before I left the house, and Doug, I'm telling you, it was lush and green. I thought I was in Ireland.
Have we had rain?
We've had some rain. But you got to be careful because that means weeds are coming around. Make sure you call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN's the telephone number. Go to naturalwaylawn.com, and for a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program. You get free grub control, but you have to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. As I mentioned, it's green right now, and I love it. And I know it's going to stay weed-free because Natural Way has come over and they sprayed. Now, if you haven't, you got to take care of this because the warm weather brings about dandelions. Dandelions are weeds. They rob your lawn of water and nutrients. It's no good. you're not going to have the green weed-free lawn unless you call Natural Way. They don't give you the runaround. They know exactly what they're doing. They've got experts that come out and custom tailor solutions specifically for your yard and your home. They've been around for over 35 years. It's a company I've trusted for nearly a dozen years, and I think you should as well. It's Michigan-owned, Michigan employees, Michigan families. They're involved in local charities. What more do you want? You want satisfaction. Trust me, these people know what they're doing. You're going to be happy as hell you called them. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
All right, these are people who are like Timothy Chalamet, who last night skipped the Met Gala with his date, Kylie Jenner, to watch the Knicks and Celtics game 1 of the Eastern Conference semifinals. Sam in Grand Rapids says, I played in a beer league tournament game instead of going to my cousin's wedding. After the game, I went to the reception, but I look back at my 22-year-old self and think, what in the world was I thinking? Beer league tournament game. Now, is this, I'm assuming this is hockey. When I hear the term beer league, I think of hockey.
Weren't we trying to convince Kang years ago to play in his basketball game?
You guys had made it to the championship of your league, but your wife was.
Yeah, I mean, you guys weren't convincing me. I was trying to convince myself. Yeah. How many times you get to play for a championship, man?
You could have another kid.
Yeah,
You're just
right?
not sure if you ever get a chance to get back to the
you
final.
did. So, you know, looking back, you screwed up.
Unnamed texter, a little different situation. I had to miss my sister's wedding because I was the quarterback for an arena football team, and we had a game the same night. She got married, and I threw my first professional touchdown.
Is it signed Art Schleister?
I don't know. Whoever you were, I wish you signed it. We could look up your career. Larry and Vassar, I missed family Thanksgiving on my wife's side 2 years ago to watch the Michigan-Ohio State game at my buddy's. Thanksgiving has its day. Michigan-Ohio State has its day. A business decision was made. Good for you, Larry. 248-539-9797. Harrison, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Harrison.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, this is A.J. Hinch's last year, as you know, for his contract, right?
I don't know about that.
Well, I just wanted to know when they was going to re-sign him because he's a great manager. He's good with the young, So I was just wondering when they was going to lock him up. That's all.
He signed an extension after the 23 season, and it's a long-term extension because the previous contract was going to expire after the 25 season. So,
which was after this season.
Yeah, but he's already, I guess he signed an extension. It's going to take him well beyond that.
Oh, good. I didn't know that. Okay, good, because I was just wondering when they was going to wrap him up. Okay, good.
They did, and it's good.
Good. He deserves it.
Yes.
He really does.
Yes.
But we don't know
All right.
how many years.
It doesn't say how many years?
No, they've kept that to themselves.
Well, if it was supposed to expire after this season and it's an extension, we know that means he's at least, I don't think it was a 1-year extension, which would be for just 2026. But there you go. All right. You sent something over today that is awfully interesting.
Oh? I like to be interesting.
Mission accomplished. 2 of ESPN's analysts, although I don't know who these guys are.
I just give you the last name.
I know. Do you know who Bowen is?
I can find out quickly.
All right. The other one's Schatz. ESPN analyst had this to say about the biggest head scratchers in the draft. Whoever Bowen is said wide receiver Isaac Tesla to the Lions at number 70. I can see the traits with Tesla. He's a 6'4" target with seam stretching ability, and he's posted explosive testing numbers. However, he is still a developmental prospect, and it cost the Lions 2 2026 third-rounders to trade up for him. Schatz says Tesla to the Lions. He basically scored a 0 in my playmaking score article featuring wide receiver projections. ESPN Scouts Inc.'s rankings did have Tesla listed, but as the number 17 receiver and number 157 prospect, and yet the Lions dealt 2 2026 third-round picks. He's at best a duplicate of Detroit's best receiver, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
All right, so 2 things. First of all, it's Matt Bowen, who's
Okay.
an NFL analyst, and it's Aaron Schatz, who's also the NFL analyst. So what I find interesting is what Schatz had to say. It's the last statement that he made.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's supposed to be insulting? At best, he's a duplicate of Amon-Ra St. Brown?
Whatever.
Yes, please.
Whatever will we do?
Oh, no. Oh, no. They traded 2 third-round picks to move up so that they could acquire a player who is, at best or at worst, a duplicate of Amon-Ra St. Brown. Okay.
Yeah.
Signed every team in the league would do that if that was the case. I mean, you can say that you don't like the pick and give your reasons. Hey, it didn't even show up on our Scouts Inc. thing, whatever, all this. We did evaluations on him. It was a 0. Whatever you got to say there. But that last statement is just dumb.
Yeah. At
best, he's, one of the best receivers in
It'd be
football.
one thing if they said, at best, he's a poor man's Khalif Raymond. It'd be one thing.
Or, yeah, he's Tim Patrick. Say, okay, got it. But
yeah, at best, he's one of the best receivers in the league.
I mean, what is that?
Heaven forbid.
Sure, you're good and all, but what have you really done? I mean, 3 straight years of 1,000 yards plus, and you've double-digit touchdowns each of the last 2 years.
Well, in the last 3 drafts, the weird thing about Brad Holmes is in the last 3 drafts, he's used the middle rounds to do some of his most head-scratching work.
Mm-hmm. Lots of trading.
Traded up because he couldn't miss out on Broderick Martin. in the third round. Took Hendon Hooker in the third round. And now he's traded up to take Isaac Tesla in the third round. Maybe Hooker doesn't belong in the same category because we just don't know, and we may never know what he could be. But he also last year took Giovanni Manu in the fourth round.
And maneuvered to get him.
Yeah, there's this pattern of aggressive mid-round maneuvering, which I don't know. I mean, I don't think he maneuvered to get Kirby Joseph in the third round in one of his early drafts. He did have a Lee McNeil in the third round. I don't know if he maneuvered on that. I have to go back and look. But it's kind of an interesting pattern, isn't it?
It is. I mean, he's always been active on draft days.
Yep.
To move all over the place, and make sure he just wants to secure his guys.
Mm-hmm.
He's got his guys he likes and loves, and he wants to secure them.
So the Lee McNeil draft was their own pick. In that same third round, they got a Fatu Melifonwu. If I recall correctly, that was a pick they got in the Stafford trade. They got Melifonwu in the Stafford trade. And I'll have to go back and look at the other maneuvering. But so how many experts did they have do their most head scratching move?
They had a bunch of them.
Okay, because the two of them singled out the trading up for Tesla as the most head scratching move.
Yes.
Not of the Lions, of the entire draft.
Yeah. Yeah, so other players were selected were Emeka Buka was a head-scratching move by one of these guys.
Love Emeka Buka.
Jack Betch, the wide receiver, James Pierce, Dylan Gabriel, Tyler Shuck, Kenneth Grant.
Well,
was thought of as head-scratching because of the value, taking him at 13, thought it was way too high to take him.
So what I got to give Todd McShay a ton of credit. Todd McShay, when he got to the Lions, he goes, look, man, I question a lot of these picks, but who are you going to believe, Todd McShay or Brad Holmes? Like, he just stepped back and said, I'm giving this guy latitude to do things that I don't understand because he's got a long history of doing it. In the meantime, major publication has got NFL executives talking about the Lions draft off the record. What they had to say, we will get to at 1:48 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. Brands that you trust, like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township, and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
I hope you're doing well on a Tuesday. Sun's trying to fight through. Should be decent weather the rest of the week. Miserable morning today. But you're doing that live read. I will say 2 things. The grass is in great shape.
I can't believe how green it is.
1. 2 is this Thursday. First Thursday mow. Be my first Thursday mow, Kang.
What's the weather looking like? I haven't checked.
I
We
think
gonna
it's
clear up
supposed to
by
be-
then?
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be pretty good. Let's take a quick look at the app. On Thursday, we're looking at sunny and 60. 60 is not hot enough, but I'm going to do it anyway. Do it anyway.
Nothing like that first Thursday mow, man.
First Thursday mow. The problem is there's a lot of debris from the winter. It's not going to be a quick Thursday mow. I gotta clear debris.
Might be you have to a Thursday rake first.
Might be a Thursday rake followed by a Thursday mow, but then it'll be my first.
Thursday dethatching.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be my first Thursday post mow beer.
Oh, will you do the Modelo's then?
I should. Yeah, I will do Modelo's
Maybe you
this
should.
week. I want
Maybe
to
you
test.
should- yeah, but
I want to test your theory that the foil makes it not worth it.
Becomes a nuisance after.
I don't want you to be so frustrated after you've had that mow that you
Well, here's
deserve
what's
that
interesting.
beer, and then there you are picking at the foil.
So the thing about me and packaging, I have a terrible relationship with packaging. My wife laughs. If I gotta tear something open, I can be there for minutes trying to get it done. I take scissors to everything now. I'm just forget it. I don't care that there's a Ziploc. I'll just scissor the thing open. And so this foil thing might be a real thing for me because I'm not good with packaging.
Uh-oh. Someone's walking it back a little bit?
No, somebody
More than a
is-
little.
I'm being open-minded.
Okay.
I still think the theory's stupid, but I'll be open-minded about it. Because if the beer's worth it, who cares?
You are terrible at opening stuff. Have you,
really-
ever watched
yeah,
them, Gator?
I've seen
it's,
the struggle is real with this one.
Yep.
it's comical.
I want to help you so bad. Let me try it, But meanwhile, Doug's already put it in his teeth are
tearing it,
working
yeah.
at it.
I'm like, Doug, just give me the yogurt. I'll open it for you.
Put the yogurt down, son.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how I do with the foil and the Modelo. Other thing I mentioned before the break. Here we go. These are quotes from The Athletic. These are actual quotes regarding the offensive line from executives from other teams. What did they think? The offensive line. The Lions draft. They talked a lot about the Lions. There's quotes about the Lions draft executives from another team. Quote, keep building on the Lions, which is what they do there. They play to their strengths, and let's call it what it is. The Philly mindset. Not a bad strategy. And then they got 3 players from Georgia, 1 from Ohio State, 1 from LSU. Big schools. Another exec said of the Lions draft. They pretty much took a run-defending nose tackle in the first round, but they are very firm on their style of ball, and it's paid off. So they get the benefit of the doubt. And a third exec, and you're going to like this one. They are confidently aggressive. Maybe that is their coach just saying, we are going to kick ass and take names forever. That is another executive talking about the Lions draft. So they didn't have a problem with Tesla as much as Schatz on ESPN.
Schatz and Fowler, whoever else it was. Yeah.
Bowen? Was it Bowen?
Bowen.
Yep. So, yeah, kind of what we knew, kind of what we suspected. Build from the trenches. They haven't always built from the trenches. This was a draft that was pretty trench heavy. But like last year, DB, O-line, safety, D-tackle, O-line. They took 3 last year, but they were later picks. This year they were earlier picks. 3 of the first 4 were in the trenches. The year before that, running back, linebacker, tight end, defensive back, quarterback, D-tackle, O-line, wide receiver. So more high resources into the trenches.
I think when you get in that third round, that's when the third round and beyond seems to be the wheelhouse to start going after it. Unless you see a difference maker in the first round, that's where you're going to go. I mean, they have taken, obviously they took Hutchinson.
Mm-hmm.
They just took Tyleik Williams. So those are the only 2 guys they've taken in the first round, and Penei Sewell. So that's 3 guys they've taken in the first round in the trenches, so to speak.
There is a falling in love factor with Brad Holmes. I think he falls in love with sleepers and doesn't want to let them get away. And if you look at his draft patterns, that's Tesla, that is Manu, that is Broderick Martin. Those are guys that he just refused. He was not going to. He didn't want to let him get away.
No, he did not at all.
And he's kind of earned the right to do it. But none of these guys have paid dividends yet.
No, not yet. And the interesting one is the new one with Tyleik Williams, that there was the trade offer that Philadelphia wanted to move up, and the Lions just said no. They wanted to get their guy. And somewhere between the Lions and where Philadelphia was picking at 32, one of those other teams they were very interested in taking Tyleik Williams, and Tyleik Williams thought he was going to go to that team. That's why he did what he did. He's got his guy. I'm not going to let it go. If I trade back to 32, a good chance I'm not going to have him.
Right.
Sure, I might be able to take an edge rusher or some other position or whatever, but this is the guy that I want. And I respect the hell out of him with that. He's got his conviction, right? It's no one's going to tell him who he needs to take. He's going to take who he thinks he should take.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll get the glory with that, and he'll get the blame with that in some cases. Like if Broderick Martin doesn't work out, that's one, and Levi Onwuzurike hasn't really worked out, yet they gave him a second contract, which I'm kind of surprised by.
Yeah, that was curious. But as you know, when we get calls from Brad Holmes critics, like, what about this? What about that? Yeah, he misses on some without question. He's not going to. They're not all gems.
No, they're not all going to be gems. But given a second contract is different.
Yeah, that's a commitment.
You're taking a chance on. He's taking a chance on Onwuzurike. He's taking a chance on Derek Barnes. These are guys that, we expect them to be a big part of our future, and the future is now.
Well, we'll see what happens. The speculation that we had earlier today, it feels like watching the feedback come in. If they re-sign Zadarius Smith, and there's no shortage of speculation that that's going to happen, it's almost gotten to the point where so many people are predicting it in the blogosphere that I don't think it's going to happen. it's the after a while you're like, okay, is it an echo chamber of the same people reading the same stuff and saying they expect it to happen, or is there really legs to this? But each day that passes, he doesn't sign with somebody else, there's a percentage tick up just a little bit that Zadarius Smith is coming back to Detroit. And I would argue yes. And, it's weird because we did the song and dance. You remember people wanting Ndamukong Suh to come back to the Lions? And there was, sign him in the offseason. It didn't happen. He's just waiting for training camp for something to open up. And it never happened.
Right.
And he never came back. I don't know. I don't think that's going to happen with Zadarius Smith. I mean, the guy did have 9 sacks last year on 2 different teams. One of them that he parachuted in and didn't have Aiden Hutchinson on the other side. I still think there's a spot for him in the National Football League. But if he's picky about playing for a contender, A, or just doesn't get the money he wants, B, coming back to Detroit, definitely on the table. And it definitely would satiate. Can we use that word?
Satiate sounds good.
Satiate people who are not pleased with the offseason work at the edge rusher. So we shall see. Raining in Colorado, expected to rain tonight. We'll see if that leads to a full-fledged rain out. It could mean a doubleheader tomorrow between the Tigers and the worst team in baseball, the Colorado Rockies. Rico is celebrating that as he makes his way in studio. Could lead to a short day for you guys tomorrow, but we'll see. Maybe they'll play tonight. What's up, my man? How are you?
You guys. You two?
Yeah.
Funny.
Was it?
You two were funny.
What are we talking about?
Driving around in and out of your show.
What cracked you up?
I don't even know how you got on the Denver topic. But Gator just stopping everybody and saying, hey, whatever you do, don't Google it.
Lucifer's junk. Don't do that.
And you never been Denver?
No.
What do you think of Denver?
When we landed, I woke up and was like, oh, you think Denver? You think mountains, Rocky Mountains?
Yeah.
It is the flattest place
it's a place.
ever.
It's where the airport is.
We're like, we're in Denver. It's like, it's a mile high, but it's flat. Mile high, just elevated. No mountains, no nothing.
And
it's totally deceiving of what your picture is of Denver.
It's crazy. So the airport is east of the city, and the mountains are west of the city. And so when you land on the east side, you're just in the middle of the plains.
Yeah,
it's crazy. I've taken a train. I've taken the Amtrak.
So
into
it
Denver.
sucks.
It doesn't. But and then
it's a great
like,
city.
it's the only airport like I had a problem going through because this is when they had the new technology where you stood there and they blew air at you. And the guy was like, well, this can't be right. I was like, what's wrong? He's like, according to this, you have 85 things that just set off the alarm.
Oh, you mean the security?
Yeah, I was just like, no. So, yeah, I'm with Woody Woodruff. He is dying laughing, taking video of this.
Because you were.
I'm like, Woody, seriously?
You're the problem?
Yeah, because
You're the problem.
he wanted to get to the airport early. And I said, you don't have to get to the airport early. He's like, oh, guess who needed to get to the airport early?
I can see what he's saying. All right, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
A little bit about the Wings and the lack of draft luck, but what else is new? And talk a little bit about Vegas odds for the Lions, the over-under at 10.5.
Have a great show. Thank you for listening, everyone. Stay safe and treat each other with respect. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by DR Trailer Sales. Yesterday, the NBA announced that Pistons coach J.B. Bickerstaff finished second in Coach of the Year voting. Today, the league released the Executive of the Year award results. Trajan Langdon finished third behind the Cavaliers and Thunder bosses. Langdon is set to have his year-ending press conference tomorrow. The American League leading Tigers are back in action tonight against the worst team in baseball, the Colorado Rockies. What are you doing?
I'm very upset right now.
They'll send one of the best to the mound tonight, however. That's Rockies beat writer Patrick Saunders. Dollander will face Jackson Jobe, who went just 4 innings his last time out, allowing 3 earned runs. Pregame at 8:15, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Rico has walked in the studio. He's a recycle bin right on his spot. Bleacher Report listed their top 10 utility players in Major League Baseball. Zach McKinstry is number 1. Javi Baez was number 6. Michigan State football bolstered their defense today with the addition of East Carolina
Yeah,
transfer.
with another backup. Next story.
Dontavius Nash, 24 tackles, interception, and 5 pass breakups last season. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yeah. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. You did a hell of a job, by the way, Otto. That was a 5-star update. He's great. He's wonderful. I'm not going to lie to anybody. The respectful stuff stopped at 2 o'clock. I'm not in a good mood. That was one of the worst playoff losses of my life as a fan. But guess what? You don't care, and I'm going to make you a bike. Okay, funny man? So let's do this. I want to tell you, we're just getting involved. I want to tell you. Now David's waltzing.
No, my
in.
side works.
Okay, good. Then you take the calls today. Listen, David, you look beautiful. That's a fashion long sleeve tee. Here's what we're going to do. I want to tell you why the Wings getting bent over more than a Vegas escort is a blessing. See, the lottery happened last night. And once again, the Wings got effed. You know what? I'm actually happy about it. And I'm going to tell you why, and I need the Hockey Elite, and I need to know if I have your belief. I'm pointing at you when I say it. Do I have your belief?
I'm too busy cleaning up. Go
That's
ahead.
fair. So, yes, at the start of the show, I replaced Rico with a recycling bin.
He threw a tantrum in the studio.
No, I didn't. I'm so angry.
Look at the chairs.
Listen, David, you did beautiful. You did the Lord's work, in fact. So listen, the Wings fell in the lottery again. The Islanders, who had a 3.5% shot to get number 1, got number 1. And I think it's a good thing, and I want to tell you why. Because I think this kind of forces Steve Yzerman, old daydreamer, the guy who in the press conference admitted to daydreaming and not listening to a question, who's been this ardent, rigid, draft-developed guy. You know what? F the pick. I am banning the Red Wings from using the 13th overall pick in anything other than a trade. Get rid of this pick and go get me a player. He has said we need to expedite this thing. You did not move up. You did not get lucky. You fell in the draft. Do you know what you're getting at pick 13? A guy who won't be here till 2029. At best. F them picks. I'm actually happy it happened. In fact, I want nothing but bad things to happen to the Red Wings until Yzerman wakes up. No more Ray Liotta at the end of Hannibal. More Steve Yzerman. I don't know what happened in that last press conference. He looked like he was eating his own brain. Lobotomy. I want the guy that built Tampa. So here's the deal. Now you can't use that pick. Take 13, take a prospect, make phone calls, talk to people, make bold trade.
So no foreign player that can come over like your boy Mishkov?
No. Now, what we need to do is, can the Hockey Elite, if we sound the Matterhorn, can we get them in here? Or are you guys too busy sucking on your pacifiers? So tell me where you're at. You have your little Yzerman jams on? Or do you want to have a reality conversation? Tell me how you get better using pick 13. You don't. You can wipe your boo-boo with it. Trade the pick. And I don't want to hear about this guy's not good enough. This guy looked at me the wrong way. This guy's not a nice person. Don't care. I would trade for Charles Manson if he could produce 86 points. So I want to know where you're at, where David's at, but most importantly, that guy with the tiny hands, Kenny Cott. Kenny, you can shoot me down. You can tell me I'm irrational. You can do what Iserbots do. You don't know puck. You're a casual. Argue a single effing thing I just said, that after the Wings got sexed up by Bettman again, that there is not a single reason they should be using that draft pick. It should be nothing more than a bullet they fire.
There isn't a reason they should use that draft pick on a prospect. I mean, I've looked at the history of the 12s, the 13s, the 11s, the 14s of the draft. Usually you don't see those guys, if you're lucky 3 years, if you're very lucky, and the rest of it 4-5 years, exactly what you've just said. And by the time that happens, you're nearing the end of the Larkin window, you're nearing the end of the Sider contract and the Raymond contract. You've announced your window to win being right now. I caution you, because I feel like we had this conversation around this time last year when they had a similar type pick. And we were like, draft day's coming up. They're going to do something. They have to. They have to get better right now for this upcoming
Now
season.
they really have to.
Okay, now they really have to. But my problem with the now they really have to is, what is Steve Yzerman, what has it felt like he's really had to do? Where's the pressure? Where's the will to get better? Where's the urgency? Because right now, I see none of it. I see a guy who feels like he has an unlimited contract, a lifetime. Whenever he wants to step down, he can go ahead and step down.
But there's no benefit for a team that keeps missing the playoffs and keeps collapsing. There is no benefit using the 13th pick in year 7 of a rebuild.
That makes total sense.
Are you with me?
Yeah,
Do you stand with me?
I do stand with you.
Even though I replaced you with a recycling bin to start this show.
You threw a tantrum in here. Yeah.
I'm very upset about last night, and I'm going to leave it alone.
I'm with you, yes, but I'm with Kenny. Like, this time it's for real when it comes to draft day. You kind of saw the press conference, and I don't know if that was just kind of the genesis of this is going to happen again. You would be
Steve Yzerman
and
was Jason Tatum last night. Yzerman was confused, glossed over, and eating his own brain.
I will do this my way, my time, my terms.
Hockey elite. Now, do we have the Matterhorn, or do I have to make the sound effect? Close enough. I want to hear from you. I dare you to argue what I'm saying. I double dog dare you. I triple dog. You're the kid in Christmas Story, and you can put your tongue on a frozen pole.
Mike, what you're saying makes total sense. I mean, how many times can we sit here and say we're going to wait?
We won't take it anymore.
We're going to wait for this. We're going to wait for that.
We're not going to take it anymore. That's what you're saying. We are not going to take it anymore. I want to hear from. I want the hockey elite to argue it. Or when the Wings got effed, was your first reaction exactly mine? F the pick, I'm done, I'm out. Or were you busy crying about the lottery and how stupid it is? Factually, it is.
Mine was the 2 training day drops as soon as it happened. So you drop from 12 to 13. Okay.
And whether it was 12 or 13, the hockey gods are communicating. Look, David, I don't know what it's like when God talks to you, but I feel like Yzerman does because the hockey gods are speaking. We are not helping you. Steve, God's hands are on the wheel. You are the passenger. God is telling you, get off your ass and make a bold trade. This is the Lord's plan. Now, I don't know who the hockey god is. Maybe it's Gordie Howe. We named a bridge after him. I don't know. Maybe it's Boom Boom Jeffrey. Maybe it's Terry Sawchuk. I don't know. But God is talking to you, Steve. Please, it is time. That pick cannot be used to take a kid who's not old enough to buy a beer. Can't be. And Rico's not going to take it anymore. That's what I take out of this opening segment.
No, you are exactly right. There are things that we have to do. We cannot just rely on God. We have to do it. And this is what this message is sending to Steve. You have to do some work here. You cannot just sit back and do nothing.
True.
Do something, Steve.
I mean, hey, you got to get out the boat if you want to walk on water. So,
I like that.
I just need that Holy Ghost energy to come out of Steve.
Yeah, well, where is that? I don't even know if that's on my board anymore.
I think it's been deleted.
No, it hasn't. I want Steve in the middle of the church, shaking and grooving. Yabba dabba dooba dabba dee. Trade Elias Pettersson. All right.
Okay. I have a question for you.
And we'll do it next.
We'll do it.
Boom!
Next.
Be curious, you bastard.
History had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, then came the tech boom. But right now, it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Streaming booming, gaming booming, video calls booming. Even when your boss schedules a meeting that could have definitely been an email. And now you can get Xfinity Internet and mobile together in an all-in-one plan. It is the ultimate power couple. Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile gives you a faster and secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go, so your Wi-Fi is booming wherever you are. Now through June 23rd, new customers can get a 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data, and get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all in one plan, all for $40 a month for 1 year. Whether you're working, watching, or planning for Wi-Fi gold, one thing's for sure, Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply, taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of data usage. Data thresholds vary. After 1 year, increased rates go to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply to all services up to $143 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, Northville Lumber and Things, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. What does that mean exactly? They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. They will have what you need, when you need it, and at a price you're going to love. So call Northville Lumber today, or better yet, stop by the showroom, take home some samples, and as always, NorthvilleLumber.com. That's NorthvilleLumber.com. If you're just tuning in, Cliff Notes, it's real simple. Wings got effed in the lottery again, and I think it's a sign from the hockey gods. It's time for Steve to not be Ray Liotta from the end of Hannibal and to be the Steve we hired. Make a bold move, weaponize the 13th pick. No one's interested in drafting Travis McDougal from Batavia Community College, who won't be up here till 2030. You must trade this pick. You must go get players who can help you. End. Argue it. And yes, the lottery's stupid. And yes, the Wings have had the second worst luck to the Ottawa Senators in said lottery. But guess what? Even if you ended up with the top pick, there's nobody up there who's going to be ready day one. What, Bob Schaefer, or whatever this kid's name is, who's a defenseman? That ain't Rasmus Dahlin. That ain't Victor Hedman.
Also, you said the Ottawa Senators, a playoff team, Ottawa Senators.
Oh, right, but don't you know if you don't get the number one pick, you
It's
just whine
impossible.
like a bitch and you can't
win.
rebuild?
You might as well just give up if you don't get the
Right,
number
sign
one pick.
Steve Botts.
So I agree with you.
What do you want to ask me?
The question is, I know what you want. Do you think deep down this is what Steve is going to do?
Yes, because I can't live in a world where he doesn't. Because otherwise he should be fired. There is no excuse for any gradual or pragmatic approach this summer. It has to be all in to make a seismic move. Look, Washington just missed out last year. They were one of the top teams in the East. You must have that kind of improvement. No move I'm asking him to make makes them a wild card. F that. I want something bolder, more seismic, a paradigm shift.
Something to go for.
And
the
you know
cup.
what I don't want? I don't want him down at the little pizza puff factory telling me, oh, those moves are really difficult. Then I'll find someone willing to make those moves.
Once again, Steven, that is what the money is for. I'm not even trying to be funny when I say that's what the money's for anymore, because literally that is what the money's for. I know it's hard to be a GM in this league. There's only 32 jobs, and not everybody's good at it. But dude, you had this resume in Tampa that we were all sold. You didn't win a cup in Tampa. I know that, Evan. But that is what the money is for.
Right. It's not a community service project. So I'd like to hear from you that now you know the Wings didn't move up in the lottery. They moved down. He's got to trade that pick and bring you a player, right? 248-539-9797. David, ticket text. We'll start there. We'll get to the callers in a second.
Yzerman needs to get off his thumbs and improve this team, or he needs to leave. That is a fan in Belleville.
Now, what's wrong with that opinion?
Nothing.
So that man doesn't deserve to be called casual, or he doesn't know puck, right?
No.
If you're not willing to get bold and move this thing forward, why are you here? You are wasting people's time and money.
That's what the money's for.
Right. You give me ideas. All right, let's go. David.
Unless something motivates Captain Daydreamer, it's over. I don't care about the Red Wings, and I don't like how I feel about it. He needs to go. That is from Tom.
Yeah, I think that press conference was a very bad look because I think the Steve bots were waiting for him to say something so profound that you could rally behind it, and it was, wait, that's all you had to say? That's not encouraging whatsoever.
Mikey Rico, ex-Steve bot here. You're spot on. Great point. Thank you for making me less pissed off. Time for Yzerman to actually make a real move and sign several good names.
And guess what? Everybody outside of a Mo Sider or a Lucas Raymond should be available. It doesn't mean you do it. Oh, but you can't trade Dylan. He's from Westland. F you. I don't care. Every player, there should be a conversation around a conference table. And it doesn't mean you make the move. But I'm not trading Lucas Raymond and I'm not trading Mo. Everybody else is
So
up for
only
grabs.
2 are untouchable. Everybody else.
That's how I view it.
Because see, I would look at it as, you know what? Nobody's untouchable.
Okay, that's fine. I'm trying to be fair.
No, I'm trying to win, and it's like, okay, if you can get that sweetheart deal and kind of jumpstart this team, okay.
Thank you, Mike. Trade that pick and get someone that can help get this Iser scam back on the rails. Enough is enough.
You want your top 10 trade targets as of May 5th, according to Bleacher Report? I'll give them. Kenny, do you want to argue? I'll let Kenny screen this call first. We'll do those at 2:30. I've got 10 names. Kenny can go thumbs up, thumbs down. Right now we go to Harrison to lead off, 97.1. Harrison, what's going on, buddy?
I went to the driving range last night because during the lottery because I was like, I don't want to watch the lottery. It's going to make me mad. I know it's going to happen. So I'm hitting balls, nice and calm. I see my phone light up. I look down. I see 13, and I hit a ball 400 miles an hour, 2 feet in front of me into the ground. And I was like, I'm done. So I was mad about the lottery for a second. Then my next thought is, okay, we got to trade the pick. Let's see what Red Wings fans are doing online. I don't know why I made that mistake.
Oh, no.
I open up Reddit, and I see someone going off about, we got to pick Ratty Murtka. And I'm looking at it. I'm like, what in the Almondine Muhammad are people talking about? We want to pick a defenseman that's 6'5", can't skate, and is at least 4 years away from playing in the NHL.
Yeah,
and
that'll
these are
do
real
it.
Red Wings fans.
That'll do
There
it.
are a lot of them. There are a lot of these people out there. And I don't know how we share the oxygen with them, Mike.
No, you know what the
don't
best
know.
part of those people is? Here's the best part. They're actually stupid, but they think they're the smartest people out there and that they get these bonus Steve points that they're going to redeem for Steve's friendship at some point. Yeah, you're right. Let's go draft a kid that's 5 years away. That'll turn this whole effing thing around.
Yeah, I don't know. I about lost it, and my golf game is now gone.
It's
and
over.
If he doesn't make a trade,
If he doesn't make a trade this summer, whether it's using the draft pick or not, but if he doesn't make a bold trade, what is the point of him being here?
There isn't one.
I mean, that kind of just says it, doesn't it?
No, I mean,
Rico?
you're right, because I think the last 2 summers have been that, okay, wait until draft. There's going to be a draft day trade. They're going to make a big splash. They're going to do something. And everybody was holding their breath, waiting. And each time, nothing happened. So I think the goodwill is gone. And as I said, I do think that a lot of Steve bots were so disenfranchised with that last press conference that he held. You're sitting there wondering, kind of like, well, Steve, what do you do here?
That's hello.
Yeah.
Go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Mike. What's on your mind?
I'm unfortunately I'm similar to the last caller in that I don't think the Red Wings are going to do anything, and they're just going to draft someone and wait it out. Like, I'm a big hockey guy. My brother played college hockey. Like last night, like I don't think Yzerman believes in his own system. Like Sebastian Cossa, Game 2 of the AHL playoffs, they don't start him. They start Jack Campbell, and they looked awful. And it's just like, I don't think this guy has – I'm just so frustrated because I don't think he has any pressure on him, and I don't feel like he has any pressure on him. Like, in the press conference when he's like, oh, yeah, Antti Tuomisto's like, he needs to gain an extra step. It's like, dude, we drafted him 5 years ago. He should have been developing the extra step by now, and I just –
Some of these prospects, by the time you call them up, they're going to look like John Goodman when they closed out the Connors.
I know, and other players have already passed them. Like, it's so frustrating for me. And I just, like, if there's no pressure, he's not going to rush his process. And you know what, Mike, can I say one thing?
Yeah.
Like, I was reading comments because, like, you know, the Dallas Stars made this great comeback.
Yeah.
And Jim Nill goes up there and he's like, hey, I could have 10 shots at this draft. I'm never drafting anyone as good as Mikko Rantanen. And I'm, like, trying to picture myself seeing Yzerman say that, and I just don't.
But
I don't, and it's just
Mike. Honestly, you got to be at a point where you go, Jim Nill is just a hell of a lot better than Steve Yzerman, and that's a tough pill to swallow. But Dallas never got the number 1 pick in the draft, you know, and Dallas right now is your Stanley Cup favorite.
I know, and like I see them draft like Logan Stankoven, He was a second-round draft pick. The Wings could have had him. He was the main piece of the Mikko Rantanen trade. I think Yzerman's gonna. I don't think he's looking to improve. I think he keeps drafting the same players. Like you talk about, college football players drafting 3 times. Well, the Red Wings second-round pick Brady Cleveland draft just transferred a 3rd time in college, which is unheard of in college hockey.
Oh, and by the way,
I'm done.
And Mike, here's the other thing. Like for all these people who are like, well, Kosa just he needs more seasoning. Didn't he get benched last night? Like again,
he didn't start.
Mike, this is my point. Like, how long do we got to wait for Kosa before we start to question what he is? And forget about anyone who mentions Trey Augustine, forget it. He's going to be back in East Lansing this year. Years, plural, away. It's just, but hey, can't block Kosa. So we got to continue eating the gruel.
Got Mrazek.
Steve ought to open a food truck and call it Mastagoli because it's just a different version of the Italian slop that's not even real Mastacholi. Like the stuff Costa grew up eating. Mastacholi, Mastagoli, a Steve Yzerman food truck. It's just slop between the pipes. That's what it is. It's the truth. For years, we've been told we can't block these kids, yet they're never here. You forcibly traded for Peter Mrazek, Mastagoli.
Though I guess the worst part was they weren't bad enough to be eliminated, so you couldn't bring Kosa up because they were already done, because they had a mathematical chance.
If he's getting benched for the Griffins, is he even that good?
Okay, but David, at the time, we didn't know that. At the time, I'm thinking, okay, final 10 games of the year, you know what? Here's the best time to play him. Kid, let's see what you got. They didn't.
Mastagoli. Let's get to the people next. FanDuel, giving you more reasons to like Tuesday. Currently, I need a single one to like Tuesday. The bottom line is I am upset about last night, and I'm upset about the Wings, and I'm upset at Jason Tatum being lobotomized in the 4th quarter. FanDuel.
You read.
Okay, listen, home runs, bet on them. They give you a profit boost. It's Home Run Tuesday. FanDuel.com/ticket. You can gear up, go yard all season long. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, the official betting partner of the MLB. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions do apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. We're going to get to the people. We got some Lions conversation top of the hour. Las Vegas has spoken. You're not going to like it, but are they right? We'll get there. Right now, Wings are picking 13th in the draft. F the pick. There's no scenario the Red Wings should use that pick. And if Steve Yzerman doesn't want to weaponize that, and please, I beg of you, don't tell me there's no value to the 13th pick for some broke bleep team. The 13th overall pick plus nets you that team's best player. Okay? And who is it? Well, I'm glad you asked, you hockey
Who is
nerds.
it, Mike?
Here is a list, and you can like it, hate it, say it's garbage, do whatever you like. But what I'm not going to tolerate is, well, that guy's not good enough to be here. That guy looked at me funny in a parking structure. So here's what we're going to do.
It's like Detroit.
I mean, it's the same routine. So I'm going to mix in some editorial trade candidates just to make sure people have a couple names they like, okay? We'll start. Now, this is from May 5th, Bleacher Report, the top 10 trade board in the NHL. Fair?
Okay.
At number 10, Bobby Orr. Is he good enough? Okay, good. Guy Lafleur. No, number 10, Elias Pettersson, Vancouver. All right, go ahead, locker room cancer. Next. What do you want? Yes or no?
Yes.
You're in.
Yep.
Okay.
And but the problem with, I don't think that's realistic because the reason they shipped Jake Wellman out of town was I don't think they wanted him around the young guys.
Well, you know what? Your young guys suck.
I agree.
So you know what? Bring a bastard in. I don't care.
I agree.
You could hire the Sons of Anarchy. I don't care.
It's a bit of a project, but yeah, I'm in.
All right, Zibanejad.
Yep.
From the Rangers.
Yep.
You would.
Yes.
5 years left.
Yes.
8.5 AAV.
Yes.
Steve doesn't like term.
Cap's going up. Doesn't matter.
Thatcher Demko. Canucks.
All the
Can't
way in.
block Kosa.
All the way in. All the way in.
What?
No.
I'm yes. Rasmus Anderson. Flames.
Yes. In.
Eunice Corpusalo. Bruins.
More lukewarm. Would rather have Demko, but yeah, I'd be fine
Okay.
with it.
My cousin, Matthias Maselli.
See, I didn't watch a lot of Utah this year, so I couldn't speak to it. That
Fun
one.
fact, neither did people in Utah. What about J.G. Peugeot, the kid for the Islanders, good face-off guy? Not a difference maker, but you want him?
No, yeah, we're gonna need role players like that.
How about the guy Mo Sider was supposed to turn into?
No,
Eric Carlson.
No, all
I know.
the way out.
Feet made of Legos.
Feet made of Legos. Can't trust Lego feet.
Can't trust Legos feet. Anders Lee, Islanders.
Yeah, I'm in. What's your take on Anders Lee? You're the Islanders. Right?
Islanders got to blow up the team. I don't care.
Yeah, all
Just
right.
give me picks and things, and we'll see you in 4 years.
Picks and stuff.
Chris Kreider.
Yes.
Okay, so basically Kenny's in on 8 of these guys. That's the point. And that's not even all the players that are available. And there's always someone available if you make a big enough offer. We'll go to Stuart, 97.1. Stu, what's going on?
Hey, Mike, first-time caller. How you guys doing?
Good, Stuart. What's going on?
Not too much. I got a bold move for Stevie.
Let's hear it.
It would take a little bit help from our former friend, like a mercy help from Jim Nill. Jason Robertson. They just beat Colorado without him. They got some contracts coming up. He might be gettable.
Kenny, what's it going to cost to get him? Talk to Stewart for me.
I don't know that they want to get rid of a guy like that. Even on an expiring deal, I think that guy resigns there.
25 years old. It's probably going to be hard to pry him away.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
They just acquired Rantanen. They got to pay Wyatt Johnson. He might be an option.
You know, fun fact.
I got a more likely move.
The pick you traded to get Kosa became Wyatt Johnston.
Correct.
We
don't want to revisit that.
No, I do it for Kenny because he bashes his forehead off the console anytime I say it. That's all.
All right, Wyatt Langford, Mike. Wyatt Langford, Mike.
There it is. Oh, Santa Maria.
I think the more likely move is a trade deadline exodus, tanking for Gavin McKenna, and winding up with the 4th overall pick.
Oh,
okay.
He's sick. He's filthy.
We can't do this. We cannot discuss.
Can we rely on the draft lottery, though? That is the question.
So you're talking about tanking the entire year.
No, Stewart is talking about it respectfully. I'm not. No. The answer is no. Year 7 of a rebuild, we're not talking about tanking. No.
Especially because you get no lottery luck.
The hockey gods hate this team.
Maybe just get David to pray for him. It worked before.
No more. I'm done.
What if Stevie called you personally?
No, don't want it. Call me personally. I will reject him personally.
You'll start daydreaming in the middle of the call?
Oh, boy. Go to Sam, 97.1. Sammy, what's going on, pal?
What's up? Good afternoon.
How are you, sir?
I watched that draft last night, and this morning I went to the gun range. I love getting screwed every single year. I got a bold move for Yzerman. Go back to Florida. Get the hell out of the city. Because he ain't doing nothing to help this team.
I don't see it. And again, look, here's the problem. Sam, you get to year 7 of a rebuild, the goals have to be elevated. You can't talk about, well, we got to creep into the playoffs. Right now, if you ask a Red Wing fan, all of their hopes, almost all of their hopes, reside on Pellikka coming over and being Lane Hudson. That's really what the entire season rides on if you talk to Yzerbots. That's a sobering thought.
I really don't think he's going to do anything because, as he said in the press conference, he doesn't really care what you think. He's going to do things his way and keep doing it.
I think we lost him.
And I think he just decided to opt out. David, go ahead, Kenny, and then we'll get ticket text.
Yeah, and what kills me the most about this is, we saw
their team hasn't made the playoffs yet with Yzerman as GM.
That is correct. Also, you saw the national media clowning you. Remember when PK Subban was getting after you live on national TV?
Yeah. Remember when Red Wing fans said PK Subban doesn't know puck?
Right, and then you have national media members in podcasts that I respect and trust saying that if this was not Steve Yzerman, if this was Steve Jones, he'd be gone 2 years ago. It's everywhere. It's not just us saying this. It's not just me, Mike, Rico, David saying any of this. It's not just a local in this building thing.
Who's the biggest star who you think you could get?
I think Pettersson's your lead dog there because I think he has a lot more upside than a lot of these other guys that you've mentioned.
Whoa, that was Bleacher Report, not me.
Hey, it's in terms of the guys that might be available. That's the key in all this is you can say, let's try to get a Robertson. Yeah, cool. When you're in your mid-20s and on that second contract, a lot of these teams are not going to be like, oh, okay, have fun in free agency, buddy. That's not how it works. That's why Florida maintained a lot of their players, too. And players don't like to leave Dallas and Florida, by the way.
No, zero tax state. Right. Yes, David.
He needs to get it done. Chris Osgood spent one season, just 40 games down in the minors, and then was gone to Detroit. 3 seasons for Kosa. Yeah, he's a bust. Move on. That is Rob in Cleveland.
I don't know if he's a bust. I just know the glacial pace of this rebuild and the constant defense of it.
The fact that they won't bring him up means maybe they know something, and because we're like, well, what's the problem? But they just won't say there is a problem. It's just wait. After a while, yeah, it starts to feel like there's something wrong here. Maybe this guy's a bust.
Yeah, from Rudy, package Larkin, number 13 in Bergeron, and go get someone with grit that can lead and score the big goals. Larkin is not a great leader, and everyone knows this.
Oh, here's one thing. It ain't like him and Stevie sound like best friends after that press conference.
Yeah, and to that point, someone says if Yzerman talks to the players like he does to the media, it's no wonder why they're uninspired. They don't care what he did as a player anymore.
Nor should they.
When they came out and said that they were disappointed, nothing happened at the trade deadline. And yeah, they just kind of, you saw it on the ice. The president lost. The general manager lost the locker room. It's like, you didn't make a move, so what do you think about us? Like, we thought we could do something. Apparently, you didn't.
Let me ask a question. Kenny, how do you get Mitch Marner here?
Money. A lot of money.
10?
Yeah, it's probably to the tune of that.
8 years?
Something like, it would have to be long-term.
How old is he?
I think, mid-20s?
Yeah, I thought he was 26. But
25, 26 would have been my guess. Yeah.
My point is Marner good enough?
Yes.
Can you get him out of the microscope of being on the Leafs where his nickname is always maligned Marner? Just the idea of getting him out of there, coming to a place where he would be far more celebrated. Is he a big enough difference maker to get this team where you want to go?
I think he solves your Dylan Larkin problem. Because I think your first line doesn't need a first-line center star every time, but if there's a star on the first line, that solves a lot of problems. But we saw how Larkin can play when he's playing around, competent NHL players.
Which, again, we go back to who's put the roster together. It's Steve Yzerman. Okay.
Yeah, he got a taste of success, and I think he wanted that taste back. And
he just turned 28, by the way. So right in the middle of his prime, you get him 8 years, 20 or 36. I think it would just take money.
Okay.
And it would take Steve actually wanting to give away term, which, again, we have not seen him do.
Well, the other thing is, if you do something like that and it doesn't cost you the 13th pick and it doesn't cost you prospects, you can then weaponize those things along with some dead bodies on your roster and maybe beef up the blue line a little bit. That way we're not relying on Pelika 24 minutes a night, 23 minutes. You know what I mean? But what do we know? Keep enjoying that slow rebuild. Don't worry.
You
It's
don't know
simmering.
puck.
You don't know
just don't
puck.
know puck.
Yeah. I give up. I just know 6 years in, it ain't working. Okay, good talk. That was really fun. Remember when you could get eggs for a good price? Yeah, remember when the Wings made the playoffs? That doesn't happen either anymore. So if you need to take care of your furnace or AC, job's not getting done right, you need to call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The costs of getting your home heated or cooled, yeah, those prices aren't going down either. Get with Mastercraft this month. Buy a generator, get half off the installation of a furnace or AC, plus an extended 10-year parts warranty on that generator. Schedule that free in-home estimate. Mastercraftheating.com. All right, David, music. What do we got? A little NBA blitz or whatever you want to call it? Sure.
So, three second-round series have begun, and a home team has lost each one. Let's start with the Boston Celtics, Mike.
Next.
I'll let you go.
I don't want
They blew
to.
a 20-point lead, lost game one, went 15 for 60 from beyond the arc. Just a horrendous performance there. Of the 49 shots the Celtics took in the second half and overtime, 37 were three-pointers, and they only connected on 10 of them. So, with this stat,
what
teams that are down 0-2 in the best of 7 they just going to win the series 8% of the time. So, game 2 has to be a must-win, but just go off. Just ran about game
Is
1.
there a question in
Yeah,
here? What
game
am I, a
2
wind-up toy?
must be.
Was it just that
Yeah.
the fact that Porzingis didn't play is why
No.
you guys lost?
Dude, they're up 20 with 5 minutes to go in the third. F Porzingis and whatever poopy problems he has. What the hell illness does he have? It's the same thing in the regular season. Oh, he's got a infection thing. Played 12 minutes last night, missed 4 layups. They were still up 20 with 5 minutes to go in the third. The problem is Jason Tatum, again, turned into soft-ass garbage. Fourth quarter and overtime, 0 for 7. Hey, Jay, nothing's fallen. Perhaps dribble ball. Use athleticism and size. Get to rack. Shoot free throws. Nah, he looked like along came Polly. Rainmakers. The shot selection was ridiculous. Bar none. Most atrocious, disgusting playoff loss of my life as a Celtics fan.
Isn't this how they got there, though? Shooting the threes?
Not 60 of them. Not when it's not falling. Not when there's no ball movement. No. Lazy stat.
I'm asking
no.
question.
Loaded question.
Not loaded question.
Loaded question.
No, because the day before I'm
Cede the time to the senator from Minnesota. You're done.
No, because it's like, oh, Cleveland lost. You're like, they were minus one of their players. They'll be fine. Celtics minus one of their players.
We're champions. They're welfare frauds. There's a difference. That was awful. Awful. And it's every reason why people hate the NBA. If you watched that last night and you hadn't tuned into the NBA, you go, what? You know what you'd say? I mean, you wasted your life watching that last night.
Well, they got a better game the next game. Okay. All seriousness. Do you feel like Boston can't win this series?
No, they'll win the series. They're just not going to win a championship. Something's wrong with them. And it's more than a hamstring for Holiday or a knee with Jalen or KP and whatever poopy problems he has. Soft. They've been the worst fourth quarter team in the league all
Who's gonna
year.
beat them out the East?
Honestly, they might get to the final and Oklahoma City will take their heads off because OKC plays with a toughness and a fire and they have the talent. I hate everything I see. Next, can we just please talk about something else?
Yeah, we can move over to the Oklahoma City Thunder, who
Yeah.
also blew the lead yesterday. They were up 104 to 95 with under 7 minutes left. But there was a certain strategy that they decided to do under 15 seconds
The
where
fouling.
they fouled twice.
Yeah.
They were up 3, fouled twice.
But you can't foul up 3 with 11.8 to go.
That's what I was going to ask
can't.
you, because the coach went out there and said, yes, it's my fault. We should not have done the strategy. We'll learn from it. But should OKC be worried now for the rest of the series?
I would say no. I'm not. I wouldn't be worried.
Because of the strategy, they just blew that.
Yeah, they're the better team, and I will be surprised if they lose. I really will.
I think they got to come up with a better strategy against Nikola Jokic.
Well, he got selfish, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
He found a matchup he liked, and he abused it.
Yeah.
And it was a very interesting sight to see with him, because at many of the timeouts, he was very vocal. Haven't really seen that from him in his
David,
career.
he's the de facto coach. He has a whiteboard out there.
Hey, guys, they can't stop me. I don't care what the play is. Play is get me ball.
Now, someone hand me a cigarette.
It'll be waiting after the game, Joker.
Let's move over to Cleveland, who returned for Game 2 tonight, but who will return for Game 2? They blew the game in Game 1. DeAndre Hunter is questionable. Evan Mobley is questionable. Garland, who missed Game 1 with a sore toe, is still questionable for this game. So are they in real trouble after losing Game 1 with the injuries?
Yeah, I mean, Mobley's the NBA Defensive Player of the Year, but if you're down 3 starters, yeah, I'm sorry, you're not winning. I don't trust them anyways. But
No,
go ahead.
no, you didn't. But 0-2, and now you're going back to Indiana?
No, then they're probably dead. Yeah.
Yeah, they would be dead at that point.
I mean,
yes.
even if Indiana splits, I don't see why they can't go back to Cleveland and just end it right there in 5.
Well, let's preview the other series who has not started. It will start tonight. It is the Warriors and the T-Wolves. The T-Wolves are the betting favorite to win this series, should they be.
They should be, but I don't think the Warriors are without hope. The experience matters.
Yeah. I think that Jimmy Butler has been the difference for this Warriors team. Ever since he's been there, David, their swagger is back. They look like they were just on life support, waiting for everything to fall apart and for Steph to walk in there and say, I want to be traded. Now, all of a sudden, Steph looks like Steph again. He's out there shooting, and Butler is that other guy who, whether he's shooting or driving to the basket, doing all the stuff that, Clay, they missed from vintage Clay. Butler's getting it done. It's a resurgent thing. Now, Minnesota, they took out the Lakers. Remember, it was supposed to be the Lakers and the Warriors.
Correct. That's what the league wanted.
I would say I'm not writing off the Warriors right now because, to me, they're one of the better teams. Now, when they're missing the threes like they did in a couple games, they look like Mike Celtics. But when they're on, they can beat anybody.
So let's move over to the Coach of the Year, which Kenny Atkinson won that award. This is just a question because the Cavaliers previously hadn't won 60 games since LeBron. Last time they won was 09 and 10, and they improved from what they had last year under J.B. Bickerstaff. So did J.B. Bickerstaff get robbed, though, from taking the team from 14 wins to 44?
100%. Look, going from 50 to 60 ain't the same as 14 to 44. It's just not. JB should have won the award.
He should have won the award, but I do wonder, did he not win the award because people view him as a complainer, somebody who's always yelling constantly, and it just gives off a negative image? And when it came time to voting, it was like, you know what? I don't like how he always just bitches and complains to the refs. That could have been a contributing factor. He should have won it, but I wonder if his antics on the court kind of kept people from giving him the right amount of first place votes.
And then finally, let me get to a team that lost in the first round. Well, they've lost now 3 straight years in the first round, and that is the Clippers. James Harden, again, did not speak to the media the last 3 games of that series, but the president of basketball operations, Lawrence Frank, says they are staking their future to James Harden and Kawhi Leonard, keeping them together, saying, quote, I definitely believe in those two. Is that the right move?
It doesn't matter because Kawhi's going to ask out. If you saw his last press conference, he's weird, but that looked like a dude who was done with James Harden. I just will be surprised if they move forward with that duo. I don't know that they'll be allowed to. If I rep Kawhi, I'd be like, we're getting out of here. Yeah. You've got to get away from this bearded loser.
And for some reason, James Harden can just do no wrong. I don't get it. He doesn't bring you championships. He doesn't bring you playoff series.
He has lost 4 Game 7s with 4 different franchises, and he's been awful in all of them.
Right. But for some reason, you still want to back him. That may be your problem right there.
That is your NBA Fast Break.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Tigers are back in the field tonight against the 6-win Rockies. You can hear the broadcast right here on 97.1 The Ticket, pregame at 8:15 as long as they play. There's rain in the area all day long. Jackson Jobe will toe the rubber against one of the most highly touted pitching prospects in Colorado history, Chase Dollander. He struggled in his debut, however, carrying a 6.48 ERA in 5 starts. Pistons president of basketball operations Trajan Langdon finished third in the NBA Executive of the Year vote here today. The NBA playoffs continue tonight. The Pacers look for a 2-0 lead over the Cavaliers with a 7 p.m. tip-off. Cleveland favored by 7.5, though. Meanwhile, in Minnesota, the Timberwolves begin their series with the Warriors at 9:30. After winning a national title this year, Florida men's basketball coach Todd Golden has signed a 6-year, $40 million extension. His average annual salary now in the high sixes, which puts him in the top 5 in college basketball right now. Live golfer Justin Johnson has been extended a special invitation to compete in the PGA Championship next week. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I'm going to hijack the show because I'm in a rancid mood, and frankly, something Otto just said really angered me. What is the point of these postseason awards if we're not going to award the appropriate people? And this isn't a woe is us Detroit thing, but can anyone in this universe explain to me how a president of basketball operations who takes a historically awful franchise who's made the playoffs once essentially in 15 years, hadn't won a playoff game in 15 years, from 14 to 44 wins, and he finishes third, not second, third, should have won the award. Like, what executive deserves more credit? OKC didn't do anything. Celtics didn't do anything. Cleveland didn't do anything. Trajan Langdon walked into hell.
Yeah.
So he doesn't win that. Bickerstaff comes here. He's handed scraps. Truthfully. Yeah, I know a lot of people are all bricked up about the Malik Beasleys and the Hardaways and the Dennis Schroeders. They're scraps. And Bickerstaff put together a team that was an absolute ball breaker. Did he win Coach of the Year, Rico? Let me help you. What is the point of these awards?
You know what I think the point is, Mike? I agree with you. I think they need to wait on the voting. I know they want to do all of this stuff during the playoffs, but I think if you would have did the same award and people would have saw what the Pistons did against the Knicks and then voted, I think that you would have had Bickerstaff as Coach of the Year.
Who votes on it? Who votes on that, David?
Is this the writers? Or
No, because if it's the writers, that's case in point. Those people don't watch basketball. Oh, they watch the team they cover. They don't watch ball.
But I think
it's just like Heisman voters. Oh, I do play-by-play for Texas A&M. Right, which means you're only watching A&M football because you're at A&M games. You don't watch anything else.
Well, it says voting for this award is conducted by executives from the 30 teams. So other executives.
Then you know what I would love? I'd love to sit the 30 people down and have them explain to me how anyone in this league did an unequivocally better job, objectively better job than Bickerstaff and or Trajan Langdon. For the Detroit Pistons not to get one of those awards, that's clown.
No, it is.
Clown bleep.
I think that it's
and
one.
Sports writers do vote on the Coach of the Year.
Losers.
I think that this is going to be one where it sets these guys up for next year. Because, Mike, if today was the deadline for voting, these two would have win hands down because they would be like, wow, not only did you win all of these games, because I think what happened was a lot of people looked at the Pistons, how we were saying, they're only winning because they're trying and nobody else is really trying in the NBA. So is it really a turnaround or are they just the only ones showing up and prepared for the test?
But hold on.
Now, when they got to the playoffs, you saw, wow, this team is for real.
Preseason, the win total was like 23.
Correct.
Rico, they got to 44.
They
I don't care if they're playing neighborhood kids.
Mike, they did, but nobody thought it was real. They thought it was like cotton candy victories. Like, okay, they're winning, but teams aren't trying. So, yes, they're showing up and they're getting games, and it's not their fault. But I don't think people value their victories. And then the playoffs happen, And I think a lot of people, if given the opportunity, would change that vote and say, ooh, we screwed up here. Detroit, Bickerstaff should have got that. Trajan putting together that team and giving the Knicks fits like that, yeah, he should have been the general manager of the year. I'm with you.
I know that.
But I think that it's like the Heisman voters who turn in their vote, and it's like, guys, there's still games to be played. Well, I've got my mind made up.
Most Heisman voters don't even watch sports. I'm sorry.
I know.
I hate to break it to people.
But the fact that 10% turn in their votes before the championship games are even played.
You know how I know they didn't watch sports? They put Jabril Peppers in New York. All right, David, go ahead, and then we can move on. I'll do some ticket text. I want to get to the Lions, and I'm sorry to hijack the show, but there are certain times I get so upset, and it's not a woe is us in Detroit thing. It's that for the Detroit Pistons, who performed one of the great turnarounds in sports, not basketball, sports, to not get a single award for the coach or the president of basketball ops, then just scrap the awards. They're a bigger joke than the Oscars. Every time these movies that win an Oscar, these movies blow. No one even watches these things.
That's true.
Honestly. Oh, you didn't watch Nebraska?
Okay.
No, I can't watch Nebraska football, much as a black and white movie about a pickup truck. Who picks this crap?
Bro, I tried to do that one year. Like, I'm going to watch all the Oscar movies.
Oh, please.
My.
I didn't make it through two of them.
I was about to say about 1.5 in and was like, you know what? How about we just, no. Just no.
David.
Because you're right, Mike. It's, I can argue, okay, not winning Sixth Man of the Year, not winning Most Improved, stuff like that they were also
right.
players.
But coach or front office,
correct.
The architects of that turnaround to not win an award, come on.
And the Cavs were already a good team. Yes, they've taken it to another level, but 14-44. And you don't win anything, executive or coach, that is ridiculous.
But see, also coaching-wise, I wonder if just Bickerstaff's abrasive, his style on the court may have held him back, that people just didn't like him.
Well, knowing that the sports writers are the ones voting for this, I can definitely see that.
Right. And so
we don't like you.
Right. I don't like how you complain and whine all the time. So, no, I'm not going to give you my first. You did a good job, so I'll reward you with my second place vote.
From text from Chuck.
And Mike, you know that just from the Heisman. I'm sure you talk to enough Heisman people. It's like, well, you play for this team, so I can't give you my vote. What is it? Is he the best player or not? Yeah, but there's no but.
From Chuck, he says, good afternoon, guys. Mike, the worst part of the JB not winning it are the hacks that didn't even have him in their top 3.
Okay, see.
Totally ridiculous.
And that's my point. If Trajan finished second, maybe I could make sense of it. Third, but how could 3 coaches in the NBA have done a better job than JB? How?
And I think it goes back to some don't like his style. And that's why. And it's not right and it's not fair. But when you let the sports writers, people pick what they like and they don't like him. We love him here in Detroit, but it ain't all Detroit writers who are voting for him. So some just said, I'm just going to leave him off my ballot, thinking I'll show him. And this is what happens.
Someone says there are 30 guys around the league who could have improved the Pistons. They had a coach who didn't want to coach here. I don't give JB that much credit for what he did. Wow.
Oh, boy.
Then another person. You do not get an award for going from the worst basketball team ever to becoming an average NBA team. Sorry, not impressed.
Okay.
Horrible to mediocre
hold on.
isn't something to celebrate.
Hold on. So if you don't celebrate that type of turnaround, then what turnaround do you celebrate? Because the awards generally end up with good team who was good. I mean, that's you're expected to win 50 to 60 games in a lot of these places. So what are we championing?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me when Langdon, in his press conference before the season, basically said, I'm just, going, he basically said they brought in Beasley to trade him. They were bringing in pieces to trade at the deadline, and they won and kept everyone.
Yeah, I mean, David, it kind of felt like the Tigers where they were just, we're going to field a team, no expectation, and the team exceeded all expectations. Like, wow. So you went from, Tobias Harris supposed to be trade deadline to help build for next year's season. They won games. I just think that I'm going to go back to it. People voted, and they didn't really respect the Pistons because they thought, yes, you won games, But did you really win games, or teams just kind of took you too lightly?
Okay, and maybe I'm stupid because I look at, wow, they shattered their win total by 21.5 on the over. Maybe I'm a dummy.
But, I mean, you saw that, and it's not that Vegas is the end-all, be-all, but going into the series with the Knicks, they had people were like, you have no chance of beating the Knicks. Well, actually, they did. They probably should have beaten them, but they made rookie mistakes because they were new to the playoffs. But other than that, they played the Knicks tough, and even the Knicks came out and was like, man, we weren't expecting this. That tells me if the Knicks are saying we weren't expecting this, the league wasn't expecting that.
Thank you. Go ahead, David. One more, and then I'm moving.
Make it easier. Wait until the postseason is over and just give the coach of the year to the team that wins it all. There's gambling involved. Reporters should have no say.
Thank you. Man, make it easier. Idiot reporters shouldn't vote. Make it easier.
Hate to say it, but a team having one of the worst seasons of all time doesn't mean they're any more special than next year because of that bad season.
All right. Okay. What
am I missing?
We're good here. Team lost 30 games in a row season prior. New GM, new coach, win 44, make playoffs. I don't know. That, to me, the coach or the president of ops should win an award. But you know what? I'm an idiot. M43 New England IPA, Old Nation Brewing Company, best beer around, and the M43 has won them every award. Unlike JB or Trajan, they didn't get screwed over. They win the awards. Orange Creamsicle M43, special release. Limited run, and it will sell out. And it does. It flies off the shelves quickly. If your local beer purveyor, fancy word alert, doesn't sell it, ask them to, or go shop somewhere else. It's sold wherever good beer is found. OldNationBrewing.com. It's Old Nation. They remind you to please drink responsibly. All right, Rico busy holding court in the bullpen, so he'll get to us eventually. Let's get to what we really were supposed to talk about in the 3 o'clock. Not Detroit being screwed in the awards. Vegas has released win totals for all the NFL teams. And a couple days ago, I heard Cookies talking about this, and I thought it was something we should address too. Because I think people's reaction shows they've normalized something that is once in a generation. And what I mean is going 15-2 is not normal. It doesn't happen every year for any team, and it certainly doesn't happen in the league. It is something that, if you are truly a great organization, happens once every 20 years. And that's if you're any good. The Lions 15-2 is just that. It's a moment in time. Put a bow on it, frame it, laminate it, wear it around your neck. So when Vegas came out with the win total, Costa and John and, Tom, they were all like aghast. Oh my God, this is the height of disrespect. So let's have a conversation about this. The Lions win total in Vegas is set at 10.5, juiced to the under. On surface, you go, how dare they? Are we really going to be 5 games worse? Yeah, it's quite possible. I mean, if we really look at this, for one, you'll yell about injuries, and I will agree with some of it. I'll tell you the way your schedule actually played out. Not the paper version in August. The way it actually played out, your schedule was cake. It was a cupcake. The whole thing was like a lot of Michigan's non-conference years. Cupcake City. And you did your job. Well, the Vikings, bruh. I told you the Vikings were frauds all year long. Fake. You played Jordan Love on one leg. You played a Niners team that quit. You played a Dallas team that was vomit. You got waxed by the Bills. You don't get credit there. So the whole point I'm making is when you step away from 15-2, the actual high win total in the league might be 11 or 12. It starts to look more normal. So let's look at this, Rico. They lose both coordinators. Mm-hmm. They didn't have a very active offseason.
Check.
And they are going to play, I want to be fair, they are going to play roughly half of this season without one of the 5 best defensive tackles in football, Aleem McNeil. Mm-hmm. He will not be back anytime soon.
Correct.
Factor all of those things in.
I'll add, Mike. I'm sorry, but
No,
I will add. I don't think that you're going to get that same Aiden Hutchinson that started the year last year at the beginning of the year this year. I think it's going to take him some time to get back up to speed.
If I could sign a piece of paper for 10, 11 wins, I'd do it right now. There is no guarantee you're going to be awesome. There's no guarantee, because I'll tell you this. We won't find out the actuality of the schedule until live fire happens, but the paper version of your schedule, look out.
Yeah.
And I think the 10.5 is appropriate. Now, maybe you win 11. Maybe you don't. But the idea that it should be 12.5 or 13.5, I think you're swimming in Willy Wonka's chocolate river in the factory. You're out of your mind. But I want to hear from fans. Are you being disrespected, or do you believe this is simply a very natural and normal regression to the mean? That the historical season cannot somehow pervert reality? Yes, Kenny.
Well, I was going to say, to consider it being ridiculous to say that they're going to be 5 games less than, I don't know, near perfect that they were last year in terms of record. I don't think that's crazy at all. And you combine the fact that you lose your coordinators, you combine that with the fact that it looks like Sharp Football metrics, they have the 3rd hardest schedule in the league.
On paper.
Right. Which could mean nothing by the time the ball's actually kicked off, and that's fine. But all those things combined, yeah, I don't think you're crazy to say there could be a little regression here.
Well, and look, fellas, if I said right now I take 11-6 and sign a piece of paper, I'll be vilified by Lions fans, but I'll tell you what 11-6 guarantees me: playoffs.
Yeah.
I'd sign it today.
You absolutely want to do that, Mike, because the reason why I think that they're sitting there at 10.5 and you say it's used to the under, it's, as you stated, last year you really didn't play any good teams. And when you did, it didn't go so well.
This year, tell me what these teams have in common. Baltimore, Chicago, Cincinnati, Green Bay, Kansas City, Los Angeles Rams, Philly, Washington, and Minnesota. Those are all your road games. That's why last year, do you know how many road games they actually played out in the elements? Let me help you. 2. You played the Bears. And you played Green Bay. The Bears, by the time you played them, they had already quit. They had fired their coach, and they were just trying to go for a draft pick. Green Bay, Kirby Joseph wins the game. It was a rainy day. Now you're going to be playing, of those, 7 of those games will be played out in the elements. So once the real schedule comes out, you may be playing Baltimore in the middle of December.
Yeah.
That's Jared Goff's kryptonite, is outdoor weather in the cold.
Are you being disrespected, or is this really kind of the reality check many of your fellow fans need? That, look, 10.5 is a really ambitious win total. Winning 10, 11 games in this league is not easy. And I don't think the Lions are going to be bad, but I won't be surprised in the least if they're 5 games worse or 4 games worse, because automatically 15 was never real. It's just not.
And Lions fans, if it makes you feel any better, there's only 4 teams that have a higher win total than you. So it's not like you're being totally disrespected.
Well, what Lion fan will tell you is how come we're not viewed like those teams? So,
Philly, Baltimore,
Buffalo, Kansas City. All 4 at 11.5.
Say it one more time for the people in the back. Philly,
Baltimore, Buffalo,
yep,
Kansas City.
Yeah, 2 words. Superstar quarterbacks. And I like Jared Goff more than most. He is not those guys. And I think the separator and why you're viewed different is you're the best team who doesn't have a superstar QB.
Mm-hmm.
That's reality. You're better than San Francisco. They've got a guy who drives a combine.
Well, actually, according to Vegas, you're not.
What's San Francisco?
10.5.
Under all the way. David, entire general fund, under Niners 10.5.
You know what? I'll take that bet.
248-539-9797. Go, Kenny or David, go ahead here. Because I don't feel like it's disrespect. I feel like it's a reality check this city needs.
I'll speak on behalf of Lions fans. Actually, I'll speak on behalf of myself because I think Lions fans will crucify me for saying this. Correct. Also, I would right here, right now, sign that piece of paper. Give me the 11 wins. Sign me up for another playoff.
All right. Would you sign 10-7?
Yes.
Probably still would. Yeah.
I would. And next week, we can really solidify this when the actual schedule comes out. But yeah, last year, your schedule was the perfect schedule. As I stated, every game was played inside or out in some warm weather stadium except for 2. This year, you're out in the elements on the road against top teams. And oh, by the way, of the teams that I named off, you're playing 3 of those 4 teams that are 11.5 wins. So your competition, at least right now on paper, is a lot better than it was last season.
Good talk, guys. Good talk.
I tried.
What's your favorite Michigan delicacy? 248.
Met Gala.
Yeah. What outfit wowed you last night? David, ticket text. I'll get to callers. Oh, wait.
Healthy 11 wins is the floor. That's what someone says.
I'm sorry. I got to laugh at some of this stuff. 11 is the floor.
Well,
this isn't 1985 and there's no cap and limited free agency rights.
Here's where a lot of Lions fans, and Kenny, stop me if I'm out of pocket here. They were 15-2, and they had a decimated defense. Defense will be back. Hutch will be back. So why would you fall off to 10 or 11 wins when you were able to achieve 15 with no defense last?
Loss of both coordinators. You're down arguably your best defensive player because Aleem is a top 5 defensive tackle. And I'm sorry, but I think when you start to really look at it, this schedule is going to be a lot different. And when you lose coordinators on both sides of the ball, I think there's a natural regression that takes place to how you run your operation. Yeah. You don't believe me? Go look at the Eagles from 2 years ago when they lost both coordinators and they were trash.
Bro, you're on fire. But you're right. And I don't think you're going to run through your division and go undefeated this year.
No, Bears got better. Vikings, here's the thing. I don't know anything about J.J. McCarthy. But all I can tell you is the Vikings, with a rookie scale contract, went out and improved on both sides of the ball. John Jansen, who's as big of a Lions boner as there is, John has even said, look out for their O-line. So the idea that Minnesota won't fall off, Bears are better.
And I know a lot of people say Jordan Love, well, he's garbage. I do remember he got injured in that horrific turf in Brazil and was never the same all year long.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I think it's going to be kind of a bleeper, get off the pot a year for him.
Yes.
But I think he has ability to be a top 5 quarterback. So when I look at the division, I'm with you. When I look at the schedule, I'm with you. Both coordinators, down one of my 4 overall best players for half the season. That's before a single injury. Look, man, and sign me up for 10, 11 wins. I'd take it.
As far as the offensive coordinator, I don't know how long it's going to take for time to kick in. Remember, last year they started off slow. I don't know how quickly they'll be able to jumpstart this offense with John Morton.
And maybe I'm giving Ben Johnson too much credit.
But even with Ben Johnson here, remember the first couple of games, they didn't look like the same team. And we were told, be patient, it's coming.
248-539-9797. We get to your phone calls. Next, 97.1. Hi, I'm Rico Beard for Things.
No, you're not. But I actually am. Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. So whether you're looking to start at a new gym or you don't like your old gym, you need to head over to a Planet Fitness right now. It's a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time and feel your strongest, best self. And they have full-body workouts from strength training to cardio to stretching. They got convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine, and free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus on you. Head over to Planet Fitness right now because there are over 50 in the Metro Detroit area. And right now through May 16th, all you need is $1 down to get started. $1 down, $15 a month. And when you visit the Planet Fitness, you'll find out that they got a lot of brand new equipment like the plate loading, hack squat, supine, bench press, seated calf machines. Go check them out today. $1 down, $15 a month. Head over to your local Planet Fitness to get started. You can go online or you can use the free app, Planet Fitness, the Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
All right, we get to the people. We've asked a question. Las Vegas has 10.5 as the win total for your Lions. Morning Show thinks it's disrespectful. I think it's just not being drunk and high at the same time. Yeah, that's probably right in the range of where you're going to be. Lose both coordinators, Aleem McNeil's dead, schedule a lot harder, and you play in the best division in football. But let me hear where you're at. I'd sign a piece of paper right now for 10, 11 wins. And I wouldn't think twice. Let's go to Bill, 97.1. Billy, what's going on, buddy?
Well, I was all excited when I called you because the sun came out for 30 seconds, but now Armageddon's back, but that is what it is. Hey, well, we know his cookies are a little different than the ones we're all eating anyhow, but the playoff season last year, the playoff game already showed the perversion of the record. Their ghost caught up with them. They weren't as good as everyone thought they were. On paper, they weren't as good. A rookie quarterback destroyed them. And personnel this year, personnel-wise, were actually probably worse with too many question marks. And then again, like you said, losing the two coordinators, I think if we can win 10 games, and who knows, it could be a wild card for us. But, yeah, our playoff showing last year already showed that it was a perversion.
Yeah, and again, it was a magical year. It obviously didn't end the way anybody wanted, but I just think the idea they're going to come anywhere close to that with the factors we've listed, it would be one of the greatest organizational and coaching jobs you'll ever see if they could get anywhere close. I mean, if they got to 13, throw a parade.
If they got to 13, Dan Campbell's coach of the year. We don't have to worry about this.
No, you just put a statue of him out there, honestly. But 10 or 11, I take it.
Because 13 means that you went out and beat some good teams on the road, not the teams you played last year.
Let's go to Anthony, 97.1. Anth, what's going on, buddy?
Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Good. What's on your mind?
So if you guys got that paper, I'll sign it right now for 11 wins. I'll take it because two main reasons why. You guys mentioned it. Number one, the two new coordinators. Now, I know Shep has been there for, a little, throughout the whole time that Campbell's been the coach, but we don't know. I mean, Hutch is kind of questionable because before he got hurt, he was going up against pretty much backups that were playing. And the main reason to me is the division's getting better and better every single time. And another thing, it took the last game of the season for us to get a bye. We could have easily been a wild card team too. So if Sam Darnold, if anybody else was quarterback for the Vikings, they probably would have been a wild card team and still probably would have lost anyway. So I just feel like 11 wins, 10, 11 wins, I'll take it. I'll take a wild card, placement in the playoffs for that.
And I don't think Vegas is being disrespectful in any way, shape, or form because the four teams that have a higher win total than you at 11.5 all have MVP caliber quarterbacks, not the Jared Goff grocery store MVP chant, the real MVP thing. Like, Anthony, I can't argue with it because all of those guys on their own can outright win a game. Jared Goff can't do that.
Absolutely. No, he played great. He played great, but when we really needed him the most, he didn't. That's why we had the same number of playoff wins as Minnesota.
Yeah, Anthony, you saw what happened when Josh Allen came and he went head-to-head against him. That thing was over fast.
You just had to say that, didn't you? What? That Bills game was such a train wreck. Look at Kenny. Look what you did to the man. Look what you did to him. Bad enough the Wings fell in the lottery.
We were talking about MVP quarterbacks.
I know, but it's just not the Bills game again. That was horrible.
I'm sorry. You're chastising you.
I'm trying to bring a ray of sunshine.
Bender, I say one thing.
Trying to bring a ray of sunshine.
Really?
I'm kidding. Adam, no, I'm in a very bad
I missed when you replaced him with a recycling bin. That was much more fun for me.
That was
you know what?
That was the start of the show.
You know what? You can have the bin back. I can go home.
Listen.
You want to bring back the cone? Go ahead. I can leave.
Okay. I was being berated about the Celtics pre-show. It was a disgusting loss. And the recycling bin made an appearance on Rico's desk. We go to Adam, 97.1. Adam, what's going on, pal?
Hey, gentlemen, great show today.
Thank you, sir.
I got to say, yeah, I'm with
some of the other callers here, you signed me up for 11, 10 wins. I mean, 11 wins might win you the division. Usually in most years, that does win a division.
Yeah.
10 wins, yeah, we're a wild card. But you know what? If we're a good enough team and Dan Campbell is so star-spangled awesome, then we should win playoff games too, even on the road. And with all those games that we have on the road, we're going to be road tested. So, yeah, give me the 10, 11 wins. I'll take it. I mean, it's just that's what you have to do to be a great team. And the 4 teams, like you guys were saying, ahead of us, those are great quarterbacks, and those are some of the best teams in the league. We're right there with them. What? There's no disrespect.
No, it's more. And again, I'm basing this. It's every show's got their own deal, Adam. It was like they were aghast at 10.5, and I go, all right. So what are they supposed to put it at? 13.5 for you? What you did last year? Let's face it. Come on, it was
It's almost once in a lifetime.
It at least once a decade, once every 20 years.
Yeah,
I don't know if the Giants have ever won 15 games.
I think the Chiefs did once.
Did the Niners? Have you had a 15-win season post Joe Montana?
I don't know. No, they haven't.
Especially with that bum who drives a combine. All right, let's go to Danny, 97.1.
When they beat the Lions?
Yeah, I know. Okay, see, that's
No. You don't get to throw it and not take it.
Well, I did. Listen, I was making a point.
He's not
going
to the Lions last year. He lost to the Lions last year.
Yeah, what about that?
When the game counted.
That big Monday night tilt.
You know what? Yeah, he still lit him
You remember
up.
we were all excited last summer? Oh, my God.
It was revenge tour.
Lions,
Monday
Niners,
night.
December 30th. Rico's not packing a bag. He's going to the game. Cutscene. It was like, didn't even need to watch.
It's actually more exciting than I thought.
248-539-9797. I'm going to get to your calls. Then we'll get a little football today. I got a Red Wings thing to take care of as well. What's your issue?
Nothing.
I see you staring at a little piece of legislation over there. What do you got going on?
I was just making sure I didn't have a read. That's all.
Well, you want to do a little switcheroo? You want to do a little double reverse? What do you want to do?
I can.
Hey, go ahead. Go ahead, Spank. Whatever you want. No? I just wanted to see David's head explode.
Oh, sure.
All right, listen, Victor's Home Solutions. It'd be a short commercial if I just told you, well, if you like good customer service, hire Victor's. Look, bottom line, whether it's a new roof or a house full of windows, Victor's has just a higher standard than others. Customer concierge team, installers who install a perfect roof. You're going to have communication. And look, at the end of the day, you're only as good as the guarantee you offer. They offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So if that sounds good to you, get them out to the house, have them do the 21-point roof inspection or window estimate today. And right now you get $500 off that new roof or a house full of new windows with great financing available. So call 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100, or you can go online anytime to victors.com. That's victors.com. We're going to go right to the people, get a football today in a little bit. We discussed the Red Wings getting boned in the lottery again, but why it's a good thing. Odyssey.com rewind. I want to go right to Danny. We're talking Lions. The win total, 10.5. Morning show thought it was a crime against nature. I actually think it's appropriate. You're not winning 15 games again. And in fact, you weren't a 15-win team last year. Your schedule ended up super easy. You lost both coordinators. Yes, the injuries. But it's not an offset for the next season to automatically what? Put a win total of 13 out there, 12 out there? There are 4 teams in football that have an 11.5. They all have superior quarterbacks to you, at least in the regular season for Lamar. Let's go to Danny, 97.
Cup of bitterness.
Jason Tatum. Danny, what's going on, buddy?
Mike Rico, how you guys doing today?
Good, pal. What's up?
All right, so I would sign a piece of paper, obviously, if they won 10 games or 11 games. I think that they're going to regress even down below that a little bit, maybe 9 games. They went 9-0 versus non-playoff teams last year. They play 7 road games, and these road games are not powder puffs. You're playing Kansas City, Philadelphia, Washington, Baltimore, Cincinnati. These are not easy games. You lost both coordinators, like you said. I think they're going to regress a little bit. I mean, obviously, 15 wins. I don't know how many teams have actually won 15 games in the Super Bowl era, but it's not a lot. It was a magical season that ended on a crappy game, but I just cannot see how people. I had one of my buddies get pissed off at me because I was like 9 games, and he's like, "You're out of your mind," 14, all this stuff, and I'm like, "You're delusional."
Do you know what?
I just don't.
Do you know what that segment of Lion fans are? I call it the Costa segment of fans. they are the homeless guy who hits the lottery and they're broke 2 days later. They don't even understand what has happened to them.
Yeah, and the other thing that I'm kind of wondering too is say they win 9 games or 8 games or whatever, or even 10.
Yeah.
Are people going to start getting upset with Holmes sitting here saying we're going to bring the band back together and not bring in a piece to help them?
Mm-hmm.
Or are they just going to keep drinking his bathwater?
No. This is where on the villain arc, if the Lions simply go 10-7 and don't win a playoff game, all the people that are mouth-washing his socks are going to turn on him, Danny. That this is the beauty of sports. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's just put this in perspective, guys. They're road games. We're going to take the under for the Vegas under. And I realize this, it's Vegas.
All right.
Here's all their road teams that they're playing. Baltimore, 11. Chicago, 8 victories. Cincinnati, 9. Green Bay, 9. Kansas City, 11. Los Angeles Rams, 9. Philly, 11. Washington, 9. Minnesota, 8. That's your road schedule.
Dear God. There's not a gimme in that list.
No, there's not.
Not on paper.
Not right. And that's why I said on paper.
Right. Jalen Daniels could fall down the stairs and he's in a body cast. It's different.
Looking at the Vegas over, and I took the unders for everybody. So that's your road schedule for next year. Your home games, you're playing a lot of games that you should not. They should win every game at home. I mean, that's where you got to rack up all your victories and hope to steal.
Yeah, they should beat the Steelers.
Maybe 3 or 4 games on the road. That's what it really boils down to. You win all your home games, you steal 3 or 4 road games. Because your home games, that's
who you got. Yeah, obviously everybody, give me non-divisional home games.
Non-divisional home games, you have the Browns. You have the Steelers. You got the Bucks. You have your Giants. You got the Cowboys.
Oh, my God, the Giants are coming here?
Yes.
Oh, no. Come on, man.
What? Those are your.
Can somebody feed my team some bad lettuce or something and they can't get on the plane?
So those are your 5. God. Dallas.
Giants are going to get murdered.
Giants, Browns, Steelers, and the Bucks. Bucks are the only team that I think non-division that you may struggle with. And I don't think that's going to be that big of a struggle.
But you understand my point is that, look, you're not going to go undefeated at home. You're not going to go winless on the road. And in the midst of this, you're probably going to do something this team didn't do last year. You're going to drop a game you shouldn't drop. 11-7, I'd sign the paper right now. That's my only point in this entire conversation.
You lose outside the division, you lose one of these home games, man, that's
what? All right, let's go to Nate. Rico's depressed. Nate, how you doing?
Doing good, gentlemen. How about yourself?
Good, pal. What's up?
Obviously, 10 wins is a great total for us. I think it makes complete sense if you just look at the fact that our division last year was the best in football, and we escaped by sweeping the division, which isn't going to happen again. We went 7-2 in one-score games last year, where if you take one of the losses out, because it was Buffalo, it doesn't really count in my opinion, because we were getting waxed that game. It's 7-1, and I believe this fan base is the fan base that was making fun of Minnesota a couple of years ago for going, 8-0 in one-score games?
Hey, Nate, real quick.
And they were frauds.
I want to ask you a question because you brought up something I had a conversation with, I think with Rieger. You said this division was the best division in football last year, right?
Correct. The playoffs, no.
I was about
Regular
to say, but
season,
were
yes.
they? Because they didn't win a game in the playoffs.
Right. So on paper, best division in football in terms of records across the board. And arguably, I would say not so arguably, every other team has taken steps to getting better this year, more so than we have. We've kind of, I think, regressed in just the fact that we've kind of kept the band back together and lost both coordinators. So if you're looking at in a vacuum, each different team, every other team in our division took a step to getting better, a bigger step than we did. So if you look at the 7-2 in one-score games last year, if a handful of games go the other way, coaching malpractice Thanksgiving Day, if there's an extra coat of paint on the goalpost in Houston and a great comeback there, you got Viking in Minnesota last year. We had to make a last-second field goal to win the game. There were so many situations.
Everything went right. It was a dream season
Exactly.
that injuries took away in the postseason. I'm with you.
Like
Nate, you won a road game on
15
national TV where your quarterback threw 5 interceptions.
Exactly. To think 15 wins is the norm, it just makes no sense to me. Like that's with going 7-2 in one-score game. It's not going to happen every year.
Look, I'm totally with you. It's like people who normalize 17 scandals in an athletic department. It's not normal. Not normal. It's decidedly not normal.
No?
Definitely not. Okay. David, take a text, please.
We better hope that most of those brutal away games are in September and October. We need that help to get to 11 and 12 wins.
Yeah,
That's
but
from
hold
Kyle.
on. Hold on. Go ahead. He's pointing a finger. What do you want? What am I looking at I'm supposed to care
It's
about?
commercial.
Richard Jefferson. Oh, hey, look. Hey, it's Bleep Hole, a.k.a. Jason Tatum. Thanks a lot for last night, Jay. Great performance. Idiot.
Yes, regression should be expected. Schedule, staff, and roster changes, and Hutch's leg.
Get him off the TV. Turn that off.
Commercial's gone.
Just get him out of here.
The diehard.
He doesn't deserve to wear a Superman cape, not even on Halloween. That was criminal. He played like he owed the mob money last night. And what were you saying?
11 wins is fine. I'd sign up for that. That is Frank at work.
Oh, here you go. Yeah, real tough play by Jaylen Brown right there. Mikal Bridges just stole your undies.
The Lions could finish third in their division. Another one says the Lions definitely will take a step back this year. There's no way that you lose both coordinators and don't suffer from that.
See, and that's the biggest factor to me, beyond the schedule, beyond any roster stuff, the loss of 2 coordinators who became highly coveted head coaches. Yeah. I can't just gloss over that.
No. For me, David, is going back to what the other ticket text said. I need to know when you're playing Baltimore, when you're playing Chicago and Cincinnati. And
why they got to bring their kids up to the podium?
Well,
this is not a daycare center.
That's not his kids.
Who are those kids?
Those are his nephews and niece. His brother died this year, so he's taking care of them.
No, that's fine. They can't be at the podium. They can't be at the podium. Steph Curry's kid shouldn't be there. Deuce Tatum shouldn't be there. And rest in peace, the niece and nephew should not be there. That is ridiculous. It's a professional setting. David, I'm sorry.
No,
the kids are gnawing on the microphone.
This is why I accepted in this term, because he has stepped his game up since that happened, and I think he's using him as the motivation.
Okay, all wonderful. Shouldn't be at the podium. Just like the kid whose grandmother died shouldn't have brought a framed 18 by 20 on the stage at the draft.
He's acknowledging her.
Just, you know what? I hate all NBA playoffs. There. That's my statement today. Can we do a football today, please?
This is really hard.
Please. Rico, it was the most disgusting performance since Game 7 of the 2010 NBA Finals for me as a Celtics fan. That was ridiculous. 15 of 60.
Yeah, it was. But Mike,
No.
it's game 1.
It's not game 5,
You know
not
what?
game 6.
This
it's
is
game
the difference.
1.
This is the difference between champions and people from Detroit. That's the difference. Right there.
Wow.
Championship standards.
Wow. So you were going to go undefeated? No.
Yes, that's the goal.
Okay.
15 of 60. Kenny's got better odds on pickup lines at the Playboy Mansion than the Celtics did shooting threes last night. Think about that.
Probably should have shot more twos.
Football today is next.
Definitely should have shot more twos.
I quit.
Twos were good.
So many twos.
It's Jeremy Otto. After their Monday night off, the Tigers are scheduled to be back in the field in Colorado as long as the rain holds off. It's not looking likely, though. Jackson Jobe will get the start. First pitch at 8:40 here on the ticket. Former Tiger Austin Jackson has a message for fans that have not bought in yet. That's Jackson on
Like,
the
who is he even talking to? Honestly.
You
I have him
yesterday.
I have him at 90 wins, you boner.
You don't believe in 91.
On the anniversary of Willie Mays' death, Major League Baseball released the rosters for their second East-West game to be played at Rickwood Field in Alabama on Juneteenth. There are plenty of Tigers represented: Curtis Granderson, Edwin Jackson, Gary Sheffield, Justin Upton, and Prince Fielder. Longtime Detroit sports TV host and reporter Mickey York announced that his position with FanDuel Sports Network has been eliminating, saying, quote, "Hope I haven't done my last show in Detroit, but for now, I'd like to say thanks for allowing me into your homes and sporting lives," end quote. Kentucky Derby champion Sovereignty will not give it a go in the Preakness. He will, however, race in the Belmont Stakes. Cleveland Browns announced their rookie numbers today. Quarterback Shedeur Sanders will sport 12 as the tip of the cap to his mentor, Tom Brady. At the Cornwall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket, Odyssey.com.
All right, let's go. Somebody hit some music that's not James Brown, and let's do some football, shall we? All right, David, what do you got for us?
Well, I wanted to try to have a little fun because I found an interesting, funny list here of the 50th biggest NFL draft bust in the last 50 years.
Oh, God.
So we're going to go through, not all of them.
Can we guess?
You can.
Is the list accessible enough where we could guess?
I believe so. Just a couple guesses, and then I'll go through them.
All right, do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first?
Ryan Leaf.
Ryan Leaf is on the list.
See,
at number 1.
Biggest all time?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
No. Because remember, people were saying, if you pass on Ryan Leaf and take this Peyton Manning guy, you will regret it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was 4-14 in 18 starts.
All right, let's go 90s quarterbacks. Can I go Dave Klingler? University of Houston. Remember him on the cover of Sports Illustrated with the bundle of dynamite?
And I will top that.
Andre
Same
Ware.
school, Andre Ware.
Neither.
Really? Neither made the top 50 busts of all time.
Neither.
Steve Entman?
No, not on the list either.
I quit. I just do the list. I'm done. Because all these guys were awful.
Brian Bosworth.
No. Not on the list either. Let's just go through.
What
okay?
type of list is
Let's go
this?
through this. Okay, so let's start at 50. And what they did at 50 was they grouped the 2011 quarterback class. Blaine Gabbert, 10th overall.
Christian
Jake Locker,
Ponder?
8th overall. And Christian Ponder, 12th
Who was
overall.
Who was before Christian
Jake
Ponder?
Locker.
Jake Locker.
Remember UW? If injuries didn't derail him, he might have been okay. Christian Ponder, you need an act of God.
Correct.
Charlie Ward.
No.
Just keep moving.
No.
No, there's no. Watch. I'll say Jamarcus Russell. He'll tell me he's not on the list.
Number 49 on this list is another quarterback drafted in 2004 for the Bills.
E.J. Manuel.
J.P. Lossman.
Oh, the Tulane transfer.
Yes.
Or E.J. Manuel.
Because here's what happened. It was Eli Manning in that draft, Phillip Rivers in that draft, Ben Roethlisberger in that draft, and then Lossman.
J.P. Lossman.
Yep. So let's move over to number 45 on this list. And this one, yes, he was a bad pick, but it's because who they traded to then get this pick. It was wide receiver Treylon Burks, 2022. They traded A.J. Brown to the Eagles to get the 18th selection and draft Burks.
Yeah, did you see Cam Ward say that Burks is a top 5 receiver in the league?
Kind of have to say that, but
No, not really. Not really. Go ahead.
Number 44 on this list, running back for the Bengals. First overall
Kajana
selection.
Carter.
Kajana Carter. Yes.
Now, didn't he blow out
He ripped up his knee in his first preseason game.
Yeah,
Yes.
that one, like it's like Blair Thomas, another really bad running back pick.
Correct.
You draft these running backs and they get hurt. What am I supposed to do? What?
No, I was just thinking of a quarterback, though. Tony Eason. Because they passed.
Yeah, David's going to tell you not on the list.
I know.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, what name did you give?
Tony Eason.
Passed on
Tony
him.
Eason.
Passed on Dan Marino and took him.
Lions drafted a fullback at number 9 or 10 overall that year, James Jones.
I don't see him on this list.
So here's the deal. We're not guessing anything else. All our bad
Okay,
players
you're
are
right.
Hall of Famers compared to this crap. Go ahead, David.
So here's what they did for number 40. Because Mike Mayock was so horrible as a GM for the Raiders, they combined the 2020 draft and the 2019 draft because they found just 2 players in that draft. And 2 of them were Hunter Renfro.
He's out of football.
Well, he's back, but yes, he was. And Max Crosby, they found them.
Good player.
But here's who else they had. 2020, Henry Ruggs, Damon Arnett, Lynn Bowden didn't make the team.
Hold
Tanner
on.
Muse.
Lynn Bowden was the kid
Yeah.
with the over-aggressive throat tattoo.
But they traded
Right?
him.
Wasn't that him?
They traded him before his rookie season.
Well, everything coming out about that kid is he was really, really bad news. Like, he was not a good kid.
It was almost as if you need to do homework before you draft somebody.
And in 2019, they had Cleveland Farrell, bust. Jonathan
Yeah,
Abraham,
from
Abram,
Clemson.
bust.
Yeah.
Josh Jacobs was the only one that made it, but they didn't even sign him to a second deal.
Well, that's because you don't pay running backs.
Noted.
That is true. Number 37 on the list. Wow, this one's pretty bad. So the same draft as the Manning Leaf draft. Number 3 overall, Andre Wadsworth for the Cardinals in 1998, because the next selection after Manning Leaf, him, and then it was Charles Woodson.
Oh,
so
my
you didn't
God.
take Charles Woodson.
Yeah, but
you took Andre Wadsworth.
Wadsworth was like
Florida
built.
State,
he was
right?
built in a lab. You'd see a
Yeah.
picture of him and go, "Who the hell's that guy?"
Yeah.
One problem, he just couldn't play.
He also had knee injuries as well. Number 35 on the list. Lions, 2nd overall selection in 2003, Charles Rogers.
I mean, collarbones and drugs. I come on.
More so collarbones and then
And
later
a
came the
barbecue
drugs.
fork.
Mistakes were made.
Mistakes were made.
The next pick, Andre Johnson.
And let me get to number 28 here before I get to the top 10, because I forgot about this guy. That's how big of a bust he was. Wide
John
receiver.
Rodgers.
They had traded Randy Moss in the offseason and used a 7th overall selection to get another wide receiver to replace him. Problem was, his name was Troy Williamson. It didn't play.
Was that North Carolina State?
NC State. Yeah. Good man. Good man. Not a good player. Decidedly not good.
Not
Did
at all.
Jermaine Crowell fit?
No.
Second round.
No. The only other Lion on the list was at 23. That was Jeff Okuda. So
Wait,
2
the top
Lions.
50 draft busts of all time, and the Lions only get 2 of them?
They only get 2 of
You
them.
better recalibrate that
Yeah,
list.
they only get 2 of them. Sure.
Wasn't Aaron Gibson a first round selection?
Yeah, no Joey, no Aaron Gibson. Nope.
Don't look at me. This is his list.
Number 10. First
Terry
overall,
Fair. Didn't make this-
1988.
okay.
Nope, by the Falcons, was outside linebacker Andre Bruce.
Oh, boy.
That was another one. He looked the part. Looked like Tarzan. Played like Jane.
Number 9, Robert Griffin III, 2nd overall, 2012.
Listen.
Injuries.
Now, hold on. I'm going to defend him even though I hate this guy. I think he's one of the worst broadcasters in the history of Earth, but he keeps being handed gigs. But as a player, you can't call him a bust when he revolutionized football when he was healthy, and then Shanahan, old Leatherface, played him injured in a playoff game,
Killed
and
him.
he fully blew out. I will stand up for him in that regard. Come on. He sucks as a broadcaster, though.
Number 8, they say the decision to draft John Elway number 1 in 1983 by the Colts because he never played for them. So they call that
Look,
a
they
bust.
took a shot. I can't knock them. This list, I tell you, I got problems. I'd like to file a grievance.
Number 7 on the list was the Jets' decision to trade down in 1997. They traded down twice.
Kyle Brady.
Passed on Orlando Pace with the first trade down. They were at number 1. Traded down to 6. Passed on Orlando Pace. Then traded from 6 to 8. Passed on Hall of Famer Walter Jones. Instead, they took James Ferrier, who his best
Virginia.
days was with the Pittsburgh Steelers, not even with
Was
Jets.
Ferrier on that Virginia team with Ahmad Brooks? Remember when they had the 3 really good linebackers? And you're like, how did Virginia get these players? Maybe I'm a loser. Keep it rolling. Sorry.
Number 6, Lawrence Phillips. Number 5, Jeff George.
Okay. Hold on. Phillips and George duct taped together. They win the Bleep Hole Award of all time. Those two.
No, I think Phillips takes it to a whole. He is first ballot Hall of Fame with the plaid jacket.
Number 4 was the quarterback class from 2021. Trey Lance, Zach Wilson, Matt Jones, and Justin Fields.
That is collectively.
Well, Justin Fields.
No, he's bad. You have to let it go.
Do I?
You can't be Rose in Titanic. You'll never let go. No, Rico, let go. Justin's dead.
There's room for us both.
Number 3 is Jamarcus Russell.
Okay.
There we go.
Shout out Purple Drank.
And then number 2 is Tony Mandridge. I believe you actually said that earlier. Rico,
roids. I mean, that's just, what are you going to do?
Boy, and I think the biggest gift ever was Green Bay took him.
And you got Barry.
And they got Barry. Because I think the Lions were going to take him if Green Bay would have took Barry.
I wish MSU would start doing roids again. We gotta get this program going.
Yeah, that's a crazy when you have Aikman go 1, then Green Bay took that, then you have Barry Sanders, then you have Derek Thomas and Deion Sanders.
Somebody get Tony up to the football building, will you please, for some supplements?
Pass it around. Here you go.
Tatum has just hurt you. How did the football team take it straight?
All I know is we haven't had a lineman since that.
Yeah.
What, Conklin and Flozell? There'd be your 2.
The hotel.
Flozell, the hotel. Who's the worst pick of all time, David?
Rico guessed that one. That was Ryan Leaf.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Controversial list. Don't totally support it.
All righty. That's
your football today.
Blackledge. Yeah.
Personal injury of any sort is personal. Injury attorney David Femininio dedicated his career securing justice, maximizing recovery for those who have been injured, and David dedicated to ensuring you get the care you need to put your life back together. You need an attorney who makes it personal. That's David Femininio. So if you or someone you know is injured, tell them to call David at 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com.
Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way Lawn. Call 888-GET-GREEN. As a matter of fact, Call them right now for a limited time. I'll hook you up. You purchase a full lawn program, you'll get free grub control, but you got to mention my name in order to get this hookup. You got to say Rico from 97.1 said to give you a call. I know it's cloudy out right now and it's been raining, but the warm weather, it's on its way. And so are the weeds. And dandelions are going to rob your lawn of water and nutrients. You can stop dandelions before they go to seed with Natural Way. Plus, it is not too late to treat for crabgrass. You call Natural Way right now, and you'll have a beautiful weed-free lawn this summer. No runaround. It includes free grub control, and they're going to tailor-made a solution specifically for your lawn. But you got to give them a call. 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN. Or you can go online at naturalwaylawn.com. But you got to make sure you mention my name, Rico from 97.1, if you want to get the full lawn program with the free grub control. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now.
Hey, just a programming note. We opened the show with the Red Wings getting screwed in the lottery, but in a different way. It wasn't whining. It was, I actually think it's a good thing, because what I want to do is take away any excuses Yzerman has to use that pick. Like, if I could have had the Wings fall out of the first round, I would. Anything I can do to get Yzerman to, like, unlobotomize himself, like if we can put the brain back in the skull and get the guy who ran Tampa, we need a bold swing this summer. Well, taking a kid at 13 who won't be here before 2029 or 30, that ain't it. So if you want that, feel free to go and listen. I would be happy to welcome in the hockey elite, because here's my thing. I just don't think there's another way the summer can go. I don't think it can just be more of the same. And Rico, I don't know if you've heard it. I haven't. I don't think anyone liked that press conference he had a week ago. I don't think anyone felt good about it.
Bro, when he admitted he was daydreaming. I'm assuming he was trying to be funny. Time and place, Stevie. And that wasn't it.
Yeah.
Because really, it almost came across like, are we boring you that you have to sit here and talk to us?
But look, you guys can rewind to it. Obviously, open lines. But if you want the full presentation, use the rewind. Because to me, I challenged then, I'll challenge you now, I'll challenge you all summer. I challenge any of these alleged hardcore hockey elite people. Argue what I'm saying. There is no way the Wings should use the 13th pick in the draft as anything other than a bullet to fire at another team. There is no point. Use it, package prospects, the pick, players, get difference makers here. Period.
And how confident are you that that's what will happen?
Kenny, here's the one thing I can tell you with no sarcasm or smarm, buddy. This job is about what you want to happen, right? We're not soothsayers.
Right.
We're not Miss Cleo. If we live in a world of, well, this is what the teams are going to do, that's not what being a sports fan is. I'm not mad at you in any way, shape, or form, and I'm not disrespecting you. My faith in whether it'll happen or not is immaterial to what should happen. Right. We're in the opinion game.
Yeah.
So my opinion is the following. What can't happen is what you're selling, which is he won't do it. Then my question to you would be, under those terms, why the hell is he here?
Because we wanted him here, and now he has a lifetime contract. And like it or not, this is the way it's always going to be with him.
Well, I don't like your answer.
I don't like your line of thinking. I don't think it's
You agree, though.
I'm emotionally preparing myself for what I emotionally prepared for with Scott Harris in that past offseason. Nothing's going to happen.
But they try. See, the Tigers try.
That's true. That's true. And I give them all the credit for that.
And Kenny,
absolutely.
It's like me for a defensive edge rusher with the Lions. I prepared myself. It's just not going to happen. We don't need but just one on this team.
The difference is it will Brad Holmes has run circles around Yzerman.
Yeah.
And yet the Lions are one more playoff failure away from fans turning on Brad Holmes. Yet you still have a decent amount of people who clean Steve's feet with their mouth. It's a very bizarre thing. You still have people saying if you criticize Yzerman, you're a casual. You don't know puck. Blah, blah, blah,
It's going to take some time. Yeah.
You need to take pick 13 as a part of a trade package and get the best player available that fits what you want.
No, I'm with you. You should be, because this was a year I would say, okay, if you just made the playoffs, it's a win.
See, I'm not good with that anymore.
No. Right, and I'm saying it would have been this year.
Like, I need them in the playoffs, 8, 9, 10 points clear of missing the playoffs.
Anything short of that to me is unacceptable. And that's why that 13th pick needs to be weaponized. I absolutely agree with that.
And Kenny, I'm saying, now you need to make the playoffs with a chance to win the cup. Whereas if you had just made the playoffs this season, all right, that's a win. Kind of like the Pistons. I consider that
you
a
should
win.
be a favorite in a playoff series this upcoming year.
Kenny, who's the best defenseman that's available? Because obviously I know Pellica's coming over. You have Evanson. You have Mo. But you're going to need a fourth guy, right?
See, the problem with projecting things like that is the guys that I would throw out you, like I'll give you like an Ekblad or something like that. All of those players, teams want to collect and keep. They want to re-sign their guys. They want to re-up.
Right, but I need the best guy on a bad team or a team that's capped out.
I can look that up for you.
My point to you is if I make the signing of Marner and I make the trade to get the defenseman.
Yep.
Difference maker, top 6, difference maker, top 4, or top pairing.
Yep.
Now I'm making a move to become a hell of a lot better.
And that takes the pressure off of two guys that have way too much pressure on them right now. That takes the pressure off of Dylan Larkin, and that takes the pressure off of Mo Sider. There's a little bit of a safety valve now. It's not just Mo and rookie Edvinson now. It's Mo and guy that can actually play, and we know it.
No, so if you want the longer form presentation, feel free. Happy to take your calls on it. We're going to get some Lions calls here as well. We got an NBA blitz to do. But I would love to know if the Hockey Elite is with me on this. Look, I can't change that the Wings get screwed in the lottery every year. They do. Second worst luck in the lottery over the last, I think, 10 years than Ottawa. It is what it is. But even let's say you moved up a little bit. I don't think my opinion would change. As crazy as this sounds, let's say the Wings moved up to number 3. I trade the pick.
So regardless, you were trading the pick this year.
First of all, like Kenny was like, oh, look at Mr. Islanders. You have the number 1 pick. I go, Kenny, I was ready for the party poppers until I looked at like, oh, sweet. What McDavid or Crosby or Ovechkin type guy am I getting? And it was, well, it's could be any of 4 players. I go, all right, we're effed.
Means that's the year you don't want the number 1.
Right. We got Bill Schaefer from Erie.
You want that pick the following draft when it's Gavin McKenna's coming up and he's going to be a star. So
right. My point
you're
is,
missing that.
I would trade the pick.
Oh, yeah. If I were you, I would trade the pick.
No, the Wings. Don't worry about my dead franchise. The Wings.
Yes, the Wings. They need to trade.
Like, even if they got into the top 5, what would the point be in using that pick?
I just feel like I'm banging my head against a wall with this because I feel like we had this exact same conversation last year.
But guess what? We were right.
Yes, of course we were right.
So it's okay to have it again.
100%. And you saw the fruits of the labor of teams that actually did try to get better, like the Ottawas, like the Washingtons. They went from being, middling playoff teams.
What's Denko's contract in Vancouver?
Let me check that.
Because I tell you the other thing I'm getting to. Like hey, if you can attach a pick to Wallman just to get him out of here, attach one to Mrazek and send him out. I don't know how much longer with Costa getting benched at Grand Rapids. How much longer are we waiting here?
He's making 5 at 5, so $5 million a year. That's great. That's a great deal for
what Peter Mrazek makes.
100%.
Take a first-round pick in Mrazek and plus and go get a real goalie, and then this Costa thing can fade to the background.
Yeah.
And you can bring him up, because let's face it, Demko ain't going to play 70 games.
No.
This isn't 1997, and he's not Felix Potvin. Like, it's different.
He is a very quality goalie, though, that Costa can learn behind, which would be very good for him.
If Costa's any good at all.
Because
are you starting to question it?
Yes, because he got taken out of a playoff game, and I'll tell you this: if you're the star goalie prospect, if you're the next guy, the heir apparent in goal, I play him again. I don't sit him again. So something has to be, in my opinion, seems like, feels like, looks like, might be broken behind the scenes that we don't know about.
Oh boy, and that's Kenny.
I worry. I'm not
launch your hockey slander at Kenny
Could it just be frustration of why am I not with the big team?
Maybe. It could be Rico. It's a goalie. It could be 100 different things. These guys are.
Hey, but that's okay.
Loose cannons.
We got Peter Mrazek.
Thank God.
248-539-9797. I will get to your calls. We'll get some ticket texts. A lot left to do before 6 o'clock. Northville Lumber, we talk about them all the time, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. All colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the lowest prices. You can go in right now to the showroom, take some samples home, and buy it where the builders do. Buy it, plan it, build it with the best in the game. It's Northville Lumber. Call them today or stop on by. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Tonight's Tigers game has been postponed because of rain in the Colorado area. It'll be made up Thursday, which now means a straight doubleheader beginning at 3:10 Detroit time that day. The rotation was set to feature Job, Mize, and Skubal in that order before the rainout. The Athletic released their latest MLB power rankings. They have the Tigers at number 4, sliding up 3 spots from where they were last. The NHL playoffs continue tonight. The Hurricanes begin their series with the Caps at 7, while the Golden Knights host the Oilers at 9:30. Clemson and Notre Dame have announced a 12-year scheduling contract on the football field. They'll play each other until 2038. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
Straight to the people. We'll get a little NBA disaster blitz or whatever David's calling it in about 10 minutes. Right now we go to Terrence, 97.1. Terrence, what's going on, bud?
Hey, what's going on, you guys? Second-time caller. I think you guys are not looking at the players or how they're going to react from injury. I think that's way more important than the coaches, because if you have these guys and they come back, you're talking about Lee McNeil, Hutch, these are very important pieces. And if you can plug and play a lot of those guys, especially with the new guy we just got, I think we got a good chance of having them, about 12. I'd say 12-5.
Look, we're not that far apart. I think the difference, Terrence, look, Aleem, the prevailing thought is he's going to miss about half this season. So I can't just put him in there. Now, look, the Hutchinson thing, I got to see it. I don't think it'll be bad. I just want to see what he looks like coming off of a catastrophic injury. But
right.
Terrence, look, my point is when I lose a Ben Johnson, I'm losing a guy who, in many ways, the OC is oftentimes tied to the quarterback. Like, how do I know that Jared Goff, losing that relationship and the synergy they had, that it'll be seamless? And Terrence, you might be right. Maybe you're calling me the 3rd week of September and you're like, what do you think? And Goff has 12 touchdowns. But I need to see that.
Yeah, we got to be realistic as well. Ben Johnson we made Ben Johnson. Our staff, our players, and we made him. So it's not like he came to us like this.
Then how come, was it Anthony Lynn didn't stick?
Remember, he was in Miami first now.
Right, my point is you got to be very careful about we made this guy. And Terrence, look, this is the beauty of it. I have a high degree of respect for offensive coordinators who do it at the highest level. Maybe you think, hey, it's the players. I think at the NFL level, the skill gap is very small. It's why I don't go crazy about OCs in college. The skill gap is huge. Look, if I'm the OC at Georgia, I could be a bag of pencil shavings, and I'm going to score 40 a game. In the NFL, everyone's good. The gap is actually very small. What Ben Johnson was able to do with Jared Goff and these pieces in creating one of the 3 to 5 best offenses in the league, be careful saying we created him. Because the amount of coordinators that would get what we've gotten out of Goff, I'd be very careful with that. Very. And you want to tell me Andy Reid could come here and do it? I will agree with you.
Well, that's why I'm a little concerned. Like, people are just assuming, this offense is just going to click. And it's like, I don't know what it's going to look like. They still have all the pieces, but Ben Johnson got creative. Like, because then it goes into, Dan Campbell called the offense. It's like, guys, I think it was Ben Johnson. I think Dan Campbell called some 4th down plays. He had some trick plays in his pocket, but pretty much told Ben Johnson, this is your game to call, and whenever I interrupt you on the headset, take the call and run my play.
Let's go over to David, 97.1. David, what's going on, pal?
Hey, fellas. I want to make a proposal to Lions fans to make some money this season. And then, Mike, I got a quick MSU question for you.
Sure. All ears.
But I think once the schedule is out, that number is either going to stay the same or it's definitely not going up. So my thought is you've got to take whatever you can budget, put the money on the under. It's the perfect sweet spot of you can still root for the Lions to make the playoffs, but we all know you've already gone over all of the factors from last year and why this is going to be a step back year. This is the perfect spot for everybody to make some money, line their pockets a bit, and still root for a playoff team.
David, what you are selling is a very luxurious emotional hedge.
Absolutely.
So
and that's,
you
to me,
bet
like,
the under.
like you can still root.
And root for the
Yeah,
over.
go ahead.
If they disappoint you, you get paid. If they have a magical year, David's going to say, look, this is the cover charge I paid to get into the club for them to win 12, 13 games. David is playing an emotional hedge game.
Okay.
I respect it. Now, what was your MSU question?
I just didn't know if you've been contacted about the AD opening or to potentially head up one of the NIL collectives, because I really think we could use someone with your combination of passion and level-headedness.
Yeah.
So I was just curious.
No, I have not. I'm sure I'm on.
Passion, yes.
Yes, I'm sure I'm on a
Level-headedness,
short list, David.
Level-headedness, no.
David, here's what I'm going to say. And I want to be careful because Rico's in a good mood. I don't want to incite or inflame.
Wait, you're starting now?
Well, listen, personal development.
Hey, I told you. I nominated you. I was ahead of the caller.
You replaced him with a recycling bin earlier today.
Mistakes were made. That was 2:00. I'm a different person at 4:38.
My value.
A
Recycling bin.
A lot of healing has taken place in the last 2 hours and 38 minutes.
I didn't miss the 3-pointers, but I got blamed.
But you invoked the name Tatum, and it upset me.
I said nothing. I came in here and said nothing to
Lies
you.
and propaganda.
We were talking about horses.
Let me answer David's question. All I will tell you is this. And again, not inflaming. I'm being totally sincere when I say it. Michigan State never, almost never in my lifetime has everyone rowed the boat in the same direction. It's why they've largely been a failure for 40 years. But they act small. MSU in the world of college athletics can be a 1,000-pound gorilla. When you have the revenue, when you have the brand, when you have the conference affiliation, and yes, all snickering from some of the Wolverines eating their own boogers, when you have a tradition and you have to act the part. Oh. And MSU never does. And my issue is whoever they hire as AD almost has to be a carbon copy of the very thing that Spartans hate. You need a guy that has a big-time DGAF attitude, much like Mr. Manuel in Ann Arbor. Mm-hmm. You gotta don't give a you-know-what, because when you're at State, you will not get a fair shake. The blue wall is going to guzzle that bathwater. You just need to keep the main thing the main thing.
You're right. You need to learn the word so. Well, you did this. So. And, because you're right. Mike, you saw a microcosm of that from 2012 to 2015, where everybody was rowing in the same direction and things flourished. And then after that, it all fell apart. But for those 3 years, yeah, it was like the greatest time.
Yeah, no, but again, Michigan's always done a wonderful job of it. I can detest someone and still compliment them. Like Michigan has done a wonderful job circling the wagons.
But case in point, your coach is getting suspended. So
and we'll do it again, bitch. Like you can, they do whatever they want.
State will do it. They'll have to come out with a press conference, press release. This is why we did
because
this.
they're mealy mouthed. Right. They operate a lemonade stand, and Michigan operates a Lambo dealer.
Because they want to be accepted, and you have to realize in order to be accepted, you have to learn not to be accepted.
Here's the other thing.
Georgia, you think Kirby Smart cares about everything that goes on? No.
Well, definitely not. I'd like to think that the Department of Motor Vehicles of the state of Georgia would like a word with him.
Hey, Kirby, you just had another player get pulled over doing something.
And
So?
Here's the other note, Dave, if you're still listening.
And Kenny, that's a compliment. That was not a slander.
The other thing that you need to do at Michigan State, and this is why Alan Haller deserved to be launched into the sun. You have got to decide, do I want to be serious or unserious? Make a pick. And if you want to be serious, here's what you don't do. You don't bring in transfers from Hope College and a backup from ECU or any of the.
I think you're missing it. I think I get what you're saying.
What am I missing?
Point, Mike.
Educate me.
I think. Do you kind of like Ward? Do you value really 1 or 2 programs and the rest kind of eat the table scraps, or are you feeding everybody?
Oh no, choice A. I would
and that's-
shutter
and that-
every program I'd be allowed to shutter.
And that's why you're getting the pieces that you are, because you need the athletic director who comes in here and says, I only care about the 2 revenue-producing sports. Everybody else, you eat their table scraps. They get everything. They get the big piece of chicken, and whatever is left, that's yours.
Yes. No, Choice A, I agree completely, but it also has to be done with an eye on football. Sorry to Tom Izzo, but basketball don't pay the bills.
Actually, it does. That's why I said no. There, it's one of 2 sports that actually makes money.
I'd let the basketball program fall into disrepair to get football where I want it. Okay? There. I'll say the quiet part out loud. I've seen a basketball national title. I don't think I'll ever see it in football. Unless MSU drops into D2, then we might have a shot. Big game against Mount Union coming up.
I told you my deal on the table.
I'm not repeating that.
I told you my deal.
No.
I
And then
told
you know what I said to you that I can't say on the. Let's. Sidebar. All right. Listen.
I'm Mike. Here's something. I hate the world.
Jason Tatum, damn it! This weather in this office has me ready to get out of here. Go to Moran Buick GMC. Right now, GM employees and immediate family members lease a 25 Buick Encore GX Preferred, $199 a month, or a 25 Sierra Elevation Edition, $298 a month. Everyone gets employee pricing. Plus, 24-month low-mileage leases with $999 down. New stock arriving daily. Just go to MoranExpress.com. They'll give you that loaner when you get the certified service, and you can check their entire inventory. It's Moran Buick GMC on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
So three second-round series have begun, and a home team has lost each one. Let's start with the Boston Celtics, Mike. I'll let you go.
I don't want
They blew
to.
a 20-point lead, lost game one, went 15 for 60 from beyond the arc. Just a horrendous performance there. Of the 49 shots the Celtics took in the second half and overtime, 37 were three-pointers, and they only connected on 10 of them. So, with this stat,
what
teams that are down 0-2 in the best of 7 they just going to win the series 8% of the time. So, game 2 has to be a must-win, but just go off. Just rant about game
Is
1.
there a question in
Yeah,
here? What
game
am I, a
2
wind-up toy?
must be.
Was it just that
Yeah.
the fact that Porzingis didn't play is why you guys lost?
Dude, they're up 20 with 5 minutes to go in the third. F Porzingis and whatever poopy problems he has. What the hell illness does he have? It's the same thing in the regular season. Oh, he's got a infection thing. Played 12 minutes last night, missed 4 layups. They were still up 20 with 5 minutes to go in the third. The problem is Jason Tatum, again, turned into soft-ass garbage. Fourth quarter and overtime, 0 for 7. Hey, Jay, nothing's fallen. Perhaps dribble ball. Use athleticism and size. Get to rack. Shoot free throws. Nah, he looked like along came Polly. Rainmakers. The shot selection was ridiculous. Bar none. Most atrocious, disgusting playoff loss of my life as a Celtics fan.
Isn't this how they got there, though? Shooting the threes?
Not 60 of them. Not when it's not falling. Not when there's no ball movement. No. Lazy stat.
I'm asking
no.
question.
Loaded question.
Not loaded question.
Loaded question.
No, because the day before I'm
Cede
like,
the time to the senator from Minnesota. You're done.
No, because it's like, oh, Cleveland lost. You're like, they were minus one of their players. They'll be fine. Celtics minus one of their players.
We're champions. They're welfare frauds. There's a difference. That was awful. Awful. And it's every reason why people hate the NBA. If you watched that last night and you hadn't tuned into the NBA, you go, what? You know what you'd say? I mean, you wasted your life watching that last night.
Well, they got a better game the next game. Okay. All seriousness. Do you feel like Boston can't win this series?
No, they'll win the series. They're just not going to win a championship. Something's wrong with them. And it's more than a hamstring for Holiday or a knee with Jalen or KP and whatever poopy problems he has. Soft. They've been the worst fourth quarter team in the league all
Who's gonna
year.
beat them out the East?
Honestly, they might get to the final and Oklahoma City will take their heads off because OKC plays with a toughness and a fire and they have the talent. I hate everything I see. Next, can we just please talk about something else?
Yeah, we can move over to the Oklahoma City Thunder, who
Yeah.
also blew the lead yesterday. They were up 104 to 95 with under 7 minutes left. But there was a certain strategy that they decided to do under 15 seconds
The
where
fouling.
they fouled twice.
Yeah.
They were up 3, fouled twice.
But you can't foul up 3 with 11.8 to go.
That's what I was going to ask
can't.
you, because the coach went out there and said, yes, it's my fault. We should not have done the strategy. We'll learn from it. But should OKC be worried now for the rest of the series?
I would say no. I'm not. I wouldn't be worried.
Because of the strategy, they just blew that.
Yeah, they're the better team, and I will be surprised if they lose. I really will.
I think they got to come up with a better strategy against Nikola Jokic.
Well, he got selfish, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
He found a matchup he liked, and he abused it.
Yeah.
And it was a very interesting sight to see with him, because at many of the timeouts, he was very vocal. Haven't really seen that from him in his
David,
career.
he's the de facto coach. He has a whiteboard out there.
Hey, guys, they can't stop me. I don't care what the play is. Play is get me ball.
Now, someone hand me a cigarette.
It'll be waiting after the game, Joker.
Let's move over to Cleveland, who returned for Game 2 tonight. But who will return for Game 2? They blew the game in Game 1. DeAndre Hunter is questionable. Evan Mobley is questionable. Garland, who missed Game 1 with a sore toe, is still questionable for this game. So are they in real trouble after losing Game 1 with the injuries?
Yeah, I mean, Mobley's the NBA Defensive Player of the Year, but if you're down 3 starters, I'm sorry, you're not winning. I don't trust them anyways. But
No,
go ahead.
you didn't. But 0-2, and now you're going back to Indiana?
No, then they're probably dead. Yeah.
Yeah, they would be dead at that point.
I mean,
yes.
even if Indiana splits, I don't see why they can't go back to Cleveland and just end it right there in 5.
Well, let's preview the other series who has not started. It will start tonight. It is the Warriors and the T-Wolves. The T-Wolves are the betting favorite to win this series, should they be.
They should be, but I don't think the Warriors are without hope. The experience matters.
Yeah. I think that Jimmy Butler has been the difference for this Warriors team. Ever since he's been there, David, their swagger is back. They look like they were just on life support, waiting for everything to fall apart and for Steph to walk in there and say, I want to be traded. Now, all of a sudden, Steph looks like Steph again. He's out there shooting, and Butler is that other guy who, whether he's shooting or driving to the basket, doing all the stuff that, Clay, they miss from vintage Clay, Butler's getting it done. It's a resurgent thing. Now, Minnesota, they took out the Lakers. Remember, it was supposed to be the Lakers and the Warriors.
Correct. That's what the league wanted.
I would say I'm not writing off the Warriors right now because, to me, they're one of the better teams. Now, when they're missing the threes like they did in a couple games, they look like Mike Celtics. But when they're on, they can beat anybody.
So let's move over to the Coach of the Year, which Kenny Atkinson won that award. This is just a question because the Cavaliers previously hadn't won 60 games since LeBron. Last time they won was 09 and 10, and they improved from what they had last year under J.B. Bickerstaff. So did J.B. Bickerstaff get robbed, though, from taking the team from 14 wins to 44?
100%. Look, going from 50 to 60 ain't the same as 14 to 44. It's just not. JB should have won the award.
He should have won the award, but I do wonder, did he not win the award because people view him as a complainer, somebody who's always yelling constantly, and it just gives off a negative image? And when it came time to voting, it was like, you know what? I don't like how he always just bitches and complains to the refs. That could have been a contributing factor. He should have won it, but I wonder if his antics on the court kind of kept people from giving him the right amount of first place votes.
And then finally, let me get to a team that lost in the first round. Well, they've lost now 3 straight years in the first round, and that is the Clippers. James Harden, again, did not speak to the media the last 3 games of that series, but the president of basketball operations, Lawrence Frank, says they are staking their future to James Harden and Kawhi Leonard, keeping them together, saying, quote, I definitely believe in those two. Is that the right move?
It doesn't matter because Kawhi's going to ask out. If you saw his last press conference, he's weird, but that looked like a dude who was done with James Harden. I just will be surprised if they move forward with that duo. I don't know that they'll be allowed to. If I rep Kawhi, I'd be like, we're getting out of here. Yeah. You've got to get away from this bearded loser.
And for some reason, James Harden can just do no wrong. I don't get it. He doesn't bring you championships. He doesn't bring you playoff
Rico,
series.
He has lost 4 Game 7s with 4 different franchises, and he's been awful in all of them.
Right. But for some reason, you still want to back him. That may be your problem right there.
That is your NBA Fast Break.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers and Rockies opener has been postponed due to weather. It'll be made up on Thursday as a part of a straight doubleheader beginning at 3:10. Ex-Tiger slugger Miguel Cabrera will make his coaching debut in the 2026 World Baseball Classic as the hitting coach for Team Venezuela. Bleacher Report listed their top 10 utility players in Major League Baseball. Zach McKinstry was number 1. Avi Baez was number 6. Yesterday, the NBA announced that Pistons coach JB Bickerstaff finished second in Coach of the Year voting. Today, the league released their Executive of the Year award results. Trajan Langdon of the Pistons finished third behind the Cavaliers and Thunder bosses. Langdon set to have his year-ending press conference tomorrow. The NBA playoffs continue tonight. The Pacers look for a 2-0 lead over the Cavaliers with a 7 p.m. tip-off. Cleveland favored by 7.5 in that one, though. Meanwhile, it's Minnesota and the Warriors tonight at 9:30. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Great to have you with us. We're going to reset everything here. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. I will keep the line open. Open lines, respectful. I will keep the lines open for any hockey elite who want to argue about this show's position about the Red Wings and the draft pick, that there's no scenario the Red Wings should be drafting at 13. That pick must be traded. We are so far beyond drafting and developing, and whoever you draft at 13, 4 or 5 years away if they ever make it at all. Yzerman doesn't get a choice. So if you want to argue it, please feel free. But what we want to do is this. This Lions topic really got people thinking. The win totals are out in Las Vegas, and the Lions one shocked the morning show, even though the Lions are a top 5 win total. So the Lions are in a group with a couple teams, Niners included, of 10.5. And the high in the league is 11.5. And it's Baltimore, Philadelphia, Kansas City, and Buffalo. And I don't see anything wrong with it. Those 4 teams have MVP caliber, Super Bowl caliber quarterbacks. You don't. You have a really good quarterback, but he's not them. And 15-2 wasn't real. And what I mean is, not disrespectfully, Rico, you and I took painstaking efforts here. It's not disrespectful. 15-2 is, it just happens like once a decade. I think only 8 teams in the history of the NFL have gone with 15 wins in the regular season. It doesn't happen. So the fact that it did was fun. It's over. And it won't happen. So the idea your win total should somehow be much higher than 10.5? Disagree. But here's my question. And we can get into the factors. I know Rico's got his scheduling matrix out, 3 different colors of markers. But is the Lions win total priced too low, too high, or just right? Like, I feel like it's just right. And if I could sign a piece of paper where the team landed on either side of the win total, 10 or 11, I'd sign it right now. It would guarantee I make the playoffs, and it would guarantee I get a seat at the poker tournament with a chance to go to the Super Bowl. Because losing both coordinators, having Aleem likely miss half the season, having all the breaks not go your way, and you could talk about injuries, you're right. But every break went your way. Let's be fair. That schedule turned into a paper tiger. You won every close game. You won a nationally televised road game where your quarterback threw 5 interceptions. Impossible. Those things probably don't happen again this year. So 11-6, I'd sign up today. 10-7, I mean, I wouldn't do a cartwheel, but I'd be okay. Because is there a chance you go under 10.5? Of course there is. Of course there is. But I want to know where you're at with it. Because, again, it was this idea, Cookies felt disrespected. Why aren't we like these 4 teams? And it's like, yeah, the quarterback. That's why.
Yeah.
And Goff's good, but he's not Josh Allen or regular season Lamar or Mahomes, or Jalen Hurts.
Yeah. And just to add to the schedule, Mike, according to the Vegas odds,
Matrix,
we don't know, but of your 17 games, 8 of them are against teams with so-called a losing record. Cleveland, 5.5. Pittsburgh, 8.5. Giants, 5.5. Dallas, 7.5. And then the Bears and Vikings each at 8.5. You'll play them twice.
That's the other factor. And I know what you're going to say about the playoffs.
I mean, sorry, yeah.
But this is the best division in football on a week-in, week-out basis. Who got worse? Because it might be you. Bears didn't get worse. I don't think the Vikings got worse. In fact,
the Vikings are the wild card because we don't know what JJ
if McCarthy's ass, you're right. But they improved up front both ways. They spent major dollars. Hey, look, Celtics went 15-60 from 3. Okay. Get it off the TV.
Right here. Green Bay
didn't get worse.
No. You lost 2 coordinators. So even if all your people come back healthy, you lost 2 coordinators, and history does not bode well for teams who lose both coordinators.
Tell them about the outdoor games.
Outdoor games?
Because this is your bit.
Oh, buddy. Outdoor games, you're going to be playing against Baltimore, projected for, if we take the under, Baltimore projected for 11 wins, Chicago 8 wins, Cincinnati 9 wins, Green Bay 9, Kansas City 11, Rams 9, Philly 11, Washington 9, Minnesota 8. Of those games, 7 outdoor games, which means chances are Jared Goff is going to be playing in a cold weather game in the month of December and January. That's his kryptonite. That is what worries me, because you're going up against some elite quarterbacks. Of the 4 teams that are ranked higher than you to Vegas, you're going to be playing 3 of them. And all 3, you're playing on the road. So if that 10.5, I'm leaning more towards that's the perfect number, and I'm leaning more towards the under at 10 wins than the 11.
248-539-9797. So look, I think it's priced appropriately. If you think it's too high or too low, let's have a conversation about it. And again, if I'm putting the factors out there, no, I can't guarantee schedule's easier or harder. Last year, your schedule looked more challenging. And by the time you played San Francisco, it didn't matter. Dallas stunk outright, or just look around. This year, does it look tougher on paper? Sure it does. But the bigger things are the loss of 2 coordinators, the fact that 15-2 is never real. It's not a real expectation. It's just something that happens, and you go, what an unbelievable season. But yeah, I could see the Lions being 4 or 5 games worse. Yes.
And I think the 15-2 is actually the ultimate tease, because it left you thinking you were better than what you really were.
Yeah, that's fair. Because I think Lions fan would have felt a lot different if the team were 12-5. The way they probably should have been now that we look back at it. 248-539-9797. Go to Ken, 97.1. Kenny, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, fellas, I just want to compliment you. I'm a daily listener, and I love your show, man.
Oh, Kenneth, thank you, brother. That's very nice of you.
All right, yeah. I want to talk a little bit bring back the Red Wings. I know it's a not too popular topic, but I'm a lifelong hockey fan. I grew up watching Gordie Howe at the Olympia. I watched Steve Yzerman at the Olympia when he was a rookie, and I remembered how great he was, and I couldn't even pronounce his name. But I think it might be, if he doesn't make a move and get rid of that 13th pick and draft, I think it's time for him to leave town.
Listen, Kenny, that's just been a bit of a consensus, at least when we've been talking to people. It is the idea, year 7, that press conference was a horrific look. Pick 13 doesn't help you.
No.
Not now, not next year, not 2 years from now, not even 3. There's no value in it. We have done nothing but draft for years on end. Take the pick and go get us something, and let's get it moving.
Yeah, because a lot of your players that you drafted, we haven't seen yet.
I hate to turn on Iserman, but I have to. I thought he was the greatest thing in the world when he come here.
Yeah, but you got to separate your worlds. And what he was as a player and the memories he gave you, that's lovely, but that's not who he is anymore. And I mean, Kenny, I don't know how you feel about it, but that press conference last week where he was caught daydreaming,
where the only thing missing was him just breaking out and stretching and yawning, because that's what it felt like.
That was pretty, in my book, it was disgusting, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and then look, that's where this is it for, I think, about – I don't want to be hyperbolic. I'd say 90% of Wings fans. If you want me to be even more fair, I'd say 75%. But there's no way the majority of fans won't be done if this is a dull offseason and this team isn't markedly better next year. Now, there'll be 25% of people. It'll be like Jim Jones. They'll just drink the Kool-Aid and they'll die with him. But for the rest of the people, I think they're done.
Yeah, I think what you'll see is what you saw when the Pistons were only winning 14 games. There'll be no interest. I don't think you'll have the fans down there. It'll be like, what are the other 3 major sports in Detroit doing? That's what I think.
248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls coming in. We'll get some ticket texts as well and a little football today at 5:30. All right, weather, ready to get out, get moving, road trips this summer. Moran Chevrolet is Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 24. You need a truck that works as hard as you do, they have got you covered. A 25 Silverado LT Crew Cab, 4x4, $298 a month, $1495 down. Or lease a 25 Blazer EV LT all-wheel drive, $271 a month, 0 down. Both are low-mileage leases for 24 months, and everyone gets employee pricing. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Visit MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. David, before we get to the callers, couple of ticket texts. The Yzerman thing is in play. Wings get screwed in the lottery. It's a yearly tradition. My point, I don't care. Trade the damn pick. I don't want to use it. 12, 13. They could have moved to the top 5. We are so far beyond the point of drafting for 5 years from now. I'd weaponize the pick and go and get a player. Yes, you'll have to put something with it, I would assume, but who cares? The NHL trade value, ask Kenny when he waddles back in here. Kenny will even tell you how inconsistent the trade values are in the NHL. Some deals look like massive overpays. Other deals you're like, whoa, you got that guy for free. It's called doing your job. As Kenny would say to Yzerman, that's what the money's for. No one said it was easy. You're not a greeter at Walmart. You are a GM of $1 billion operation. That's what the money's for. David, go ahead.
Mike is right. A trade is the best use for the pick. Unless Yzerman gets lucky, which he won't, then it's a pick for the future. That won't help now. Trade the pick.
Yeah, because that future may not involve him.
Okay. Mike, fire Yzerman. I don't care what he does. He draft another player that bombs. His draft produces just 3 players in 7 years. That is Hunter in Clarkston.
I can't do that totally. That's not totally fair because he has drafted well up top. He has. He's done a good job. The problem is the glacial pace of this. And whether it's the Wallanders, the Nygaards, the Pelicas, the Kosas, I mean, it's just been years of this. And you're like, okay, at a certain point, we got to see some of these guys. But now, if you want to bust his balls because in 2022, he had 2 or 3 second-round picks that he selected before Lane Hudson, yeah, you can do that. What's this team's problem? We have no one on the blue line worth an F.
Well, I think 2 things can be true. His drafting can be really nice. I think he's a very effective drafter. But also, I think the problem doesn't lie there. It lies with the pro scouting. If you surround some of these guys that we have right now with actual NHL talent, guys that can actually fill out an NHL playoff roster, then all of a sudden the Nygaards and the Wallanders and all the people down in Grand Rapids and otherwise, they're allowed to grow at their own glacial pace if that's what ends up happening.
But, Kenny, the other problem is he hasn't drafted outside of a Lucas Raymond. Now, again, Mo Seider, it's difficult to evaluate because he's always stuck in his own end. So the offensive game doesn't get to blossom. But work with me. Outside of Lucas Raymond, what difference makers has he really drafted? Like, what guys look like a Cofield or a Hudson? Remember that night in Montreal?
Oh, yeah.
And they're, that may as well have been the sound effect. Anytime they're skating circles
they're going
around you.
Very fast.
You know what? Every time they touch the puck, I said, he's not, there's nothing. And outside of the first round, where are the mid-round gems?
And those are the ones that have to develop, and I understand that takes time, which is why I say, while that's taking time,
trade the
pro scouting, what are we doing?
I don't know.
And that's what I said earlier. That's what the money's for. Make these trades, figure it out.
David, go ahead, and then we'll get to the callers.
A couple of names that are coming in on what to do is Aaron Ekblad and Provorov.
Yeah.
Set to be free agents. Get one from time.
Kenny's obsessed with Ekblad, and rightfully so. It's about cost. But I can't give you accurate NHL value because I don't think any hockey fan can. The trade chart in the NHL, you may as well spin a wheel. It is so volatile. It's nothing like any other sport.
And it's also crazy when Provorov was making 6.75 and Petrie was just 500,000 less than that.
What would he be if he had 2 legs?
How you're paying Jeff Petrie that amount of money right now in the $6 million range is gross.
Really? You just willfully, without Liam Neeson holding a gun to your head, traded for Peter Mrazek at 5. He hasn't been good in 5 years.
Again, gross.
$11 million in dog water or Mitch Marner. You have taken the money for Marner and given it to Lieutenant Dan and Peter Mrazek.
Wow. You painted an awful picture there.
Here,
yes.
Let me put an afro wig on. Happy little tree. I'm going to be Bob Ross. I mean, what do you want me to do? Look at this crap. Let's go to Jerry. Oh, happy little mountains. Jerry, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, thanks, guys. I love your show.
Thank you.
I got many things I want to talk about, but I called in about the Lions 10.5.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
I think that's realistic. I mean, we're going to have a tougher schedule. We have definite holes or unknowns, right? So I think that if we get 11 wins, make the playoffs, that's good.
I'd sign the paper today, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would.
I have no delusions about winning 13, 14, much less 15 games. I mean, if they win 11, you will have established something that's very rare in this league. You know, to have 3 straight years of possibly winning your division, having home playoff games.
In Lions history, this is unprecedented, right?
Yep, 100%. And that's, look.
I mean, the Wayne Fonseca used to be every other year we'd win and then we'd suck. So
yeah, I think
good schedule, bad schedule.
Yeah, and I think it's appropriately priced for. Look, I'm not trying to be rude. The team really didn't do a whole lot this offseason, Jerry, and that's the thing. If you want to say, well, DJ Reed, that's great, but it's only measured against Carlton Davis walking out the door. Now, if you think Reed's better, fine. It's incremental at best. They didn't do anything in the world of free agency. No, unless you consider Frank Lopez from the Cardinals.
No, Mike, their free agents was every injured player coming back.
Exactly. And I don't know that I love that.
You're right.
I know.
No, but that's how they deemed it. If you heard Brad Holmes, hey, imagine if we had everybody healthy, we don't need to go out and make major splashes.
Let's go to Danny. He's over in Windsor, and he's up next. Danny, what's going on, pal?
Yeah, so talking about Yzerman, first and foremost, I want to say I agree that he should be on the hot seat. I agree that the press conference was a horrible look. I think that he should have been more active in this deadline, should have been more active in the last deadline. All these things are true. That being said, I think that we've gotten to this point of being so hard on Yzerman because I think we were a few years too premature in criticizing him. I think that if you look at the standings, like he had an improvement every single year since he took over. We started at 39 points. He went up in the 40s and the 70s. We actually got better every single year. This was actually the first year that he was down. So like when we were, crying over spilled milk 2 years ago, criticizing Yzerman, that wasn't the right time. Now, when you have a down year, we should be criticizing him, but it's already too late. Like now there's the roof's off our house, right? So everyone's going crazy. Like,
well, here's a different way
I think we're premature at it.
Here's a different way to look at it though, right? Okay. The points thing, true enough. How about this? In the Atlantic, 6th, 7th, 5th, 6th. Or if you want, in the conference, 12th, 12th, 9th, 10th. Like, you're right in that from where it started. Danny, the difference is if I put you in charge and gave you 6 years, you'd be better than where they started. The idea is they are yet to make the playoffs in a sport where half the teams make it. And they don't show any signs of getting any better from here. Now, look, Danny, you're right with a lot of what you say. But when I watch Montreal, who was in the final in 21, bottomed out, they're back. I watch Dallas, who never won the lottery, bottomed out, built back. They're the Stanley Cup favorite. That's before we get to Ottawa, who, look, not a sexy place to play, but look at what they did. Look at Washington.
The Capitals.
Yeah, we thought they were dead. Danny, it's got to happen. How much longer can we go?
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And I think that trading this pick would be going in the right direction. And certainly more than that on the next deadline is what I'm expecting or hoping for. But
yeah, I'd love
anyways,
to.
Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, Danny, appreciate the call. Look, all I'm asking for is I think you make a run at Mitch Marner. And I think you can package some draft equity to get rid of some bad contracts. That's a very common thing in the NHL. It's going to hurt. But you got to get rid of some of the garbage. And the other thing, I can't scream and yell about trading for a goalie every year. I'm told you can't block Kosa. One problem, he got benched.
Here.
Look, trade for a defenseman, sign Marner. Do that as an offseason, and whether it works or not, no one criticizes Yzerman. No one.
No.
But you can't keep doing this. That 13th pick, right here. I mean, see you later. Like, what am I doing with that?
I think that's why the press conference was how it was, because he knew there's really nothing I can say to appease these people.
He could have got up there and said straight up, it hasn't been good enough. This city deserves better. This fan base deserves better.
Right, but now he's putting himself out there because the next
you know
question
what?
is,
You know
well,
what?
Steve,
That's
why
what
is it not good
That's
enough?
what real leaders do, damn it. And Kenny, that's what the money's for. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's what a leader does. You put yourself on Main Street.
But the first question is, well, Steve, why is it in dire straits? What have you been doing?
My
all
pro
these
scouting
years?
department sucks, and I've killed them all. 248. There. Do that at the press conference. Root for radio. I don't know.
But you don't have to worry about that part, Rico, because our media, they're not going to ask him the tough questions.
Well, no. They would. Rieger was down there, so I know
I'm
he
not
would
including Rieger in this. I love what Jeff does.
You know what? They asked some good questions in that press conference, David.
They
really
tried,
did.
David. Now, if you want to say the Michigan media won't, that's a whole different thing.
The Red Wing media, they asked some fair questions. I'm like, that's actually a pretty good question.
Did you see that?
I'm sorry, I was daydreaming. What
You
did
see
say?
that article today? Michigan's going to lean on championship DNA to get through Moore's suspension.
You know what, Mike?
What does that even mean, championship DNA?
Look, all I'm telling you is
Kenny.
the Kremlin is even embarrassed at the way the Wolverines are covered.
Kenny, know your fan base, and you placate to them.
Read something.
All right. Well, David, here's Rico.
You sure?
I'm sure. I'm
All
sure.
right. How about we talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way? Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Take advantage of unbeatable deals at Hamilton. Andrew and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer because it's time to hit the road in style. Hamilton is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and savings, sleek, powerful cars ready to conquer the roads. And Hamilton Chevy has them all, from the fuel-efficient compacts to rugged SUVs. They've got the wheels to match your lifestyle. And with Hamilton, you know you're getting excellence. It's not just about selling cars. It's about delivering an unmatched driving experience. They're more than just a dealership, folks. It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. Take advantage of Hamilton's great inventory of 2025 Chevys. The selection is best right now. You know what I always say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and tell them Rico sent you. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
All right, David, what do you got for us?
Well, I wanted to try to have a little fun because I found an interesting, funny list here of the 50th biggest NFL draft bust in the last 50 years.
Oh, God.
So we're going to go through, not all of them.
Can we guess?
You can.
Is the list accessible enough where we could guess?
I believe so. Just a couple guesses, and then I'll go through them.
All right, do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first?
Ryan Leaf.
Ryan Leaf is on the list.
Uh-oh. See, I was
number 1.
Biggest all time?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
No. Because remember, people were saying, if you pass on Ryan Leaf and take this Peyton Manning guy, you will regret it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was 4-14 in 18 starts.
All right, let's go 90s quarterbacks. Can I go Dave Klingler? University of Houston. Remember him on the cover of Sports Illustrated with the bundle of dynamite?
And I will top that.
Andre
Same
Ware.
school, Andre Ware.
Neither.
Really? Neither made the top 50 busts of all time.
Neither.
Steve Entman?
No, not on the list either.
I quit. I just do the list. I'm done. Because all these guys were awful.
Brian Bosworth.
No. Not on the list either. Let's just go through.
What
okay?
type of list is
this? Let's go through this. Okay, so let's start at 50. And what they did at 50 was they grouped the 2011 quarterback class. Blaine Gabbert, 10th overall.
Christian
Jake Locker,
Ponder?
8th overall. And Christian Ponder, 12th
Who was
overall.
Who was before Christian
Jake
Ponder?
Locker.
Jake Locker.
Remember UW? If injuries didn't derail him, he might have been okay. Christian Ponder, you need an act of God.
Correct.
Charlie Ward.
No. Just keep moving.
No.
No, there's no. Watch. I'll say Jamarcus Russell. He'll tell me he's not on the list.
Number 49 on this list is another quarterback drafted in 2004 for the Bills.
E.J. Manuel.
J.P. Lossman.
Oh, the Tulane transfer.
Yes.
Or E.J. Manuel.
Because here's what happened. It was Eli Manning in that draft, Phillip Rivers in that draft, Ben Roethlisberger in that draft, and then Lossman.
J.P. Lossman.
Yep. So let's move over to number 45 on this list. And this one, yes, he was a bad pick, but it's because who they traded to then get this pick. It was wide receiver Treylon Burks, 2022. They traded A.J. Brown to the Eagles to get the 18th selection in draft Burks.
Yeah, did you see Cam Ward say that Burks is a top 5 receiver in the league?
Kind of have to say that, but
No, not really. Not really. Go ahead.
Number 44 on this list, running back for the Bengals. First overall
Kajana
selection.
Carter.
Kajana Carter. Yes.
Now, didn't he blow out?
He did have. He ripped up his knee in his first preseason game.
Yeah,
Yes.
that one. Like, it's like Blair Thomas, another really bad running back pick.
Correct.
You draft these running backs and they get hurt. What am I supposed to do? What?
No, I was just thinking of a quarterback, though. Tony Eason. Because they passed.
Yeah, David's
on
going to
damn-
tell you not on the
I know,
list.
I know.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. What name did you give?
Tony Eason.
Passed on
Tony
him.
Eason. Let
passed
me
on Dan Marino
see.
and took him.
Lions drafted a fullback at number 9 or 10 overall that year, James Jones.
I don't see him on this list.
So here's the deal. We're not guessing anything else. All our bad
Okay,
players
you're
are
right.
Hall of Famers compared to this crap. Go ahead, David.
So here's what they did for number 40. Because Mike Mayock was so horrible as a GM for the Raiders, they combined the 2020 draft and the 2019 draft because they found just 2 players in that draft. And 2 of them were Hunter Renfro.
He's out of football.
Well, he's back, but yes, he was. And Max Crosby, they found them.
Good player.
But here's who else they had. 2020, Henry Ruggs, Damon Arnett, Lynn Bowden didn't make the team.
Hold
Tanner
on.
Muse.
Lynn Bowden was the kid
Yeah.
with the over-aggressive throat tattoo.
But they traded
Right?
him.
Wasn't that him?
They traded him before his rookie season.
Well, everything coming out about that kid is he was really, really bad news. Like, he was not a good kid.
It was
Yeah.
almost as if you need to do homework before you draft somebody.
And in 2019, they had Cleveland Farrell, bust. Jonathan
Yeah,
Abraham,
from
Abram,
Clemson,
bust.
yeah.
Josh Jacobs was the only one that made it, but they didn't even sign him to a second deal.
Well, that's because you don't pay running backs.
Noted.
That is true. Number 37 on the list. Wow, this one's pretty bad. So the same draft as the Manning Leaf draft. Number 3 overall, Andre Wadsworth for the Cardinals in 1998, because the next selection after Manning Leaf, him, and then it was Charles Woodson.
Oh,
so
my
you didn't
God.
take Charles Woodson.
Yeah, but
you took Andre Wadsworth.
Wadsworth was like
Florida
built.
State,
he
right?
was built in a lab. You'd see a
Yeah.
picture of him and go, "Who the hell's that guy?"
Yeah.
One problem, he just couldn't play.
He also had knee injuries as well. Number 35 on the list. Lions, second overall selection in 2003, Charles Rogers.
I mean, collarbones and drugs. I come on.
More so collarbones and then
And a
later came the
barbecue
drugs.
fork.
Mistakes were made.
Mistakes were made.
The next pick, Andre Johnson.
And let me get to number 28 here before I get to the top 10, because I forgot about this guy. That's how big of a bust he was. Wide
John
receiver.
Rogers.
They had traded Randy Moss in the offseason and used a 7th overall selection to get another wide receiver to replace him. Problem was, his name was Troy Williamson. It didn't play.
Was that North Carolina State?
NC State, yeah. Good man. Good man. Not a good player. Not decidedly not good.
Not at all.
Jermaine Crowell fit the
No.
second round.
No. The only other line on the list was at 23. That was Jeff Okuda. So
Wait,
two
the top
Lions.
50 draft busts of all time, and the Lions only get 2 of them?
They only get 2 of
You
them.
better recalibrate that
Yeah,
list.
they only get 2 of them. Sure.
Wasn't Aaron Gibson a first round selection?
Yeah, no Joey, no Aaron Gibson. Nope.
Don't look at me. This is his list.
Number 10. First
Terry
overall,
Fair. Didn't make this-
1988.
okay.
Nope, by the Falcons, was outside linebacker Andre Bruce.
Oh, boy.
That was another one. He looked the part. Looked like Tarzan. Played like Jane.
Number 9, Robert Griffin III, second overall, 2012.
Listen,
Injuries.
Now, hold on. I'm going to defend him even though I hate this guy. I think he's one of the worst broadcasters in the history of Earth, but he keeps being handed gigs. But as a player, you can't call him a bust when he revolutionized football when he was healthy, and then Shanahan, old Leatherface, played him injured in a playoff game,
Killed
and
him.
he fully blew out. I will stand up for him in that regard. Come on. He sucks as a broadcaster, though.
Number 8, they say the decision to draft John Elway number 1 in 1983 by the Colts because he never played for them. So they call that
Look,
a
they
bust.
took a shot. I can't knock them. This list, I tell you, I got problems. I'd like to file a grievance.
Number 7 on the list was the Jets' decision to trade down in 1997. They traded down twice.
Kyle Brady.
Passed on Orlando Pace with the first trade down. They were at number 1. Traded down to 6. Passed on Orlando Pace. Then traded from 6 to 8. Passed on Hall of Famer Walter Jones. Instead, they took James Ferrier, who his best
Virginia.
days was with the Pittsburgh Steelers, not even with the
Was
Jets.
Ferrier on that Virginia team with Ahmad Brooks? Remember when they had the 3 really good linebackers? And you're like, how did Virginia get these players? Maybe I'm a loser. Keep it rolling. Sorry.
Number 6, Lawrence Phillips. Number 5, Jeff George.
Okay. Hold on. Phillips and George duct tape together. They win the Bleep Hole Award of all time. Those two.
No, I think Phillips takes it to a whole. He is first ballot Hall of Fame with the plaid jacket.
Number 4 was the quarterback class from 2021. Trey Lance, Zach Wilson, Matt Jones, and Justin Fields.
That is collectively.
Well, Justin Fields.
No, he's bad. You have to let it go.
Do I?
You can't be Rose in Titanic. You'll never let go. No, Rico, let go. Justin's dead.
There's room for us both.
Number 3 is Jamarcus Russell.
Okay.
There we go.
Shout out Purple Drank.
And then number 2 is Tony Mandridge. I believe you actually said that earlier, Rico.
Roids. I mean, that's just, what are you going to do?
Boy, and I think the biggest gift ever was Green Bay took him.
And you got Barry.
And they got Barry. Because I think the Lions were going to take him if Green Bay would have took Barry.
I wish MSU would start doing roids again. We gotta get this program going.
Yeah, that's a crazy when you have Aikman go 1, then Green Bay took that, then you have Barry Sanders, then you have Derek Thomas and Deion Sanders.
Somebody get Tony up to the football building, will you please, for some supplements?
Pass it around. Here you go.
Tatum has just hurt you.
How
did the football team take it straight?
All I know is we haven't had a lineman since that.
Yeah.
What, Conklin and Flozell, there'd be your 2.
The hotel.
Flozell, the hotel. Who's the worst pick of all time, David?
Rico guessed that one. That was Ryan Leaf.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Controversial list. Don't totally support it.
All righty. That's
That's your football
no Todd
today.
Blackledge. Yeah.
If you like pizza, this is for you. Hungry Howie's has a great deal, limited time only, of course, and it's very, very simple. If you want to get a free pizza, you go to hungryhowies.com. You sign up for the emails. You make any $10 order, and you get a free medium 2-topping pizza, whatever flavored crust you want, whatever 2-topping combo you want. That's it. There's no catch. There's nothing else. Yeah, you got to get the emails. I mean, come on. That's not a big inconvenience. hungryhowies.com. Spend the $10, get the free pizza. Limited time offer. It's Hungry Howie's. Go to hungryhowies.com and take advantage of it before it's too late. Okay, Wojo is already arguing with Rieger in the bullpen area. David with some David, what I need, are you seeing on the monitor PK Subban's glasses?
I have not seen the glasses. I saw the pocket square.
No. Tell me what those are and how we get you in those.
Okay.
He looks
I'll
like
look.
Whitey Bulger, the mob guy. These are like a tinted glasses, and they're not buffs. He looks like a straight gangster, and he's doing PTI. Like, he looks like a guy who's here to collect your loan. That isn't a loan. You got to see this. You have your fashion glasses now. This is another level, and they're not buffs. This is a whole different ball game.
Okay, I can't wait to see them once they stop showing the same hockey goal.
Well, listen, hockey has limited highlights, okay? It's not the NBA.
Well, at least they were there for the game.
Right. Kenny is so upset at that they aren't sending live crews to all these players.
You know how bad it was? He just came out and said, before you say it's a poverty sport, let me tell you, yes, it is true.
It's a poverty sport. Exactly. It is true.
No, Kenny, you weren't supposed to hear that. Look at PK. How do we get you in those? What are those? Does your uncle own a pair of those?
No.
What are those?
I like those.
David, I would wear those with you. We'll go to the track together. Yeah. You're going to love it.
Oh, man.
David,
oh, yeah.
What are you doing? Some kind of AI?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. You're right. We got to rewind it, though, now. Because
rewind it and get the answer. We should do a family day at the track, all in those glasses.
Yeah, I was just going to do the AI. What is... Yeah.
Those are called Loan Shark. Those are amazing. All right, David, a few ticket texts. We will figure out what PK's
come
wearing.
In here in like a minute or so.
Okay.
I'll have it ready.
Thank you very much. Ticket text.
Ticket text. Tough take. The Lions will be fighting for the last wild card spot in the last week of the season. They don't make it, though. That's from Chris in Allen Park.
As I stated before, I will know more about how I feel about this team in about a week. When that schedule comes out, then I can say, oh,
he's playing the schedule game, y'all.
Yeah, I am, Mike. It's those outdoor games. Because I said last year, man, 2 games, that's it? Golf is great indoors. It's just in the elements, not so much.
Jay and Taylor says, not to mention new offense and defense being installed could spell a slow start. I can see 10 wins, hoping for at least 11.
And that's where I'm at. It's going to take time. I don't think you hit the ground running going from a top 5 defensive coordinator and a top 5 offensive coordinator to totally new people with very little experience.
Right, because, I mean, in theory, your first 3 games could be Philly, Kansas City,
Don't say that. Oh, don't say that.
Green Bay.
Oh, don't say that. We don't want...
They could, but I don't know. We'll see.
David, okay, where's the cupcakes?
You know who would look good in those glasses is Rieger.
No, he would not.
Yes, no, he'd look like a bookie.
No,
I'm telling you,
not.
with that haircut, those glasses.
I don't know. There's a theory.
I got an eye appointment coming up next Wednesday. I need new glasses.
Kenny, you have those?
David said I have a theory on him. I don't think white guy pulls those off. We look like Jeffrey Dahmer in those.
No, nonsense. You'll look like Bradley Cooper in American Hustle. You'll look fantastic.
You want me to go find out what these glasses are while you're doing the cross?
Right now. Come on.
That is Dahmer.
Why don't we just say the quiet part out loud? You don't want to talk to these two. So get out, find those glasses.
I love you, Rico.
And I'll talk to you two.
No, those are definitely Jeffrey Dahmer. The Hatchet?
No,
guy?
they're tinted.
Hatchet? Let me see. Yeah. My father, I feel, wore those glasses.
Wow, so you're calling these old?
Can we focus, please?
Yeah, but I don't think it could be Jeffrey Dahmer, though.
Can we
Jeffrey
focus,
Dahmer was white.
Please?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think David's Jeffrey Dahmer.
You're missing the point. What are you doing next?
Oh, focus, and we're going to talk about serial killers, and does Hatchet look like a black Jeffrey Dahmer? Oh, my. And only stuff Wojo can get away with saying.
I regret telling
Michael, here's what we're
going
to do.
I wish I
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about the NHL lottery and how stupid it is.
No, talk about how this is a blessing. The hockey
I heard you guys
gods
today.
are going to force Steve to trade that pick.
I think he definitely will shop it around, but who trades for a 13th
No,
overall pick?
it's it's
a sweetener.
No.
Yeah.
It's going to be the 13. It's
Okay.
going to be a future first.
Okay.
It's going to be any prospect
And
not
Jay
named
Nivey,
Four. Not named Pelika.
Yeah.
For Ekblad.
Oh, Aaron Ekblad.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. All right.
And then we're going to sign Marner. And then I'm going to trade more capital to get Andrew Kopp and Dan Petrie's dead bodies out of here.
Is next year the Palinka guy coming up and playing for the Wings?
He's here.
He's already in North America.
Okay.
Listen, here's
He's
the other
working his
thing.
way here.
Maybe Kosa stinks. I don't know. He got benched in Grand Rapids. We're going to go get Demko, the kid from Vancouver.
There is
You know who you want?
of that.
I mean, everybody talks about Marner. How
Yeah.
about Sam Bennett? Free agent to be.
Oh, yeah.
He's the one who just destroyed
A lot of people
Stolars.
have been on to Sam
I
Bennett.
mean, that dude's got grit, grind
It's a summer
all
of
over the place.
change. It's a summer of possibility. Cutscene. I'm at the headquarters. I did nothing. All right, these two are coming up.
Well, you got
next.
Andrew
Ray-Bans.
Kopp and JT
What are
Comfort
they?
coming back.
Ray-Bans.
Oh, Ray-Bans are a good brand.
Those
With
are
what?
Ray-Bans.
No, I think he's looking on TV, Wojo. He's not looking at David's glasses.
Listen.
Is he?
Those should be your Friday look to eternity.
Hey, which glasses are you looking
Where's
at?
the glasses at? Are you talking the one Hatchet's wearing?
No.
Oh.
PK Subban.
Oh.
Oh, I thought it was the
we're
ones
out.
Hatchet